Chapter 1056. The entire Bright Connection Valley had long since been searched multiple times by different people, turning the place upside down. Not only had the original furnishings of the valley been brought away for inspection, even the environment here had been changed. It would not even be sufficient to describe it as digging 3 feet into the ground. According to Wang Pu, due to repeated inspections, the current spiritual chi flow of the earth veins in the Bright Connection Valley was already completely different from how it had been in the past. This place has been abandoned for many years. Still, your mother was cunning back then, intentionally going against the flow and even sneaking back to live here for a period of time, Wang Pu said. Therefore, this place was searched multiple times after she left. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin, understandable. Many people, the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengqing included, searching for Xue Chuqing was more or less not just because of the pressure and demands of the immortal court. It was also because they were similarly interested in the Heavenly Essence Stone fragment. Whether or not the Heavenly Essence Stone's true use was as Yin Tianxia and Hu Yuexin had said, it was a treasure that the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the immortal court urgently desired at the very least. Its value would definitely not be low. Since that was so, whether they kept it for themselves or handed it over to someone else, there was a need to search for it. Since the Bright Connection Valley had been completely searched, there was naturally nothing more to be said about it. Yan Zhaoge circled the place, finding nothing. Still, he vaguely felt a little strange, as if a thought had flashed through his mind. Still, it was gone in a flash, hard to grasp. After checking again and confirming that there was nothing, Yan Zhaoge could only calm his mind and leave the Bright Connection Valley with Wang Pu. The two then searched the other places where Xue Chuqing was said to have appeared. It was to be expected that such places would have already been searched by many people. Under such circumstances, even if there were clues left behind, they would have already been obtained or destroyed by those who had come earlier. Wang Pu very patiently led Yan Zhaoge through the place. While he felt that there would be no result from this, only seeking peace of mind, he did not complain at all as he accompanied Yan Zhaoge all the way. Yan Zhaoge was not disappointed. On the contrary, he only felt his thoughts getting clearer and clearer as they walked. Yan Zhaoge felt that he had grasped that flash of inspiration earlier. While there were no valuable clues left behind in the places where Xue Chuqing had once been, the locations of these places themselves were worth pondering over. If one were to draw a line between two different places and then continue tracing it, some sort of pattern would vaguely be contained within. Noticing this, Yan Zhaoge felt that his mother really wasn't simple. Even though he was fleeing, he wasn't just focused on escaping. He even had a plan in mind. In other words, she was fulfilling some kind of mission. It could be her own plan, or it could be an order from her master. Currently, Yan Zhaoge was still unable to grasp this pattern. This was because the place where Xue Chuqing was hiding would definitely be a temporary shelter that she had found in case of an emergency. In other words, it did not apply to the law. It was not in her original plan. At the same time, Xue Chuqing definitely had many other tricks up her sleeves in order to conceal her true intentions. She needed to precisely eliminate these locations before she could get the original appearance of her planned route. Moreover, some of his hiding places might not be known by others and had yet to be discovered. Before accurately grasping this, Yan Zhaoge would still not be able to see through the profundities hidden within. In particular, most of the places she had been to had been thoroughly investigated by her pursuers. Even if there were special traps left behind, they had long been cleared by others. How was her plan going to work? Or could it be that walking through it once was enough? Then, had she already completed the route she had planned? How far was she from the endpoint? Is there anyone else besides me who has seen through this? Yan Zhaoge pondered as he walked. At this moment, Yan Zhaoge already had no intention of continuing forward. Looking at the vast map of the world beyond worlds, he marked out the places where Xue Chuqing had appeared according to the information provided by Wang Pu. Then, he quietly observed one point after another on the map, as well as the possible lines that might exist between two different points. Yan Zhaoge felt that others should have thought of this possibility as well. While they would doubt whether Xue Chuqing had such strange thoughts, they probably would not let go of any possibility. At this time, whoever could see through the truth and find out the pattern would have to compete in terms of experience and accumulation. With the strength of Yan Zhaoge's current spirit, it was not difficult for him to construct dozens or even hundreds of intersecting lines within his mind, thousands upon thousands of different possible scenes. He unceasingly recalled the various patterns and information he had seen before comparing and filtering them. Erroneous interference was unceasingly eliminated as the number of scenes rapidly decreased. While there were still hundreds of possibilities left to choose from, the range had already shrunk greatly. Phew. Yan Zhaoge exhaled, murmuring to himself, I need more information now. I can't rush it. Calming his emotions, he said to Wang Pu, It has been hard on you, senior apprentice brother Wang. It looks like it will indeed be hard to gain anything if we continue searching like this. Wang Pu smiled. I understand what you're thinking. Yan Zhaoge said, let's return to the northern high peak first. Still, there is something that I might need to ask you about when the time comes. Of course. Wang Pu nodded before looking at their surroundings, speaking of which, this place is close to Ingenious Flying Peak. You can be considered to be familiar with Ingenious Flying Peak. Do you want to pay them a visit? Yan Zhaoge answered, it would be rude not to enter. I wonder if the Brocade Emperor has returned. Wang Pu immediately led the way as the two traversed the lofty peaks of Kunlun Mountain. Ingenious Flying Peak was a part of Kunlun Mountain. With Ingenious Flying Peak as its main peak, the surrounding mountains could all be considered its territory. The Brocade Emperor's Dao Arena, Red Lotus Cliff, was the highest peak of Ingenious Flying Peak. As Yan Zhaoge and Wang Pu visited here, those of Red Lotus Cliff naturally received them with utmost courtesy. First, not speaking of how extraordinary Yan Zhaoge's current strength and status were, as a disciple of the Sword Sovereign Yuzhenbei and a 9th-level martial saint who usually managed Jade Capital Crag on behalf of the Sword Sovereign, Wang Pu was already worthy of being received by someone of the highest status on Ingenious Flying Peak apart from the Brocade Emperor. Of course, the Ingenious Flying Peak martial practitioners inevitably felt rather awkward upon seeing Yan Zhaoge now. Amidst their awkwardness, they appeared even more anxious. In visiting Red Lotus Cliff this time, Yan Zhaoge saw the Grand Red Lotus Fu Ting whom he had not seen for many years. 7 or 8 years had passed. While Fu Ting had remained in secluded cultivation at Red Lotus Cliff, her cultivation base had improved by leaps and bounds. She had been a 5th-level martial saint back then. Now, she was a 6th-level martial saint, the peak of the late-seeing divinity stage, as she already had the confidence to ascend the immortal bridge. It was just that she had been unable to rest easy due to the matter of her father, the Brocade Emperor, thus delaying her progress. As the two met, they both sighed emotionally. Fu Ting first congratulated Broad Creed Mountain on its successful opening ceremony before expressing her apologies once more. No need to stand on ceremony, Miss Fu. Speaking of this, the Brocade Emperor's current situation might still be due to this Yan and my Broad Creed Mountain, Yan Zhaoge said. It is likely not that the Brocade Emperor has failed to keep his appointment. Instead, there is a reason for this. Chapter 1057. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Fu Ting nodded lightly. From the looks of the current situation, my father is indeed being held back by some trouble. Some people do not wish for my father to attend your sect's opening ceremony. But even so, my father failed to fulfill his promise, and I am deeply sorry for that. Yan Zhaoge said, during our sect's opening ceremony, the Southern Exalt Zhuangshen and the others vaguely revealed something in their words. They seemed certain beforehand that your father, the Brocade Emperor, would not be able to attend our sect's opening ceremony in time. On the other hand, the Heaven Emperor doesn't seem to know anything. Fu Ting was slightly surprised. Oh. Our sect even suspected that it was the work of the Heaven Emperor or the Southern High Peaks Qilin Cliff. Yan Zhaoge said, if I am not wrong, it is more likely to be Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope. Fu Ting was even more surprised. The southern exalt Zhuangshen was one of the world beyond worlds 10 exalts, the lord of the southern blazing heaven territory. Still, if one were to say that he had the ability to keep the Brocade Emperor trapped for so many days, it would really be too shocking. Fu Ting knew that there was no need for Yan Zhaoge to slander Wutong Slope further on this matter. Zhuangshen himself had already perished in the royal Reed Sea. If Broad Creed Mountain were to sweep through the southern blazing heaven territory next, Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope would not be able to stand against them at all. There was absolutely no need for Yan Zhaoge to frame Wudong Slope, adding another mortal enemy in the form of ingenious flying peak for them. I dare not be completely certain. Still, I felt that the southern exalt Zhuangshen seemed to be the most confident back then. Yan Zhaoge had a guess. Still, he couldn't be sure of the reason behind it. Therefore, he had been vague about it. Still, it was already sufficient for Red Lotus Cliff to make their decision. Actually, this Yan is guessing that when we father and son were invited by the Brocade Emperor back then to the Minor No Hatred Dao Arena as guests, the Brocade Emperor suddenly went out and only returned after a long time. This might be related to today's matter. Yan Zhaoge said, at that time, it was precisely the Brocade Emperor who helped our sect and the southeast obstruct the Heaven Emperor, ruining his and Southern Zhuang's plans. Not long after that, when my father and I visited, the Brocade Emperor suddenly went out. I felt that there was something unusual about this. Fu Ting frowned. After a moment of silence, she finally said, I asked my father about what happened that day, but he only said it was a private matter and didn't tell me the reason. Yan Zhaoge lightly tapped his temple. I suspect that what happened at the Minor No Hatred Dao Arena back then was actually a prelude to today's events. At that time, the enemy already had a plan. That time at the Minor No Hatred Dao Arena was a drill, a trial. He didn't know if it would be effective or what the situation would be like. After that incident, Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope had a rough grasp of the situation. It was only because the 10 exalts had gathered in the Kunlun realm and the Heaven Emperor and the Brocade Emperor had left for extra-dimensional space that this matter had been put on hold. It was only when Zhuangshen had returned to the southern blazing heaven territory from Kunlun Mountain, preparing to settle the score with Yan Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain, that he had put it into action. The result was today's situation. Still, Yan Zhaoge deeply suspected that Zhuangshen and the others were actually not clear on what kind of effects their method would actually achieve. It was only certain that they would definitely be able to delay the Brocade Emperor, preventing him from attending Broad Creed Mountain's opening ceremony in time. Still, the Brocade Emperor's current whereabouts were unknown. This probably surpassed their predictions as well. The disappearance of the Brocade Emperor of the world beyond world's 5 emperors was definitely not a minor matter. It was only because the concealed sovereign was in secluded cultivation and the sword sovereign and the earthly sovereign were not present. Otherwise, the 3 sovereigns would have been alerted and asked about this matter as time went on. Fu Ting muttered to herself, could it be that Southern Zhuang has contacted others to assist him? Still, even Mars Halberd would not be able to keep my father trapped forever. Perhaps it is some unique natural stronghold of extra-dimensional space. While they were puzzled, the ingenious flying peak martial practitioners still turned their attention towards the south. While Zhuangshen had already perished, Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope still existed. There might be someone amongst them who knew the truth. Yan Zhaoge knew that everyone of Ingenious Flying Peak was currently worried about the Brocade Emperor. Therefore, he did not linger as he took his leave of Fu Ting and the others. The Red Lotus Cliff martial practitioners apologized once more, sending Yan Zhaoge and Wang Pu off politely. Looking back at the gradually distant Ingenious Flying Peak, Yan Zhaoge wondered, if it were a martial saint or even a human exalt, it would still be fine. But a true immortal who has already pushed open the door to immortality shouldn't be able to do this, right? He shook his head lightly, sorting out his thoughts as he returned to Northern High Peak's Jade Capital Crag with Wang Pu. Senior apprentice brother Wang, there is something that I would need your help with. On the way back, Yan Zhaoge said to Wang Pu. Wang Pu smiled, I have always been curious about it when you mentioned it earlier. What is it? Tell me. I will naturally help you if I can. If I cannot, I can only wait for master to return. Yan Zhaoge chuckled, Senior Apprentice Brother Wang, you will definitely be able to do it. Wang Pu's interest was piqued, tell me about it. Look over there, Yan Zhaoge halted, hovering in mid-air as he pointed towards a distant valley. Wang Pu glanced over, identifying the surrounding environment before quickly saying, it's Dragon Butterfly Valley. The spiritual qi there can be considered abundant. What? You want to establish a branch altar for your broad creed mountain there? He retracted his gaze, looking at Yan Zhaoge, I'm afraid you will have to wait for master to return. Dragon Butterfly Valley was ownerless. Still, according to Kunlun Mountain's rules, only the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors could establish Dao arenas and cave manors. The Earth Exalt Wang Jingcheng resided at Southern High Peaks Qilin Cliff. Actually, that was also the cave manor of his master, the earthly sovereign. His own cave manor was somewhere outside of Kunlun Mountain. The only exception was the Upper Exalt Qin Qianhua. When he had ascended to the human exalt stage that year, the 3 sovereigns had allowed him to establish a cave manor at Kunlun Mountain. Of course, it was possible to find a place to hide like Shui Chuqing. Many people also secretly entered Kunlun Mountain to cultivate. Still, if they were discovered, they would still be sent out of the mountain. Wang Qingjing smiled, this is not because we are stingy and domineering. Yan Zhaoge nodded slightly, the spiritual qi of Kunlun Mountain is too dense. Cultivating here for a while would yield twice the results. Still, most martial practitioners would instead be unable to bear living here for a long period of time. Only experts who have pushed open the door to immortality and established cave manors, circulating the spiritual qi of the heavens and earth in the vicinity, would be suitable for living here. Yan Zhaoge was naturally not worried about this. With the cyclic heavenly scripture and the yin-yang heavenly scripture, he would be able to bear it. His mother possessed half of the river diagram. She naturally did not fear this. Instead, if the Upper Exalt could establish a cave manor here, it would truly be a wonderful addition to his legendary life. Senior Apprentice Uncle Yan and you are of Grand Master's bloodline. Your talent and strength are definitely not inferior to Upper Chen's. Wang Pu said, while it is still too early to establish a cave manor at Kunlun Mountain, it is not completely impossible. Still, we will not be able to help you. Master will be required to do so. Yan Zhaoge smiled, shaking his head, you misunderstand, Senior Apprentice Brother Wang. It is not that my broad creed mountain wants to establish a cave manor here. Instead, I personally wish to use that place. What I would like you to help me with is to ensure that no one disturbs that place. Chapter 1058. For your own use. Wang Pu's gaze flickered slightly as he looked at Yan Zhaoge, what do you want to do? Yan Zhaoge's ability to cause trouble was not inferior to his talent in the martial Dao in the slightest. Having gathered information on Yan Zhaoge and gained a deep understanding of him, Wang Pu knew this very well. From the very beginning when he had foiled the Heaven Emperor's plans in the Royal Reed Sea, to his subsequent trip to the south where he had destroyed half of Phoenix Ritual Mountain. Even less had to be said about Broad Creed Mountain's recent opening ceremony in the Royal Reed Sea where they had forcibly rejected the Heaven Emperor. Yan Zhaoge's title of fallen deity was already publicly acknowledged by the entire world beyond worlds now. However, his reputation for stirring up trouble was equally resounding. However, he was able to deal with most of the trouble he caused himself. However, Wang Pu's heart was still alarmed, and his scalp was slightly numb. Why is Senior Apprentice Brother Wang so nervous? Yan Zhaoge chuckled, a good thing is naturally a good thing. He looked in the direction of the Dragon Butterfly Valley. When I passed by that place earlier, I noticed that there was something special about the flow of spiritual energy there. I want to open up that place. It should be very suitable for alchemy and refining. Wang Pu was slightly surprised. Oh. While he could not be said to be familiar with Dragon Butterfly Valley, he was still more familiar with it than Yan Zhaoge. However, he had never noticed this convenience before. Yan Zhaoge smiled, flipping his palm as a massive cauldron flew out from his shadow-shrinking pouch, rapidly enlarging as it appeared before Wang Pu. Wang Pu took a closer look, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. He could clearly tell that the furnace was extraordinary. In order to confirm it, he carefully inspected it once more before looking at Yan Zhaoge. This is the internal crystal furnace? That's right, it is the internal crystal furnace. Yan Zhaoge nodded. When I was still in the lower worlds that year, I inadvertently obtained the diagram for constructing this treasure. Still, the diagram was incomplete. Over the years, I have slowly improved on it, resulting in its current form. Wang Pu rubbed the surface of the furnace with his finger. No wonder. Unlike lower worlds like the Eight Extremities world and the vast ocean world, the world beyond worlds had preserved much more complete legacies and legacies of pre-Great Calamity times. In the early legends, there were even lucky survivors who had survived the Great Calamity. While the legacies and civilizations of these survivors were incomplete, they were at least not as severely cut off as the Eight Extremities world and the other lower worlds. Before the Great Calamity, the internal crystal furnace had spread far and wide. The internal crystal furnace had been divided into different categories and developed by many people. As a result, the internal crystal furnace of different schools also had many differences in details. In the world beyond worlds, there was a complete internal crystal furnace construction technique that had been circulated. However, due to the scarcity of construction materials, it was not popularized. As a disciple of the Sword Sovereign, Wang Pu was naturally no stranger to it. The Northern High Peaks Jade Capital Crag had more than one internal crystal furnace of that type. The internal crystal furnace that Yan Zhaoge was currently displaying was different in many details as compared to the one that had been restored in the world beyond worlds. Therefore, Wang Pu had to confirm it again and again before he could be sure. If it is an internal crystal furnace, it can also be used in Jade Capital Crag. The spiritual qi there is even more abundant, Wang Pu said. Also, it is just an internal crystal furnace. There is no need for you to be so serious, right? The internal crystal furnace was extremely convenient for refining artifacts. With this internal crystal furnace that Yan Zhaoge possessed as an example, he could freely refine anything below the sacred artifact level, completely mass-producing it. Even low-grade sacred artifacts could be easily forged by merging avatar martial saints as long as the materials were not limited. There would be no need to worry about the success rate at all. Mid-grade sacred artifacts, with sufficient suitable materials, could be easily forged by seeing divinity martial saints as well. If there was no internal crystal furnace, let alone the success rate and quality, just the amount of time required would be incomparably long in years. For some exceptions, decades or even centuries would be considered short. Still, the internal crystal furnace was not omnipotent. In the forging of high-grade sacred artifacts, the internal crystal furnace would begin to show signs of weakening. Immortal artifacts were even more out of the question. Even if Yan Zhaoge himself had ascended the immortal bridge now, ascended to the human exalt realm or even pushed open the door to immortality in the future, it would still be the same. This was because there was a limit to the power of this thing in terms of its structure. If there was no revolutionary innovation, there would naturally not be any heaven-shaking, earth-overturning changes. It was just like how the external crystal furnace had its limits as well, being far inferior to the internal crystal furnace. The various internal crystal furnaces of pre-Great Calamity times all had their limits, and their limits were mostly the same. For lower worlds like the Eight Extremities world, they were unquestionably supreme treasures. Even for some of the smaller sects of the world beyond worlds and powers like the Dim Darkness sect and the North Sea Sword Pavilion, they were similarly invaluable. Still, they appeared insignificant to the current Yan Zhaoge and Wang Pu. If I want to forge an artifact now, I will not be relying on the internal crystal furnace. Of course, there is no need to be so serious about it. Yan Zhaoge snapped his fingers. Still, this internal crystal furnace itself might be upgraded further. What do you think, senior apprentice brother Wang? It might not necessarily be an upgrade in its abilities. It could also be in other areas, such as Yan Zhaoge chuckled, such as promotion. Wang Pu was shocked. What level of promotion can it reach? Yan Zhaoge spread his arms wide, embracing the heavens and the earth. It would naturally be impossible to cover the entire world beyond worlds. Still, some major sects would definitely be able to popularize it. That would already be shocking. Wang Pu calmed down, pondering within his heart. If internal crystal furnaces were popularized in the world beyond worlds, spirit artifacts and artifacts would be rampant. Still, the number of sacred artifacts would not increase explosively. This was because raw materials were limited. This was especially so for high-grade sacred artifacts and mid-grade sacred artifacts, which had always been scarce resources. While Yan Zhaoge was known as the child of many treasures, the few human exalts all possessed more than a single high-grade sacred artifact. Still, from the perspective of the entire world beyond worlds, all the immortal bridge martial saints would not even possess a single high-grade sacred artifact. Many immortal bridge martial saints, especially early immortal bridge martial saints, would only be able to make do with mid-grade sacred artifacts. Therefore, the popularization of internal crystal furnaces would not lead to a massive increase in the number of sacred artifacts. Simply put, even the cleverest housewife would not be able to cook without rice. Still, the popularization of internal crystal furnaces would still bring about a massive change in the world beyond worlds. On the whole, it would greatly increase the strength of the world beyond worlds martial practitioners. With internal crystal furnaces, the speed at which martial practitioners could forge weapons would be greatly increased. While those without the materials would still be without them, those with the materials would be able to greatly reduce the time required to forge sacred artifacts. Many years, even decades, or even longer would be required. With internal crystal furnaces, they would be able to forge sacred artifacts very quickly. Wang Pu could naturally understand the significance of this. The geography of Dragon Butterfly Valley can help you succeed? He asked curiously as he looked at Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge smiled. To be honest, it is not just the internal crystal furnace. Chapter 1059. The internal crystal furnace had played an important role in Yan Zhaoge's growth and Broad Creed Mountain's rise. Currently, Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners of the Eight Extremities world were all armed to the teeth in terms of quality and quantity of weapons as they suppressed the other sections. Still, as the cultivation bases of Yan Zhaoge, Yan Di, and the others rose higher and higher, the internal crystal furnace's usefulness decreased as well. Yan Zhaoge had long since been scheming to raise the sect's competitiveness in the current world as much as possible. As for the internal crystal furnace itself, it was like some pills or weapons that could be sold for profit. This way, they could obtain more precious resources to support their development in other areas. From a certain perspective, this would increase the strength of the other sects, erasing a portion of Broad Creed Mountain's advantage. A portion of their advantage would no longer exist as it would be exchanged for advantages in other areas. Therefore, on the whole, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. The internal crystal furnace was already no longer a core secret of the sect. It could be used as a bargaining chip in exchange for more benefits. Meanwhile, Yan Zhaoge was not worried about the sales of this thing. Two opposing powers were both working hard to improve themselves, seeking to suppress and even devour the other. If the peak experts of both sides were fourth-level martial saints, the early seeing divinity stage. If they did not have sufficient materials, then so be it. If they did, they would naturally hope to forge a mid-grade sacred artifact. In a contest between two people who were originally evenly matched, if one was bare-handed while the other had a weapon, victory would virtually be decided. Both sides would originally require a long period of time. Still, if one side saved a great deal of time due to the internal crystal furnace and succeeded in forging their sacred artifact more quickly, they would inevitably be able to seize the initiative and suppress their opponent. The same principle applied to merging avatar martial saints and low-grade sacred artifacts. Of course, they were not as rare as high-grade sacred artifacts. The world beyond worlds had as many experts as there were clouds as well as abundant treasures. If one really wanted a mid-grade sacred artifact, they could attempt to pay a huge price and trade with others. Still, it was likely that there would still be no market for it. It was not difficult for immortal bridge martial saints to forge mid-grade sacred artifacts. Still, the gazes of every immortal bridge martial saint were always fixed on high-grade sacred artifacts. If they had a need for lower-grade spirit artifacts or artifacts, an internal crystal furnace would be able to completely determine the overall situation. For any sect with the will to improve, what would they do if they did not want it and their opponent did? I feel like I'm going to become a big arms dealer. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. In my impression, many arms dealers will go around fanning the flames, secretly creating conflicts, thereby expanding the sales of their arms. Should I use my brain in this area? He seems to be a little too evil. The internal crystal furnace was not the only item that Yan Zhaoge was preparing to trade this time. It was just a part of his plan. Other than searching for his mother, Xue Chuqing, he had come to Kunlun Mountain this time to inspect the various areas of Kunlun Mountain and select a suitable location to complete all kinds of preparations. Afterwards, he collected a great amount of the various precious resources of the world beyond worlds. Currently, Broad Creed Mountain reigned supreme over the Royal Reed Sea, as they could obtain anything they wanted in the Royal Reed Sea so long as they were willing. Outside the Royal Reed Sea, Yen Di had already led his men into the southern Blazing Heaven territory. With the current situation, the southern Blazing Heaven territory was destined to be unable to stop Broad Creed Mountain's Futst, while no one of Broad Creed Mountain had yet to ascend to the human exalt realm. Barring any major accidents, Broad Creed Mountain would definitely become the uncrowned king of the southern Blazing Heaven territory. Yan Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain would also have the greatest authority over the resources of the southern Blazing Heaven territory. Still, this might not necessarily be the case elsewhere in the world beyond worlds. Let alone the central June Heaven territory, the western Turtle Heaven territory, and the eastern Vast Heaven territory. Even the southeastern and northeastern territories that had always been on good terms with Broad Creed Mountain, and even the southwestern Vermilion Heaven territory where the Sword Sovereign's disciple, the southwestern Exalt by Tao, presided over, would not be able to supply Yan Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain with everything they wanted. They would definitely have their own needs and demands, and they would prioritize providing for themselves. This was a very ordinary thing. Wanting to mobilize the resources of the entire world beyond worlds was the authority of Kunlun Mountain's 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Before the opening ceremony, Yan Zhaoge, Yen Di, and the others had not been so ambitious in their expectations. Climbing upwards step by step, reaching a certain height, they would naturally be able to enjoy the privileges they were entitled to. Still, with the northern high peaks Jade Capital Crag behind them now, Yan Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain had sufficient capital to seek even more. Of course, using Jade Capital Crag's name to expand and gain benefits everywhere was definitely out of the question. Jade Capital Crag was still not the only major power in the world beyond worlds. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors had the authority to mobilize the resources of the entire world beyond worlds. Still, some resources were limited at the end of the day, as competition between the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors might still exist. Yan Zhaoge's current plan was to absorb the various resources and treasures that he wanted from a different perspective. Doing this with Jade Capital Crag behind him would allow him to borrow its power. Of course, looking at it from another perspective, this would also allow Jade Capital Crag to obtain more resources and speaking rights. Of the current 3 sovereigns, the Sword Sovereign had risen the latest at the end of the day. While the Concealed Sovereign kept a low profile, the Earthly Sovereign had always been domineering. Yan Zhaoge did not comment on many of the Earthly Sovereign's decisions now. This was because the information he possessed was still very little. He needed to continue observing, as he was not in a hurry to judge. Many a time, what one thought and what one did on the surface were not the same. Therefore, besides the problem of his mother, Yan Zhaoge currently had no objections to the Earthly Sovereign. Still, if he had to choose between the Earthly Sovereign and the Sword Sovereign, he would definitely choose the Sword Sovereign now. It is not just the internal crystal furnace. Wang Pu quickly noticed the main point in Yan Zhaoge's words. To a certain extent, as disciples of the Sword Sovereign's lineage, whether it was Wang Pu or the southwestern exalt Bai Tao, their way of looking at things was different from Nie Jingshan's. Therefore, Wang Pu immediately understood Yan Zhaoge's meaning. Junior apprentice brother Yan, you really have to show your prowess in coming to Kunlun Mountain this time. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Senior apprentice Uncle Yu and the earthly sovereign are both not in the world beyond worlds. The concealed sovereign will likely not take this matter to heart. Even if I make a mess of things, it will still be easy to clean up afterwards. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Wang Pu pondered. His style of doing things was actually more stable and cautious. From the bottom of his heart, he was rather hesitant about Yan Zhaoge's plan. Still, after pondering for a moment, he still nodded, do as you wish. Besides Dragon Butterfly Valley, is there anything else that you need my help with? Thank you first, Senior Apprentice Brother Wang. Yan Zhaoge said, I will be using Dragon Butterfly Valley for my own personal use. I will be doing some preparatory work, not intending to make it public. When it is officially announced to the outside world later, I will be looking for a place in the central June Heaven territory outside of Kunlun Mountain. Still, I will not be staying there permanently. There will be disciples of my Broad Creed Mountain taking care of it. Still, I am unfamiliar with this place at the end of the day and have no foundation at all. Therefore, I would like to ask for some senior apprentice brothers of Jade Capital Crag to oversee it. Chapter 1060. Since Yan Zhaoge's plan could be carried out, in the eyes of bystanders, Jade Capital Crag would definitely be in the know and tacitly agreeing to it. Therefore, it was not important whether or not they had really sent someone over. Even if he was unfamiliar with the place and the people, Yan Zhaoge himself would definitely be able to lay down a solid foundation. Not mentioning the Sword Sovereign's background, his own strength alone was enough for him to dominate any place in the central June Heaven territory outside of Kunlun Mountain. The reason why they had asked Jade Capital Crag to send someone was more to show their attitude. He was willing to share the profits with Jade Capital Crag. If it is inconvenient for Senior Apprentice Brother Jade Capital Crag to make an appearance, I wonder if Senior Apprentice Brother Wang has any sects in the central June Heaven territory that he can trust and is rather close to. Yan Zhaoge added, it is also possible to invite them to participate in this. Wang Pu shook his head. There's no need for that. What's so inconvenient about it? Yan Zhaoge smiled. It would naturally be good to have a senior apprentice brother of Jade Capital Crag watching over us. Still, in order to get things off the ground quickly, expand our momentum and spread the news, we still need the participation of local powers. That's simple. Wang Pu said, follow me. The two of them left the Dragon Butterfly Valley and returned to the northern high peaks Jade Capital Crag. Wang Pu brought Yan Zhaoge to a secluded room. After knocking on the door, a young man who looked to be in his 30s came out to welcome them. Senior Apprentice Brother Wang, Junior Apprentice Brother Yan, what brings you here? The young man smiled and greeted them. His name was Qiu Jiahai, also known as the Hidden Sea Sword, as he was of the 7th level of the Martial Saint Realm, the early Immortal Bridge stage. While he was naturally older than Yan Zhaoge, in terms of his cultivation base, he was still ridiculously young. He was quite kind to others, sly, and flexible. It was almost impossible to tell that he was a great sword cultivator with an aggressive spirit. Among the disciples of Jade Capital Crag, he had the best relationships with the martial practitioners of the outside world, and he had the most connections. Although it appeared to be easygoing most of the time, it was firm and unwavering when it came to key principles. That was why it was called the Hidden Sea Sword. It meant that he was as tolerant as the sea, but there was a sword hidden at the bottom of the sea, its edge still there. When Yan Zhaoge had first arrived at Jade Capital Crag, Wang Pu and Nie Jingshan had introduced him to the people here. Thus, he naturally recognized Qiu Jiahai. Looking at this candidate, he could tell that Wang Pu was indeed doing his best for him and Broad Creed Mountain. Other than Wang Pu himself, Qiu Jiahai was the most suitable candidate for Jade Capital Crag's following plan. There are some things that I'll have to trouble senior apprentice brother Chiu to help me with, Yan Zhaoge laughed as he cupped his hands. Chiu Jiahai smiled and said, what trouble? Just say it. Hearing Yan Zhaoge and Wang Pu's intentions in coming, a surprised look first appeared on Chiu Jiahai's face as he looked at Yan Zhaoge. Oh? Junior apprentice brother Yan actually has such methods. However, he soon laughed, that's true. Compared to the Earth Mother Dao sacrificial ritual, the internal crystal furnace is nothing much. Chiu Jiahai nodded straightforwardly. Okay, I'll be your assistant, but when do we start? Let's first look for a power in the central June Heaven territory outside of Kunlun Mountain, using it as a foundation to facilitate our initial expansion as well as spreading news, Yan Zhaoge said. I wonder if senior apprentice brother Chiu is familiar with any sects. Chiu Jiahai looked at Wang Pu. Wang Pu smiled and said, you're more familiar with people than I am. I'll leave it to you. This naturally requires trustworthy yet reliable people. While Chiu Jiahai was familiar to the point of casually saying such things, Chiu Jiahai still pondered very carefully for a moment. Many seemingly suitable choices immediately appeared in his mind before he filtered through them one by one, finally deciding on the most suitable one. How about Wine Thunder Manor? Chiu Jiahai looked at Wang Pu. Wang Pu thought for a moment before smiling, that would be most suitable. He said to Yan Zhaoge, Wind Thunder Manor is located in the eastern connected cloud mountain range of the central June Heaven territory. It is a dominating power there, and its current manor lord Heng Xianda is also someone who is well connected. Wind Thunder Manor is famed beneath the heavens for artifact forging in the first place. They have branch altars in various places of the central June Heaven territory, spreading their operations very widely. They have also expanded into the other 8 territories, spreading all over the world. Yan Zhaoge smiled, I have heard of the great name of Wind Thunder Manor in the southeast. Still, their branch altars are in the northwestern region of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory, not in the royal Reed Sea. Chiu Jiahai similarly smiled. Wind Thunder Manor has a long history, having been established for over 1,000 years already. They have been on good terms with my Jade capital Crag for many generations. They are completely trustworthy. This was actually the most important point. There were also other choices that were more advantageous in other areas. Still, after much consideration, Chiu Jiahai still recommended Wind Thunder Manor. It is indeed the most suitable choice. Yan Zhaoge nodded. If senior apprentice brother Chiu is free, how about we make a trip to this Wind Thunder Manor together? Chiu Jiahai said, of course. The two took their leave of Wang Pu before Chiu Jiahai led the way with Yan Zhaoge heading east with him. After leaving the domain of Kunlun Mountain, they headed east, traversing a vast region as they gradually arrived in the eastern connected cloud mountain range of the central June Heaven territory. Not long after entering the connected cloud mountain range, the sky before them turned dark. Thunderclouds filled the sky densely with bolts of lightning traversing unceasingly amidst the dark clouds. The phenomenon of thunderstorms gradually appeared in the distant horizon as dense thunderbolts descended from the sky like a torrential downpour, unceasingly hacking down towards the mountain peaks down below. The danger here was virtually comparable to the endless magnetic storms of the clear scenic region of the Royal Reed Sea. That is where Wind Thunder Manor is located. Chiu Jiahai pointed at the ocean of thunderbolts in the horizon. The descendants of Wind Thunder Manor are proficient in artifact forging, drawing the assistance of heavenly thunder as they are rather unique in this regard. Yan Zhaoge nodded. The splendid thunder metal forging art is an ancient art of pre-Great Calamity times. I wonder if the legacy of Wind Thunder Manor is complete. Chiu Jiahai nodded solemnly. The splendid thunder metal forging art of the Wind Thunder Manor's Heng family is a complete legacy. After being analyzed and researched by generations of descendants, it vaguely seems to be surpassing its predecessors. That is rather impressive. Yan Zhaoge's eyes lit up slightly. The arts of this world did not necessarily have to be inferior to those of the past, new to those of the past. A small portion of them had indeed already reached the limits of their own domain in terms of depth and breadth. If they wanted to break through, they could only completely transcend the great Taos of this world. Most existences might have some twists and turns, but on the whole, they were still progressing unceasingly. It was just a pity that the glorious civilizations of pre-Great Calamity times had been dealt a heavy blow, as many techniques which had already attained a considerable level of attainment had been lost. Therefore, the people of post-Great Calamity times could only start anew from the ruins. As a result, some things of the current era seemed crude and immature as compared to those of pre-Great Calamity times. This problem was especially evident in lower worlds like the Eight Extremities world and the Vast Ocean world. In the world beyond worlds, however, the situation was much more optimistic. Yan Zhaoge possessed the complete version of the splendid thunder metal forging art of pre-Great Calamity times. Still, if the Heng family of Wind Thunder Manor was truly able to create something new from their original foundation, Yan Zhaoge would be very interested in seeing it for himself. Chapter 1061. As Yan Zhaoge and Qiu Jiahai neared the area of the thunderstorm, out of courtesy, the two halted, with Qiu Jiahai introducing himself. Soon, the lightning began to weaken until it finally subsided. Although the sky was still covered with dark clouds, the terrifying lightning that seemed to be able to destroy the world had already disappeared. Amidst the mountain ridges, a massive manor appeared before the eyes of the two. The residence floated in midair. Below it were bolts of lightning that seemed to solidify, turning into pillars that supported the residence. Please forgive me for not going out to welcome the two of you. Amidst his words, the main door of the house opened, a tall old man walking out from within, heading towards Yan Zhaoge and Qiu Jiahai. Behind him, many people followed along, solemnly lining up to welcome the two. That old man was a late immortal bridge martial saint in the first place. Now that he was solemnly welcoming two youngsters who were barely a fraction of his age, all the martial practitioners of Wind Thunder Manor present did not find it strange at all. The old man was the current manor lord of Wind Thunder Manor, Heng Xianda. Not including Kunlun Mountain, this elder could be considered a hegemon in the central June Heaven territory. Mr. Qiu, long time no see. After greeting Qiu Jiahai, whom he was familiar with, his gaze fell on Yan Zhaoge by the side. This must be the fallen deity of the Yan family. This old man, Heng Xianda, greets you. Yan Zhaoge smiled, cupping his hands. Manor Lord Heng is polite. It was me who came without warning today. Heng Xianda welcomed the two of them into the mansion and served them tea. Then, he asked curiously, may I know why the two of you have come? It's like this. After Qiu Jiahai stated his intentions, Heng Xianda could not help but feel rather taken aback as he looked at Yan Zhaoge. To be honest, Heng Xianda did not place much importance on the internal crystal furnace. His Wind Thunder Manor had an internal crystal furnace in the first place, and virtually every martial practitioner of Wind Thunder Manor was proficient in artifact forging. The branch altars of Wind Thunder Manor were spread all over the world. In fact, it was the sales network of the various divine weapons that they had forged all over the world. Apart from high-grade and mid-grade sacred artifacts, the Wind Thunder Manor could forge weapons of other grades for their own use. In fact, they could even sell them abroad. Even a mid-grade sacred artifact would occasionally be used to trade. High-grade sacred artifacts. Wind Thunder Manor was one of the few powers outside of Kunlun Mountain that could have an immortal bridge martial saint possessing one. The weapons produced here were renowned throughout the central June Heaven territory and even the entire world beyond worlds. Yan Zhaoge wanted to make use of their network to expand his own business. From a certain perspective, it could be said that he was snatching business from them. Of course, out of respect for Jade Capital Crag, Heng Xianda wouldn't refuse. In the depths of his heart, he actually did not think that Yan Zhaoge would be able to cause much of a disturbance. Indeed, Yan Zhaoge possessed outstanding strength and shocking talent. However, martial Dao cultivation was a different system from artifact forging, alchemy, array formation, and so on. Although they were related to each other, they could not be measured by a unified standard. At first, Heng Xianda had thought that Yan Zhaoge had obtained some treasures due to a fortuitous encounter and wanted to make a move. I wonder what else does Mr. Yan wish to sell other than the internal crystal furnace. I can contact the buyer on your behalf. Heng Xianda said, there should not be a need to scatter them all over the world beyond worlds. Even if there are a great number of them, if they really are good items, they can still be sold. Yan Zhaoge smiled, of course they are good items. There is indeed a great number of them as well as a great variety. The internal crystal furnace is one of them. The number of internal crystal furnaces that I wish to sell is not just 1 or 10. Instead, it is many. He paused for a moment before adding, many, many. Heng Xianda was instantly taken aback, many, many. Internal crystal furnaces. Regaining his wits, the old man was shocked. Yan Zhaoge had specially emphasized that it was many, many. This meant that it was indeed not just a few dozen or even a few dozen. There were hundreds of them at the very least. Heng Xianda spoke no more as he secretly glanced at Qiu Jiahai. He was currently wondering if his family had offended Jade Capital Crag or Broad Creed Mountain in some way such that they had specifically come to deal a blow to his Wind Thunder Manor. The connected Cloud Mountain ranges Wind Thunder Manor's Heng family's greatest asset and business which had drawn Yan Zhaoge and Heng Xianda here was their network of exporting weapons. In other words, they could actually be considered one of the few arms dealers of the world beyond worlds. Yan Zhaoge wanting to make use of their network to sell his items this time was no longer trying to steal their livelihood. Instead, he was trying to smash their livelihood. He did not sell weapons. Instead, he sold the internal crystal furnace which was useful for artifact forging. With the internal crystal furnace, he could totally forge his own artifacts. Would there still be a need for him to come and buy the things of his Wind Thunder Manor? Heng Xianda now fully felt that Yan Zhaoge's visit to seek cooperation had been a lie as he was actually looking for trouble. Thinking of Yan Zhaoge's personal strength as well as Jade Capital Crag's influence, those of Wind Thunder Manor dared not voice their anger. The other members of the Heng family lowered their heads as Heng Xianda unceasingly glanced at Qiu Jiahai. Qiu Jiahai smiled. The reason why he had recommended Wind Thunder Manor to Yan Zhaoge was naturally not to screw him over, nor was it to cause trouble for them. Instead, it was because Yan Zhaoge had mentioned a few other things besides the internal crystal furnace. Qiu Jiahai believed that if those of Wind Thunder Manor knew of one of them, they would not have such expressions on their faces now. Therefore, he remained composed, not feeling anxious in the slightest. Yan Zhaoge similarly ignored the expressions of Heng Xianda and the other Wind Thunder Manor martial practitioners as he said, besides the internal crystal furnace, there is also the spirit divinity heavenly brew, Vajra Thunder. Hearing the words Vajra Thunder, the ears of those of Wind Thunder Manor twitched in unison. Everyone's gazes fell on Yan Zhaoge in unison. If it was anyone else, they would virtually be melted alive by the blazing gazes of those of the Heng family. Yet, Yan Zhaoge remained composed as he continued speaking. Despite knowing that he was being rude, Heng Xianda was unable to hold himself back as he interrupted Yan Zhaoge. Wait a moment, Mr. Yan, please wait a moment. Forgive this old man for being rude, but you seem to have mentioned Vajra Thunder just now. That's right, Yan Zhaoge did not mind being interrupted, I did mention Vajra Thunder just now. Heng Xianda inhaled deeply. Is it the secret treasure of Golden Thunder Mountain's lineage of pre-Great Calamity times, Vajra Thunder? Yan Zhaoge smiled, precisely. Vajra Thunder was a secret treasure possessed by Golden Thunder Mountain, a sacred ground of pre-Great Calamity times. Its effects were miraculous as it was proficient in breaking down the weapons of others. When released, a streak of golden thunder would fly out, automatically pursuing a metal artifact before attaching to it and exploding. It could cause immense damage to an enemy's weapon. Even most sacred artifacts would suffer great damage to their vitality even if they were not destroyed, greatly losing their spirituality. At this time, the owner of the Vajra Thunder would make use of this chance to attack, either gaining the advantage of their weapon or completely destroying their opponent's weapon. If it had originally been a battle between evenly matched opponents, this might be enough to influence the outcome of the battle. Still, to Wind Thunder Manor, the greatest value of this treasure did not lie in its original use. Instead, it lay in its ability to aid their cultivation. Chapter 1062. The martial legacies of Wind Thunder Manor had been developed from the legacies of predecessors after the Great Calamity, forming their own style. At that time, the ancestors of Wind Thunder Manor had obtained a small amount of Vajra thunder left behind from the Great Calamity. After experimenting, they had discovered that the Vajra thunder which was used to counter others was of great help to the martial legacies of Wind Thunder Manor. This discovery caused the martial practitioners of Wind Thunder Manor to feel immense pressure even as they rejoiced. While they had completed Vajra thunder before them, the forging method of Vajra thunder had already been lost. Having obtained the complete splendid thunder metal forging art, it was precisely in order to restore the forging method of Vajra thunder that generations of Wind Thunder Manor had unceasingly researched on artifact forging techniques. Sadly, they had too little completed Vajra thunder, which was far from sufficient for their research. All these years, Wind Thunder Manor had never given up as they had always been working hard. In the end, they did not know whether to laugh or to cry. The Vajra thunder that they yearned for had ultimately been unable to restore its forging method. Wind Thunder Manor's Hung family's proficiency in artifact forging had risen with each generation as they had finally become one of the few major artifact forging experts of the world beyond worlds. They had never been able to forge the Vajra thunder that they wanted to forge. The other weapons that they forged were famed far and wide as they were sought after by the entire world, becoming the current pillar of Wind Thunder Manor's industry. Still, Wind Thunder Manor had always been pursuing the forging method of Vajra thunder. Their high proficiency in artifact forging was not just for sale. Wind Thunder Manor naturally did not lack good weapons as every martial practitioner of Wind Thunder Manor was virtually armed from head to toe. Still, due to the lack of raw materials and various other reasons, Wind Thunder Manor had already gradually reached the ceiling of its development based on the Tao of artifact forging. High-grade sacred artifacts were difficult to forge at the end of the day as the raw materials were in short supply. The Hung family of Wind Thunder Manor could do nothing in this regard. If they wanted to break through the bottleneck and develop further, they still had to rely on themselves at the end of the day. Vajra thunder did not just benefit Wind Thunder Manor martial practitioners in breaking through to the next cultivation level and increasing their number of experts. The peak martial practitioners of Wind Thunder Manor had gradually reached a bottleneck after many years of cultivation as they had to find a way to advance. Therefore, hearing the words Vajra thunder from Yan Zhaoga's mouth, everyone below Manor Lord Hung Xianda could not remain calm. I wonder how much Vajra thunder Mr. Yan has. Hung Xianda composed himself. Mr. Yan can state your price. My Wind Thunder Manor will accept them all. It was also no secret in the world beyond worlds that Wind Thunder Manor was seeking Vajra thunder. Hung Xianda simply spoke openly, not fearing that Yan Zhaoga would raise the price due to his clan's urgency. In any case, he would have to endure this stab. Yan Zhaoga waved his hands. This yen doesn't have a single Vajra thunder on hand. However, if there is a need, I can naturally sell it within a short period of time. Of course, before that, I need to first gather the raw materials before I can begin refining it. Hearing that Yan Zhaoga had not coincidentally obtained a batch of Vajra thunder that he wanted to sell off, instead having grasped the forging method, the gazes of those of Wind Thunder Manor involuntarily blazed even more intensely. Hung Xianda turned his head and exchanged glances with the other elders in the mansion. They all nodded slightly. Since Qiu Jiahai had come together with Yan Zhaoga, with this disciple of the Sword Sovereign vouching for him, there was at least a 99% chance of the truth of the matter being true. There was no need to worry about Yan Zhaoga deceiving him with false words, trying to take advantage of him empty-handed. It's fine. If there is a first batch of Vajra lightning, my Wind Thunder Manor will take them all. Hung Xianda said, we will give Mr. Yan a satisfactory price. Everything will be done according to the rules. Mr. Yan, don't think too much about it. This will not affect our cooperation. It's just that apart from cooperation, our Wind Thunder Manor also wants to be the first batch of customers. Yan Zhaoge smiled. How could that do? With your manor participating in this yen will be able to save a great deal of time and effort in the early stages. There should definitely be some return for such an investment. Of course, of course. Mr. Yen is too polite. Heng Xianda smiled. Mr. Yen seems to be a grandmaster in artifact forging as well. I hope that we will have a chance to interact with each other in the future. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Our sudden arrival just now resulted in Old Manor Lord Heng being forced to halt his artifact forging. I wonder if there are any major problems. Heng Xianda's eyes narrowed slightly into slits before he said smilingly, it's not a big deal. As soon as the splendid thunder metal forging art is interrupted, it usually means that the materials are rendered useless. Yan Zhaoge said rather excitedly, still, I heard that your manor's splendid thunder metal forging art is even more advanced than that of pre-Great Calamity times. I wonder if this Yen can experience it for myself. Heng Xianda's gaze hardened slightly as he spoke rather carefully, oh. Mr. Yen seems to be very knowledgeable about the splendid thunder metal forging art as well. Yan Zhaoge shook his head. To tell you the truth, this Yen indeed possesses the complete version of the splendid thunder metal forging art of pre-Great Calamity times. Therefore, I would very much like to experience the new products of your manor. He paused for a moment before saying, of course, this Yen has no interest in obtaining your manor's secret technique. I just want to see the artifact forged from this new version of the splendid thunder metal forging art. You are polite, Mr. Yen. I was just about to ask for your guidance, Heng Xianda said, directly waving a hand as a streak of purple light flew out from his sleeve. The purple light halted before Yan Zhaoge. It was the embryonic sword of a sword. Streams of purple thunder were still coiling on the surface of the embryonic sword. This was the weapon that Heng Xianda had been in the midst of forging when Yan Zhaoge and Qiu Jiahai had first arrived. His target was a mid-grade sacred artifact. For Heng Xianda, who was already a late immortal bridge martial saint, it was but a slight effort on his part. With his status and identity, he had long since ceased forging mid-grade sacred artifacts. It was just that old friends of his had specially requested a mid-grade sacred artifact personally forged by Heng Xianda for his son. Only then had this old manor lord of Wind Thunder Manor reluctantly made an exception and helped out. Yan Zhaoge merely glanced at it before smiling. It is indeed extraordinary. If it was the original splendid thunder metal forging art of pre-Great Calamity times, the materials would have been rendered useless after the forging was interrupted. While the old manor lord managed to interrupt it this time, the embryonic sword was still left behind. I have let Mr. Yen down, Heng Xianda nodded slightly. This was also a demonstration of his strength. Still, while the embryonic sword was left behind, it would be extremely difficult for him to continue forging it. If someone else were to continue forging it, they would probably be unable to forge a mid-grade sacred artifact as they would only be able to forge a low-grade sacred artifact. If Heng Xianda continued forging it himself, he would still be able to forge a mid-grade sacred artifact. Still, the quality would be very ordinary as he would not be able to display his abilities. At that time, he would inevitably lose face in front of his old friends. He had already long since decided that he would fork out the materials from his own pocket to forge a new mid-grade sacred artifact. He would have to give his old friends a satisfactory answer no matter what. It was just that Heng Xianda would naturally not mention this to Yan Zhaoge and Qiu Jiahai. Looking at the embryonic sword before him, Yan Zhaoge smiled as he reached out and grasped it. Then, he retrieved an internal crystal furnace with his other hand, directly tossing the embryonic sword within. Heng Xianda and the others were all shocked as Yan Zhaoge smiled. We have come presumptuously, disturbing old manor lord Heng's forging of the sword. This Yen truly feels uneasy. Fortunately, it is not too late to mend the pen after the sheep have been lost. In order to express my apologies, I hope that everyone will not laugh at this. Chapter 1063. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, they were all bewildered and uncertain. They suddenly realized that many of their earlier speculations about Yan Zhaoge were probably wrong. Yan Zhaoge did not speak much as he just asked Heng Xianda to prepare a secluded room for him before entering. Placing the sword embryo within the internal crystal furnace, Yan Zhaoge did not say much as he directly drew down thunder, the most orthodox splendid thunder metal forging art. Compared to the splendid thunder metal forging art of the Wind Thunder Manor, it was slightly inferior. Still, just looking at Yan Zhaoge's actions, the expressions of Heng Xianda and the others all turned solemn. Amateurs enjoy the show, while experts appreciate the artistry. While martial practitioners of Wind Thunder Manor with slightly lower cultivation bases might not be able to tell, peak experts like Heng Xianda were able to tell with a single glance that Yan Zhaoge possessed a high level of attainment in the Tao of artifact forging. Forget about the internal crystal furnace and the splendid thunder metal forging technique. Yan Zhaoge circled around the internal crystal furnace, striking out with a palm with every step he took. Traces of light were left behind in the void, and a massive 9-palace grid appeared out of nowhere, enveloping the internal crystal furnace. The lid of the internal crystal furnace opened, and heavenly lightning poured into it. Within the furnace, streams of light interweaved, forming a 9-palace diagram that supported the sword embryo within. Seeing this scene, an old man beside Heng Xianda raised his white eyebrows and secretly transmitted his voice to Heng Xianda. "Third brother, is this the 9 palaces furnace setting technique?" "That should be the case." Heng Xianda nodded solemnly. He suddenly sighed in a low voice, "There's no need to continue watching. This Mr. Yan may look young, but his attainments in the Tao of artifact forging are probably even higher than this old man's." "What a joke. I thought he was just acting on a whim. Now, it seems that if he didn't want to save some preparation time, he wouldn't have come to us at all. Given the things he has on hand, given his skill level, if he were to compete normally, he would easily crush our Wind Thunder Manor's business." The expressions of the other Wind Thunder Manor practitioners changed slightly. Many of them opened their mouths as if they wanted to say something, but in the end, they could not make a sound. Everyone calmed down and pondered over Heng Xianda's words, gradually understanding the meaning behind it. The internal-external 9 palaces stabilizing furnace technique was also an artifact forging technique that had existed before the Great Calamity. Compared to the splendid thunder metal forging art, both had their own uses, and it was hard to say which was better. The Wind Thunder Manor had always been renowned throughout the world for their artifact forging techniques, and were also rather proud of them. The splendid thunder metal forging art had been brought to new heights in their hands, becoming even more exquisite than the ancient techniques of pre-Great Calamity times. Yan Zhaoge's splendid thunder metal forging art was the version from before the Great Calamity. To be fair, it was inferior to the splendid thunder metal forging art that the Wind Thunder Manor had mastered. However, with the splendid thunder metal forging art and the 9 palaces stabilizing cauldron, if he could control them freely and cooperate seamlessly, the effect would be completely different. When forging weapons, be it the success rate, the quality, or the handling of the various details, they all surpassed the Wind Thunder Manor's pure splendid thunder metal forging art. Of course, the difficulty of combining the two techniques was also greater than the sum of its parts. If he could not grasp it well, the result would only be a complete mess, a joke to others. Still, how perceptive was Heng Xianda? While he was not proficient in the 9 palaces stabilizing cauldron art, just from seeing Yan Zhaoge's opening moves, he knew that Yan Zhaoge was extremely proficient in both the splendid thunder metal forging art and the 9 palaces stabilizing cauldron art. It was simply impossible for him to fail. The others were not as proficient as Heng Xianda in the area of artifact forging, as some were higher and some were lower. Still, as time passed and seeing Yan Zhaoge in action, they were gradually able to see through him as well. Therefore, everyone's expressions turned complex. Even if his fortune is great and his luck shocking the heavens as he obtained the complete techniques of 2 great secret techniques, how would he have had the time to analyze and comprehend them at such a young age? A Wind Thunder Manor martial practitioner could not help but sigh. Being proficient in techniques and actually using them were 2 different things altogether. Putting knowledge on paper into practice had never been a simple matter. Heng Xianda muttered to himself, his accomplishments in the martial Tao are even more shocking. Thinking of this, everyone in Wind Thunder Manor could not help but smile bitterly. Due to it being passed down from generation to generation, all of them were rather passionate about artifact forging as they had invested a great amount of time and effort into it. Their accomplishments in the martial Tao were actually comparatively limited. It was fine if they meditated and cultivated normally. However, they were greatly lacking in actual combat and life and death experiences. Even descendants of Wind Thunder Manor could not be said to be low in terms of their average strength as martial practitioners. Still, it was definitely not high either. This could be said to have some gains and some losses. In recent years, the current manor lord Heng Xianda had gradually been paying more and more attention to this problem as he had already begun consciously correcting it. Still, looking at Yan Zhaoge now, Heng Xianda could only smile bitterly. Looking at the other Wind Thunder Manor martial practitioners beside him, he sighed, fallen deity. Everyone else sighed majestically as well, fallen deity. For the current Yan Zhaoge, forging a mid-grade sacred artifact would not take much effort at all. Moreover, that sword embryo was already a semi-finished product. When the sacred artifact was forged, a majestic streak of thunder shot into the horizon, resonating with the heavenly thunder up above. Yan Zhaoge flicked his sleeve, the internal crystal furnace closing as the thunderclouds in the sky gradually dispersed. The illusory nine-palace grid remained in place for a moment before it gradually faded, gradually vanishing. Yan Zhaoge now opened the lid of the furnace once more, yet another streak of lightning instantly flying out. He casually fished it out, retrieving a green sword that was 3 feet long. The patterns on its surface were bright at times whilst dim at others, resembling a thunder dragon that was indistinctly visible amidst the clouds. Manor Lord Heng, please forgive me, Yan Zhaoge handed the sword to Heng Xianda. Heng Xianda brushed his finger across the sword's blade, not speaking. Even if the forging process had not been interrupted and he had forged a sword with all his might, it might still not be able to compare to Yan Zhaoge's reforged sword. After a while, Heng Xianda handed the sword to someone beside him before soundlessly bowing towards Yan Zhaoge. The sword was passed from one Wind Thunder Manor martial practitioner to another. Then, the Wind Thunder Manor martial practitioners all bowed respectfully towards Yan Zhaoge like Heng Xianda. You are too polite. Yan Zhaoge raised his hand slightly, causing them to be unable to continue bowing as they could only straighten their backs. Heng Xianda said, Mr. Yan has truly broadened the horizons of this old man, a frog at the bottom of a well. I hope that there will be a chance for me to seek guidance from the fallen deity in the future. Yan Zhaoge smiled, I dare not seek guidance. What matters is interaction. Watching from the side, Qiu Jiahai felt rather impressed as well. While he had agreed and supported Yan Zhaoge's plans earlier, he had not been completely confident as he had only done his best to help out of friendship. Now, however, he was able to completely set his heart at ease. After the two had finished discussing many matters regarding their initial collaboration with Heng Xianda and left Wind Thunder Manor, Qiu Jiahai sighed in admiration, Junior Apprentice Brother Yan, not only are you powerful in terms of cultivation base, your attainments outside of the martial Tao also leave one sighing in admiration. Yan Zhaoge smiled, I was often lectured by my seniors when I was young, saying that I did not attend to proper duties. The two chatted and laughed as they returned to Kunlun Mountain. Still, on the way, they received a piece of news. The Brocade Emperor who had been missing for many days had finally returned to the world beyond worlds. Chapter 1064. Returning to the northern high peaks Jade Capital Crag, the two met Wang Pu. The first thing Wang Pu said upon seeing him was, It is indeed as you predicted, Junior Apprentice Brother Yan. It was actually Southern Zhuang who failed to meet with the Brocade Emperor earlier. He was rather astonished, I really wonder how Southern Zhuang managed to do it. Whatever method he had used, Zhuangshan having successfully stalled the Brocade Emperor and trapped him for so long was virtually comparable to Yan Zhaoge's feat of resisting the Heaven Emperor. Qiu Jiahai shook his head, sighing, Southern Zhuang has already died beneath Senior Apprentice Uncle Yan's saber. It will be hard for the Brocade Emperor to even get back at him this time. He has always been a person of good standing. It is naturally impossible for him to vent his anger on the remaining people of Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope. He can only forcefully endure the losses he suffered this time. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge's expression turned rather strange. He rubbed his temples lightly, saying in a low tone, "It is hard to say this time." Exchanging glances, Wang Pu and Qiu Jiahai could both tell that Yan Zhaoge was hinting at something. Junior apprentice brother Yan, do you know something? I am not clear on the truth of the matter either, Yan Zhaoge answered. I just have some guesses that have yet to be verified. Wang Pu and Qiu Jiahai grew interested. How so? Yan Zhaoge hesitated slightly before asking, what do you think will happen if the Brocade Emperor has another daughter besides Red Lotus Fu? These words were earth-shattering. Wang Pu and Qiu Jiahai were stunned on the spot. After a long while, Wang Pu was the first to regain his wits, his expression solemn. Nothing might happen, but something major might happen too. He said slowly, if the Brocade Emperor has another daughter besides Red Lotus Fu, it would not be as simple as having an illegitimate daughter. The Brocade Emperor had been a playboy for countless years, yet had never had a son. Many people of the world beyond worlds were secretly criticizing him. Later, he had finally had his only daughter, Fu Ting. In the end, some even suspected that the Brocade Emperor had been cuckolded. It was only when Fu Ting had come of age and roamed the pugilistic world that everyone could tell that she was the Brocade Emperor's flesh and blood that the rumors had gradually died down. However, this was the opinion of the middle and lower classes. Wang Pu and Qiu Jiahai, who were both disciples of the Sword Emperor, naturally knew that things were not so simple. From them, Yan Zhaoge had also verified one of his initial guesses. As the expert of the Grand Clear direct lineage with the highest cultivation base in the current world beyond worlds, the Brocade Emperor Fu Yunqi was indeed analyzing the profundities of grand forgetting emotions, using this as the foundation of his Tao. The Brocade Emperor, who was rather ambitious, hoped to reproduce the complete earlier Heaven 5 manifestations through this. This was actually the reason why the Brocade Emperor had never once touched a single leaf of flowers. After that, only one scoop of 3,000 waters would be taken. This was also the embodiment of this path moving towards a new stage. The Taisheng Wang Qing was not emotionless. As the Brocade Emperor had experienced countless outstanding women throughout the ages, he too had to devote his emotions to them. When he was with everyone, his emotions were pure and passionate. It wasn't until the last person was sublimated to the extreme that Fu Ting, the crystallization of his emotions, appeared. He did have deep feelings for Fu Ting and doted on her. At the very least, before he stepped into the next stage, nothing would change. At the same time, it was sincere and pure. However, if an accident were to happen during the process of cultivation, the situation would be completely different. That would mean that his entire path might go astray. At the end of the day, the Brocade Emperor has already pushed open the door to immortality, breaking away from the restraints of the mortal world. Qiu Jiahai felt rather disbelief. A leakless true immortal would only be perfect and flawless. There shouldn't be any major problems, right? Wang Pu shook his head with a solemn expression on his face. It would be fine if the Brocade Emperor was not so ambitious. Yet, he just had to use this as his foundation. If anything were to happen here, it would immediately be a great calamity. Qiu Jiahai frowned. Having children was the Brocade Emperor's exploration of his Tao path after attaining immortality. He had already long since crossed the barrier between immortals and immortals at that time, possessing a leakless body. Even if something were to happen, he should still be able to adjust himself, right? Junior apprentice brother Qiu, you do not know, Wang Pu sighed. While I do not understand the specifics, I once heard Master mention this. Master once said that the Brocade Emperor Fu was lucky to have attained the Tao that year, and that he would have to be cautious in the future. Wang Pu smiled bitterly. I had always been puzzled by Master's words. Only now do I gradually understand some of them. Qiu Jiahai was taken aback before he too smiled bitterly. Yan Zhaoge put a hand on his head. This really is Actually, he could basically guess that while the Brocade Emperor had been extremely carefree back then, he had also been under pressure. Having been suppressed, Mars Halberd would eventually be able to see the light of day once more. The Grand Clear lineage had helped the dragon race suppress Mars Halberd back then. After Mars Halberd had broken out of the seal, he would definitely have sought them out for revenge. The Brocade Emperor had gradually become a pillar of the Grand Clear direct lineage. This was something that he would have to face sooner or later. Now, this was proven to be the case. Mars Halberd had indeed made a comeback. In the end, it was also the Brocade Emperor who had forced him into retreat. Sadly, having single-mindedly advanced without caring about the consequences back then, he had also sown the seeds of disaster for himself. The warmth and coldness of this was like drinking water. Only he himself knew about it. The Brocade Emperor's attainment of the Tao stemmed from the grand forgetfulness of emotions. If something went wrong here, it would be reflected in his own emotions as well. He just didn't know why the great emperor would make such a careless mistake in such an important matter. He should have only taken one scoop, yet a seed had just been left behind in the other. As a result, out of the 50 great divination numbers, 9 out of 40 were used, with the principle of Grand 1 not being used, forcibly changing from 1 to 2. Cultivation deviation at best, falling from the immortal realm at worst. Yan Zhaoge sighed. It just so happened that an outstanding figure like the Brocade Emperor would probably forcibly reverse his condition, preventing his cultivation from falling. In that case, cultivation deviation would be the result. His expression was rather strange. It shouldn't be schizophrenia, right? Wang Pu looked at Yan Zhaoge. Junior brother Yan, how do you know about this? Also, if I did not hear wrongly, you only asked what would happen if he had another daughter from the start, and not what would happen if he had another son. I cannot be certain whether that is the case or not, Yan Zhaoge said. Like I said earlier, it was a guess that cannot be verified. It is just that, he sighed. Hearing what you said, senior apprentice brother Wang, I increasingly feel that my earlier guess was probably correct. The reason for this guess is still Southern Zhuang. Yan Zhaoge narrated the matter of Meng Wan and her mother Lu Xianting. After hearing it, Wang Pu and Qiu Jiahai could only sigh. Why bother? Wang Pu said quietly, being able to cause the Brocade Emperor to behave so abnormally, I'm afraid that your guess is close to the truth, junior brother Yan. The three exchanged looks. The most pressing question now was already no longer why the Brocade Emperor had become like this. Instead, it was what he would do next. A simple madman was not scary. A rational emperor could also be negotiated with. Still, if an emperor had become a madman, no one could predict what the consequences would be. Chapter 1065. Wang Pu and Qiu Jiahai stared at each other. Qiu Jiahai sighed. Zhuang Nanfang is really, even he himself probably did not think that this would be the result. He most likely just wants to keep the Brocade Emperor busy, unable to rush over to our Broad Creed Mountains opening ceremony. Yan Zhaoge also sighed. After all, he's already an emperor in the true immortal realm. He should be able to make up for it. It was only when you mentioned senior apprentice Uncle Yu's evaluation of the Brocade Emperor that I learnt that the Brocade Emperor probably left behind some hidden dangers when he pushed open the door to immortality, resulting in his current state. Qiu Jiahai asked, why didn't there be a problem earlier or later, but now? If that Meng Wan had grown up in the world beyond worlds, she should be around the same age as Red Lotus Fu. It has been so many years. The corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth twitched. I'm afraid that the Brocade Emperor was completely unaware of this back then, only having heard the news recently due to Zhuang Shen. He should have seen Meng Wan in person this time, with the crisis erupting in the end. There was no need for further words. It was already sufficient for the Brocade Emperor to meet Meng Wan. Qiu Jiahai's eyes widened. How could he not know? Let alone the Brocade Emperor, any random martial practitioner who had some accomplishments in the martial Tao would be able to control whether or not they wanted to keep their seed. Unless he was plucked by someone. Still, there was probably no one in the world beyond worlds who could currently pluck the Brocade Emperor. Plucking the Brocade Emperor without the Brocade Emperor noticing at all was something that no one else could do. Lu Xianting's cultivation base had been far too inferior to that of the Brocade Emperor that year. Who knows what's going on, Yan Zhaoge curled his Li Wangpu said, although this matter seems to have nothing to do with us, it's actually not a trivial matter. In the world beyond worlds, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were no minor matters. Any slight disturbance could affect the entire world beyond worlds. It's not like there's no direct relationship. Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips, he might very well be eyeing my father's Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud or my Tai Fist. Who knew what the Brocade Emperor, whose mind had gone haywire, might do now? The question now is whether the Brocade Emperor can recover. Wang Pu looked at Yan Zhaoge. If the Brocade Emperor had obtained the Tai Fist that year, perhaps there would not be such trouble now. Of course, I am not saying that junior apprentice brother Yan will work for nothing. You can casually state your conditions now, and I believe that ingenious Flying Peak will not bargain at all. Yan Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples, if only it were that simple. I've studied the supreme arts of the Grand Clear lineage over the past few years and have gained some insights as well. He smiled bitterly, the Brocade Emperor's foundation is already set in stone and cannot be changed. Of course, learning the Tai Fist now will be of use to him as it can greatly increase his strength. Still, it is a pity that it can only be used on his current foundation. In other words, there was no way to solve the problem at hand. Instead, it made the madman stronger. Hearing this, Wang Pu felt helpless. Qiu Jiahai pondered for a moment before asking, what exactly is the Brocade Emperor's current state? Is it just a simple delirium, or is it similar to the soul detachment syndrome, where opposing thoughts and consciousness appear? If I were to guess, it would be the latter. Yan Zhaoge raised his head slightly, with the Brocade Emperor having suffered cultivation deviation, the most likely outcome would be a split soul, one passionate while the other emotionless. The journey that the Brocade Emperors will had traversed over the years had been separated into different stages. Before he had given birth to Fu Ting and Meng Wan, he had not been stained by even a single leaf. At this stage, the Brocade Emperor could be described as having 3,000 weak waters, all drained by a single scoop. Of course, if one were to really count the number of women that he had experienced, there would be far more than 3,000 over the course of over 1,000 years. At this stage, he was somewhere between passionate and emotionless. He was completely devoted to every single relationship. Yet, it was like he had countless versions of himself that corresponded to these countless relationships in the past 100 years or so. The Brocade Emperor had stepped into a whole new stage. 3,000 weak waters, only drained by a single scoop. At this stage, he could be said to be devoted or extremely emotional. In the process of changing emotions, the Brocade Emperor's cultivation base had indeed gained hope of improving further. Yet, during this process, the Brocade Emperor had made a mistake for some unknown reason. What should have been many had turned into one, had turned into many instead. Thus, a hidden danger had been sown. Now that the hidden danger had erupted, the exalted Emperor had truly become foolish. Of course, even though he had become foolish, he was still an emperor. And even more dangerous. With just a wave of his hand, innumerable people would die casually. Extreme emotion regressed and fell, yet was unable to return to that first stage where it seemed passionate whilst also emotionless. Yan Zhaoge guessed, instead, a split occurred, with passion and emotionless having been separated. Qiu Jiahai was silent momentarily before he suddenly asked, that is to say that the Brocade Emperor's mind and memories are still clear. He will definitely be able to judge his current state and seek a way to resolve it. In that case, is it possible that he, as Qiu Jiahai said this, he slowly made a chopping motion with his palm. Yan Zhaoge pondered very earnestly for a moment before shaking his head, it is most likely useless. To him, the crux of the matter is not that he currently has 2 daughters. Instead, it is that he had 2 daughters back then. Denying the present cannot change the past. killing one of them cannot allow him to start all over again. Yan Zhaoge paused for a moment before saying softly, instead, killing both of them at the same time, perhaps. Wang Pu said, if junior apprentice brother Yan's words are true and the Brocade Emperor's soul has really split into two, the emotionless one will probably have such a plan. Qiu Jiahai continued, meanwhile, the passionate one will definitely try to stop it. The three of them looked at each other. Yan Zhaoge said slowly, this is all just a guess. Let us first see what exactly is going on with the Brocade Emperor. Qiu Jiahai gazed towards the south. Did he head to the southern Blazing Heaven territory as soon as he returned to take revenge on southern Zhuang and Wudong Slope? Then, he will have wasted all his efforts. With Zhuangshan already dead, Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope had long since left Phoenix Ritual Mountain under the leadership of their new chief, Mao Yuansheng, seeking to live in seclusion. No, that's not right. Halfway through his words, Qiu Jiahai denied his guess. The emotionless one does not just lack love or sympathy. Instead, he does not even have emotions like hatred or rage. Yan Zhaoge nodded, that's right. The emotionless Brocade Emperor does not consider things based on love or hate. Instead, he considers whether it is reasonable or unreasonable, or whether it is beneficial or not. Just because he is emotionless does not mean that he has no desires. Still, in the process of pursuing a goal, he will do things that are beneficial to him and will not do things that are not beneficial. For example, if he wants to return to his original state or advance further, and if taking revenge on Zhuangshan and Wudong Slope is of no help in this, he will most likely not do it. Still. Yan Zhaoge lightly tapped his temple. The passionate one's standard of consideration may very well be the exact opposite. Chapter 1066. Qiu Jiahai looked at Wang Pu and asked, should we inform the concealed sovereign? Wang Pu shook his head. The concealed sovereign is definitely already aware of the Brocade Emperor's return to the world beyond worlds. Still, this is only our guess regarding the Brocade Emperor's current state. There is no actual proof. Of the bigwigs of the world beyond worlds who are still present, the female emperor would definitely not care about this matter, Qiu Jiahai said, and, the Heaven Emperor? Yan Zhaoge and Wang Pu exchanged glances, the three simultaneously shaking their heads. It was already very good of him not to take advantage of the situation. Wang Pu said, whatever the case, the most important thing now is to ascertain exactly what the Brocade Emperor is thinking and verify whether junior apprentice brother Yan's guess is correct. He looked at Qiu Jiahai. Junior martial brother Qiu, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip to the south. Qiu Jiahai nodded. All right. Yan Zhaoge suddenly said, let me go instead. Wang Pu and Qiu Jiahai both looked at him, Qiu Jiahai hesitating for a moment before asking, junior apprentice brother Yan, could it be that towards Red Lotus Fu? Red Lotus Fu's talent is outstanding, and I admire her very much. Still, for the time being, I have no intention of pursuing her. Yan Zhaoge waved his hands. He gently rubbed his temples. Back then, when he had guessed that Meng Wan's father had an extraordinary background, he had thought about it. For the Brocade Emperor, it was hard to say how he would treat this illegitimate daughter who had suddenly appeared. Because he was too unfamiliar, he didn't have feelings for him, so he didn't value him. Because it had caused the Brocade Emperor to end up in his current state, he was instead displeased. Or perhaps, because of the regret, he doubled the compensation, giving her whatever she wanted. The first two possibilities were still fine, but if it was the last one, Yan Zhaoge would have to pay attention to it. Born of the Sacred Sun clan, Meng Wan had never held any obvious enmity towards Broad Creed Mountain. Some of the friction had stemmed from the conflict between the two great sects of the Eight Extremities world that year rather than personal enmity. She and Feng Yunsheng had always been like sisters. However, the Sacred Sun clan had at the end of the day been breached by Broad Creed Mountain. It was fine if Meng Wan didn't have the ability, but what would she do after she had the ability? What sort of stance would the Brocade Emperor have towards this? The current Broad Creed Mountain had the backing of Northern High Peak's Jade Capital Crag. The problem, however, was that the current Brocade Emperor was not normal, as he could not be guessed using normal logic. Especially when the sword's sovereign Yuzhenbei was currently not in the world beyond worlds. Yan Zhaoge could not help but pay attention to this problem. If it were any other martial saint expert descending to the Eight Extremities world, Yan Zhaoge would not care at all. He himself went down as well. With everyone suppressed to the third level of the martial saint realm, he would beat up anyone who dared to find trouble with him to the point where they would never be able to return. However, when a true immortal descends to a lower realm, his cultivation will not be suppressed by the heaven and earth boundaries. It would not be an exaggeration at all to say that if the Brocade Emperor coughed just a little louder, that entire world would directly vanish. If he headed to the Eight Extremities world beneath Broad Creed Mountain in the Royal Reed Sea, Yan Zhaoge would not be able to do anything about it. First, not speaking of the fact that the Brocade Emperor possessed an immortal artifact, any method that would be effective against the Heaven Emperor barehanded would not be effective against him. Of course, this was the worst-case scenario. Meng Wan might not act against Broad Creed Mountain, and the same was true for the Brocade Emperor. In fact, whether Meng Wan was still alive was a question. Therefore, Yan Zhaoge was rather curious about what the Brocade Emperor was thinking now. Moreover, his father was currently leading his fellow disciples in pioneering new territory in the southern Blazing Heaven territory, coincidentally running into the Brocade Emperor who was heading to the south. Fortunately, Shi Jun and the others had already settled down at Jade Capital Crag, and the matters of Dragon Butterfly Valley and Wind Thunder Manor had already been settled. Next, Wang Pu and Qiu Jiahai would naturally help with the preparations. Yan Zhaoge did not mind leaving Kunlun Mountain now. After taking his leave of Wang Pu and Qiu Jiahai, Yan Zhaoge headed south, heading straight for the southern Blazing Heaven territory. Along the way, he received an endless stream of news. With Jade Capital Crag as his backing, Yan Zhaoge was most satisfied with the fact that he could largely borrow the information channels of Northern High Peak's Jade Capital Crag. While it was definitely impossible for him to grasp all of them, Wang Pu still gave him some preferential treatment in this regard. Therefore, ever since the opening ceremony, Yan Zhaoge had suddenly felt that his eyes and ears had become sharper in the world beyond worlds, as he was no longer shrouded in mystery. The latest news was that the Brocade Emperor had first arrived at the headquarters of Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope. That place was already deserted. After staying there for a short while, the Brocade Emperor immediately left in search of those of Wudong Slope who had moved away. Is it because of Zhuangshan's earlier actions for revenge, or is it something else? Yan Zhaoge pondered. When he had left the central June Heaven territory and entered the southern Blazing Heaven territory, the latest news arrived. The Brocade Emperor had said that he would not be looking for trouble with Mao Yuansheng and the others. He had only come to the south to look for a single person, just needing to inform him of their whereabouts. The first name that popped up in Yan Zhaoge's mind was Lu Xianting, Meng Wan's mother. I wonder what the outcome will be. Yan Zhaoge traversed the region of Thousand Lakes. This was the northern gate of the southern Blazing Heaven territory, which was connected to the central June Heaven territory. When Yan Zhaoge had rampaged through the south that year, Peng He, Qing Shizi and the others had thought that he would head north from here and leave the south. Passing through the region of Thousand Lakes and heading south was the endless mountain range that Yan Zhaoge had previously visited. As Yan Zhaoge journeyed south, more news arrived as well. Phoenix Crying Southern Territory, Mao Yuansheng had finally appeared and left after a brief encounter with the Brocade Emperor. The Brocade Emperor had indeed not made things difficult for him. After Mao Yuansheng had left, the Brocade Emperor did not linger, as he instead went to the flood plains in the southeast of the southern Blazing Heaven territory. Finally, he stopped above a great lake in the north of the plains. Star Reflecting Lake was a famous scenic spot of the flood plains that was renowned throughout the entire southern Blazing Heaven territory, as it was rather famous in the world beyond worlds. After arriving at Star Reflecting Lake, the Brocade Emperor stopped and did not leave. His power completely sealed off the surrounding heavens and earth around Star Reflecting Lake. When others arrived there, they were unable to get close, as they could only watch from afar, awaiting the arrival of stronger experts. Wang Pu had sent news that the matter had already drawn the attention of Southern High Peaks Qilin Cliff. The Earth Exalt Wang Jingcheng had also dispatched disciples to the south to investigate the situation. Yan Zhaoge headed south, arriving at the flood plains. Gazing far away, one could see a black hemisphere in the horizon that was incomparably massive as it was inverted above the Great Earth. As one got closer, one would discover that it was not pure black. Instead, it was half white and half black as they intermingled, resembling Taiji. This hemisphere was located at Star-Reflecting Lake. Currently, the entire lake was enveloped by this black and white hemisphere. As Yan Zhaoge approached the black and white hemisphere, he discovered that there were people gathered in twos and threes in the surroundings, similarly observing the situation. Yan Zhaoge was rather familiar with two of them. One was his second apprentice uncle Fang Zhuan of Broad Creed Mountain, and the other was the personal disciple of the Brocade Emperor of Ingenious Flying Peaks Red Lotus Cliff, He Shixing. Fang Zhuan had previously battled alongside Yan Di in the southern Blazing Heaven territory. He Shixing had specifically come to the south to look for the Brocade Emperor after having been reminded by Yan Zhaoge not long ago. In the end, not long after he had arrived, the Brocade Emperor had returned to the world beyond worlds, even coming to the southern Blazing Heaven territory. Still, He Shixing felt helpless at the fact that he had yet to see his master even once even now. Chapter 1067. Embracing Taiji, He Shixing, a late immortal bridge martial saint. He was a proud disciple of the Brocade Emperor Fu Yunqi, a peak descendant of Red Lotus Cliff. In the world beyond worlds, he had always been renowned alongside Nie Jingshan, Qing Shizi, and the others. While his reputation was not as resounding as Nie Jingshan's, he was still a peak expert of the world beyond worlds' younger generation. Standing at the peak of the 9th level of the martial saint realm, only a step away from becoming a human immortal, he was one of the people who had the highest chance of becoming an exalt. When talking to Yan Zhaoge about their fellow disciples, Fu Ting was full of praise for He Shixing. Yan Zhaoge had met him once when he had first come to Ingenious Flying Peak. Afterwards, due to Yan Zhaoge's reminder, He Shixing had come to the south in an attempt to investigate the whereabouts of the Brocade Emperor. Now that the person had been found, He Shixing was not happy at all. "Master, what is your purpose in coming here?" After greeting Yan Zhaoge, He Shixing gazed once more at the black and white hemisphere in the distance, a perplexed expression on his face. Glancing at him, Yan Zhaoge hesitated for a moment. In the end, he still did not tell Wang Pu and the others about their guesses. Through sound transmission, he revealed some information to Fang Zhuan. Hearing his words, a strange light instantly flickered in Fang Zhuan's eyes. Although his heart was in turmoil, his expression didn't change, and he was as calm as usual. After a while, he excused himself to He Shixing and left as if nothing had happened. He had to contact the others of Broad Creed Mountain as soon as possible, making preparations early on. Yan Zhaoge remained where he was, gazing at that black and white hemisphere alongside He Shixing. There was no point in being anxious now as they could only wait patiently. Not long after, more people arrived from the north. Gazing back, Yan Zhaoge and He Shixing saw that the newcomer was garbed in ochre clothes, his expression heavy. Li Juanxin. After seeing that person's appearance, a name leapt into Yan Zhaoge's mind. He was the disciple of Wang Jingcheng, the Earth Sovereign's grand disciple, the Earth Spirit Lord Li Juanxin. He was also a late immortal bridge martial saint, being on par with He Shixing and Qing Shizi. The grandeur of the event was even slightly greater than He Shixing and Qing Shizi, and it was only slightly inferior to Nie Jingshan. The Heaven Primordial Emperor had said that apart from his disciple Qing Shizi, there were 3 other people who were extremely likely to become exalts within a short period of time. He was referring to Nie Jingshan, Li Juanxin, and He Shixing. The Earth Exalt Wang Jingcheng's seniority in the world beyond worlds was extremely high. Li Juanxin's seniority was extraordinarily high as well. However, Li Juanxin was not arrogant at the moment. He only looked solemnly at the huge black and white hemisphere that enveloped the star-reflecting lake. Seeing Yan Zhaoge, his gaze wavered slightly before he took the initiative to step forward. "Long time no see, fellow Daoist," Li Juanxin greeted. "Fellow Daoist Yan, this is the first time we've met." Yan Zhaoge and He Shixing returned the greetings, fellow Daoist Li. As the three of them stood together, the surrounding people who had rushed over to check on the situation shifted their attention away from the black and white hemisphere. Instead, they paid attention to the three of them. One was a personal disciple of the Brocade Emperor, the other a grand disciple of the earthly sovereign. There was also a junior apprentice nephew of the Sword Sovereign. Even if one did not look at his background, it was clear that he had caused great waves in recent years as he was the most famous figure of the world beyond world's younger generation. Standing together, while Yan Zhaoge's cultivation base was the lowest, he attracted the most attention. During Broad Creed Mountain's opening ceremony, Yan Di had slain the southern exalt Zhuang Shen, shocking the entire world. Still, before this, Yan Zhaoge had also held the upper hand in his battle against Zhuang Shen. An immortal bridge martial saint had beaten a human exalt to the point where it was hard for him to withstand. This had naturally drawn worldwide attention. This was even more so when Yan Zhaoge had mightily resisted the Heaven Emperor afterwards. Let alone the fact that Li Juanxin and He Shixing had yet to attain the human exalt stage. Even if they had, they might not be able to do anything to Yan Zhaoge. Still, Yan Zhaoge felt somewhat wary. He vaguely felt that there seemed to be someone here who could truly threaten him. It was just that this feeling was extremely vague, as it seemed like a misconception. "How long has the Brocade Emperor been like this?" Li Juanxin now asked softly. He Shixing inhaled deeply. "It has already been close to a full day." Yan Zhaoge and Li Juanxin both frowned, not speaking. Everyone was silent as they just gazed at that black and white hemisphere. After who knew how long, Yan Zhaoge's heart suddenly jolted. Then, that black and white hemisphere began collapsing, becoming flat as it finally transformed into a Taiji diagram. The Taiji diagram rotated, shrinking towards its center. As the black and white faded, the star-reflecting lake which had been enveloped earlier finally saw the light of day once more. Everyone's eyes lit up. The scenery of the lake was indeed intoxicating. Bright starlight was reflected on the surface of the lake, beautiful and majestic, profound as one would not be able to leave after seeing it. Could this be the place where the Brocade Emperor and Lu Xianting met that year? Yan Zhaoge wondered. It is indeed a good place to pick up girls. While the black and white Taiji diagram was shrinking, no one here dared to approach it as they still observed it from afar. There was only the Brocade Emperor Fu Yunqi's disciple He Shixing who strode forward, slowly walking towards the center of the Taiji diagram, which was also the center of star-reflecting lake. Looking at Li Juanxin beside him, Yan Zhaoge saw that Li Juanxin was also looking at him. The two retracted their gazes, walking towards the center of the lake as well. The scenery of star-reflecting lake was beautiful, vaguely exquisite and graceful. Still, the entire lake actually occupied a very large area. At the center of the lake were a few small islands. They were all very small as they resembled the scattered stars of the universe. Following their senses, Yan Zhaoge, He Shixing and Li Juanxin ascended one of the small islands. The island was lush and green, the scenery beautiful. Still, the trio was not in the mood for scenery at this moment. Their gazes traversed through the dense forest, falling on the side of a clear spring within the forest. There were two people seated facing each other there. Beside them was a grave. From the difference in the soil and the surrounding environment, it was an old grave that had been moved over from somewhere else. Under the control of martial experts who possessed the strength to move mountains and fill the seas, there was no need to excavate the coffin or corpse of the deceased at all when moving a grave. They could just dig up the entire area around the grave before moving it over to the new location and relocating it there. For example, Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope had already long since moved away from their original headquarters, the graves of their predecessors having been moved away by Mao Yuansheng and the others as well. A tombstone stood before the grave. Looking at the words inscribed on it, Yan Zhaoge raised his head slightly. So Lu Xianting has long since passed away. The Brocade Emperor had indeed been looking for Lu Xianting when he had asked the martial practitioners of Phoenix Ritual Mountain about the whereabouts of a certain person. From the looks of it now, Lu Xianting had long since passed away and been buried. The Phoenix Ritual Mountain martial practitioners who had been moved earlier had brought the graves of their predecessors along with them. Afterwards, they had been handed over to the Brocade Emperor by Mao Yuansheng. The Brocade Emperor had moved Lu Xianting's grave here at Star-Reflecting Lake. Yan Zhaoge gazed at the two people seated facing each other before the grave. One of them was a handsome middle-aged man who appeared to be in his 40s. She wore a snow-white robe with a red robe on the outside. Her long hair was not tied up but let down behind her. This was none other than one of the world beyond world's 5 emperors, the Brocade Emperor, Fu Yunqi. Chapter 1068. Opposite the Brocade Emperor Fu Yunqi sat a woman. To others, it was very unfamiliar. While Yan Zhaoge was extremely familiar with it, it had already been more than 10 years since he had last seen it. She was still bright and fresh, and her facial features were almost flawless. She had a pair of deer-like eyes that were quick-witted yet delicate, causing one to be unable to help but feel tender towards her. Compared to when she was young, the accumulation of time did not fade away her spiritual aura. Instead, it was even more refined, as if she was the embodiment of heaven and earth. She was not as dazzling as Fu Ting, but she also had her own style, not losing out in the slightest. It was Meng Wan. In the past, the 8 Extremities World's Sacred Sun Clan's Maiden of Extreme Yin had suppressed all others many times, wielding the Extreme Yin crown. Afterwards, it had been brought to the world beyond worlds by those of the Radiant Light sect. After the Grand Xian dynasty had broken through the Radiant Light sect, it had been pitifully defeated by Feng Yunsheng, with the Extreme Yin crown finally falling into the hands of Feng Yunsheng and Broad Creed Mountain. Meanwhile, Meng Wan had been brought away by the son of the Southern Exalt Zhuang Shen, Zhuang Chaohui, who was passing by. Since then, his whereabouts were unknown. When Yan Zhaoge had rampaged through the south that year, other than the 9 bends Yellow River Formation that had buried Peng He, Zhang Shuren, Yuan Xiancheng and many other Phoenix Ritual Mountain experts at Circumference Mountain, he had also captured some Phoenix Ritual Mountain martial practitioners to inquire about Meng Wan's whereabouts. Still, he had gained nothing. It seemed like only Zhuang Shen, Mao Yuansheng, Peng He, Zhuang Chaohui, and the other core Phoenix Ritual Mountain martial practitioners knew about this. Seeing Meng Wan again now, Yan Zhaoge observed her and saw that her complexion was not bad. While she could not be said to have been living well these past few years, she definitely had not been wronged. Looking at her, Yan Zhaoge sighed. Thinking of Feng Yunsheng whom he had not seen for many years, he could not help but shake his head and smile bitterly. Meng Wan sat there quietly, her mind at peace. Still, her attention was clearly placed on the Brocade Emperor before her at this moment as she could not be distracted by anything else. This was because this handsome middle-aged man in front of her, although his gaze was fixated on the grave beside him most of the time, when his gaze occasionally landed on her, it made her feel slightly uneasy. It was a very strange gaze. If it was just pure killing intent, hostility, malice, Meng Wan wouldn't have felt uneasy. Yet, the Brocade Emperor's gaze seemed to be flickering unceasingly. The flickering was so frequent that it could be mistaken as unchanging. Actually, however, the Brocade Emperor's eyes were fluctuating between warmth and indifference. In the blink of an eye, countless exchanges occurred. It was not just Meng Wan who was like this. The Brocade Emperor Fu Yunqi's gaze was flickering unceasingly at all times. It was just that there were no changes in the expression on the Brocade Emperor's face at all, as his aura was stable as ever, looking just like before. Li Juanxin did not notice anything abnormal for the time being. However, Yan Zhaoge, who already had his suspicions, and He Shixing, who was familiar with his master, vaguely noticed something amiss. This disciple greets master. While He Shixing was puzzled, he still first went forward to greet the Brocade Emperor. Li Juanxin caught up as well, greeting the Brocade Emperor. Greetings, Brocade Emperor. Yan Zhaoge did the same as Li Juanxin. Still, even as he paid attention to the Brocade Emperor, he was also observing his surroundings. The sense of crisis in his heart just now was even more intense now. Suddenly, his gaze was like lightning as he turned his head and looked into the distance. Yan Zhaoge's gaze traversed space, landing on the peak of a mountain peak by the shores of star-reflecting lake. At the same time, Yan Zhaoge felt a gaze land on him from there, their gazes meeting. The space between the mountain peak by the lake and the small island at the center of the lake distorted at this moment, thunder and lightning appearing out of nowhere. The originally calm surface of star-reflecting lake suddenly rose and fell. Huh! A rather surprised voice seemed to resound by Yan Zhaoge's ear. Now, he could clearly see the other party's appearance. On the peak of the mountain that was filled with craggy rocks and dense forests, there was a rather conspicuous, well-made wooden armchair that was filled with a strong aura of culture. A purple-clothed youth with a rather pale complexion reclined on the wooden armchair. He had a lazy look on his face as he seemed to be in no mood to do anything. Still, this youth was no longer so listless as he looked at Yan Zhaoge through the corner of his eye. Seeing his appearance, Yan Zhaoge naturally recognized him as the current head of the world beyond world's 10 exalts, the number 1 martial saint, the upper exalt Chen Qianhua. Chen Qianhua was currently appraising Yan Zhaoge. He had arrived earlier than He Shixing, Fang Zhuan and the others as he was the first to arrive. Having always been used to doing things his own way, Chen Qianhua only cared about watching the show, not intending to interact with anyone else. While he did not reveal his tracks, he did not intentionally conceal himself as well. Even so, however, besides the Brocade Emperor, no one else discovered his existence. Chen Qianhua did not care at all as he waited in utter boredom for the show to begin. When the black and white hemispheres vanished, star-reflecting lake saw the light of day once more and the Brocade Emperor revealed his true form. Chen Qianhua paid more attention to the small island at the center of the lake. However, he suddenly discovered that someone other than the Brocade Emperor had detected his existence, even locating him with a single glance. He immediately gazed over. After appraising him and recognizing that it was Yan Zhaoge, a hint of a smile involuntarily appeared at the corners of Chen Qianhua's mouth. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. A low, clear voice now resounded by his ear, "You are indeed not simple to be able to detect Chen Qianhua's location." Retracting his gaze, Yan Zhaoge turned and saw that the Brocade Emperor was currently looking at him as well. Meeting the Brocade Emperor's gaze, Yan Zhaoge's heart jolted slightly as he was even more certain that while this true immortal before him seemed normal, as he had expected, he was in an extremely unstable state. At this moment, he is probably locked in a battle with the heavens at all times. Yan Zhaoge thought, passion and unfeeling have truly split and opposed each other. It is just that they have temporarily reached a delicate equilibrium with neither being able to gain a clear upper hand. This state of the Brocade Emperor was the situation that Yan Zhaoge least wanted to see. Whether it was passion or unfeeling, there were general patterns and clues that could be followed which would allow one to determine what kind of method and attitude one should use to deal with them. Now, however, it was ever-changing and unpredictable. Far away on the mountaintop by the lake, Chen Qianhua had no intention of approaching as he just laughed happily. This trip has really not been in vain, he laughed so hard that he rocked back and forth. Right, this is it. This is what makes it interesting. While the Brocade Emperor was aware of Chen Qianhua's existence, his expression was calm at this moment as he just looked mildly at Yan Zhaoge. "I wanted to meet you long ago, yet kept delaying it. Only today can we be considered to have truly met." Yan Zhaoge said, "You overpraise me, Brocade Emperor." "Little daughter." The Brocade Emperor smiled, looking at Meng Wan, "Not this little daughter, but my eldest daughter, Red Lotus Er." Red Lotus Er was Fu Ting's nickname which had always only been used by her parents as the other seniors of her lineage could not call her that. The Brocade Emperor said, "It was thanks to your help that Red Lotus Er met with trouble that day." Yan Zhaoge cupped his hands. Sadly, some regrets were still left behind. This Yan feels greatly regretful. Chapter 1069. Yan Zhaoge's words were vague as he was naturally referring to Fu Ting's knowledge of the name of the immeasurable heavenly lord, which had ultimately still not been properly resolved even now. Hearing his words, the Brocade Emperor nodded before saying very naturally, having mistakenly entered the territory of the immortal court and heard of the name of the immeasurable heavenly lord, there was nothing we could do about it. Yan Zhaoge's pupils abruptly dilated, his head going numb as all the hairs on his body virtually stood on end. The Brocade Emperor had not been communicating with him via sound transmission earlier. Instead, he said it out loud in front of everyone. There were even some whose voices weren't loud, but they spread far and wide, spreading to the surrounding world. The Brocade Emperor did not need to expend any effort to make his voice resound throughout half of the southern Blazing Heaven territory. Right beside them, He Shixing and Li Juanxin were able to hear what the Brocade Emperor was saying immediately. As the proud descendants of the Brocade Emperor and the Earth exalt, the two of them knew many secrets. He even vaguely knew that the immortal court was an existence that opposed Buddhism. However, the name of the immeasurable heavenly lord was an absolute taboo even for them who were late immortal bridge martial saints. It was impossible that the Brocade Emperor was unaware of this. Therefore, even though He Shixing had heard of the immortal court in the past, it was only limited to this concept. He had no idea what it was, let alone know about the immeasurable heavenly lord. But now, he stood there in astonishment. The name of the immeasurable Empyrean flashed through his mind. While he was curious, a strange feeling rose in his heart. This feeling came out of nowhere and seemed to be there, but it made He Shixing feel as if there was something extra in the bottom of his heart. But when he tried to smell it, it felt like there was nothing at all. It was just his imagination. However, He Shixing suddenly had a bad premonition. Meanwhile, Li Juanxin was also paying close attention to the Brocade Emperor's movements. As he heard the name of the immeasurable heavenly lord now, he felt the same as He Shixing. As the Brocade Emperor's voice spread, those who were paying attention to this matter by the borders of star-reflecting lake naturally heard what the Brocade Emperor had said. Everyone was confused. Immortal court, immeasurable heavenly lord, what's that? While they were perplexed, they also felt that there seemed to be a special existence in their hearts, faintly discernible. Chen Qianhua, who was at the top of the mountain beside the lake, blinked and stood up from his armchair. He clapped his hands and said, "Well done." Beside the Brocade Emperor, Meng Wan was also rather dazed now. Still, like everyone else apart from Yan Zhaoge and Chen Qianhua, she did not realize what exactly all that had just happened signified. That's why I say that I hate lunatics. Yan Zhaoge placed his left hand on his forehead, raising his right hand upwards. The myriad dragon palace appeared, its doors opening. A black iron wheel was spinning inside. There were 12 holes on the wheel, and 9 of them were shining. It was the dim radiant wheel. The rotation of the black iron wheel suddenly stopped, and the light in the holes on the wheel dimmed down. Only one of them was emitting a bright light. Radiance shot up into the sky, scattering in all directions as it formed a barrier of light which expanded rapidly, surpassing the speed at which the Brocade Emperor's voice was transmitted. Finally, the light barrier transformed into a hemisphere which enveloped the vast area surrounding star-reflecting lake, isolating the Brocade Emperor's voice within. The seemingly ordinary and formless sound waves appeared at this moment. Like a tidal wave, they constantly battered against the light shield, and then bounced back. Fortunately, the Brocade Emperor had no intention of breaking through the light shield as he did not mind that his voice had been obstructed. He completely ignored Yan Zhaoge's actions, seemingly completely unaware of what the consequences of his earlier actions would be. This true immortal's tone was still mild as he continued, "Little friend Yan, your sect, Broad Creed Mountain, will be attempting to occupy the southern Blazing Heaven territory next, right? If that is so, I have something to ask of you." Looking at the grave beside him, he sighed, "I got to know Xianting here that year, falling in love with her. Still, I let her down in the end. Now that she is dead, I can only follow her wishes and bury her here. I hope that you will not disturb her when Broad Creed Mountain occupies the southern Blazing Heaven territory. If you can take care of her, I will first thank you here." With that, he even half-bowed towards Yan Zhaoge. Even though Yan Zhaoge had the backing of the exalted gold luminary and the sword sovereign, it was still shocking for the Brocade Emperor to do this as a true immortal. He Shixing and Li Juanxin both looked shocked at the Brocade Emperor, let alone those by the lake in the distance. The corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth twitched as he did not feel honored at all. He had a strange expression on his face as he looked first at He Shixing and then at Meng Wan. He Shixing could currently be said to be the disciple that the Brocade Emperor was most proud of. Meng Wan was also the Brocade Emperor's daughter. Yet, this emperor had not held back in mentioning the immeasurable Heavenly Lord in front of them and acted as if nothing had happened afterwards. It must be known that it was not that the latent problems brought about by the immeasurable Heavenly Lord had disappeared after He Shixing and Meng Wan had attained the human exalt stage. Those who were already human exalts would not be affected by the name of the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. Still, the problem still existed for those who had first heard the name of the immeasurable Heavenly Lord before becoming human exalts. As long as they do not come looking for trouble, our sect has no intention of exterminating Wudong Slope. Yan Zhaoge used the dim radiant wheel to isolate the heavens and the earth from the outside as he casually spoke to the Brocade Emperor. Moreover, the dead are already gone. We will not make things difficult for your lover. The Brocade Emperor and Meng. Yan Zhaoge paused for a moment, looking at the Brocade Emperor and Meng Wan. The Brocade Emperor smiled. Fu Meng Wan. This is the name that Xianting gave to Wan, Yan Zhaoge nodded. If the Brocade Emperor and Miss Fu do not mind, our sect will order people to take care of Star Reflecting Lake, not letting anyone disturb the resting place of the dead. Since that is so, I thank young Master Yan first. Meng Wan rose, bowing towards Yan Zhaoge as well. Her current expression was tranquil as it was more of a calm and composed attitude as she calmly watched the storm. Meng Wan was definitely not calm at all regarding the greatest change in her life. It was just that she could only go with the flow now. The Brocade Emperor now continued, I am eternally grateful for little friend Yan's hospitality. I will have to trouble your sect in the future. I would rather like to visit the place where Wan, grew up. Wan, rather misses the master who raised her that year. I should properly thank her for this. Everyone, please disperse. With that, he nodded towards Meng Wan, holding her hand as he strode forward, purple qi surging all around him as they vanished from the spot. The upper exalt Chen Qianhua stared at Yan Zhaoge for a long time, a look of hesitation appearing on his face as he seemed troubled over whether he should stay behind and interact with Yan Zhaoge or continue following the Brocade Emperor. Finally, he glanced regretfully at Yan Zhaoge before turning and leaving as well. The light barrier of the dim radiant will did not obstruct the departure of the Brocade Emperor and Chen Qianhua. Instead, it continued to be maintained, keeping those who had also intended to leave after seeing the Brocade Emperor vanish. He Shixing looked strangely at Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. Do not be in a hurry to leave, fellow Daoist he. There are some things that you need to know first. Chapter 1070. He Shixing and Li Juanxin, who knew the truth, had extremely interesting expressions on their faces. Li Juanxin's first reaction was to look at He Shixing. After He Shixing recovered from his initial shock, apart from embarrassment, he could only smile bitterly. Yan Zhaoge and the three of them exchanged glances, all feeling deeply helpless. The name of the immeasurable Heavenly Lord was a taboo existence to the entire world beyond worlds. Everyone in the know was tight-lipped and would not take the initiative to leak it. Even when the Heaven Emperor and Zhuangshen had been at loggerheads with Broad Creed Mountain and Golden Court Mountain back then, they had never had such thoughts. On one hand, it was because they were all from the orthodox Taoism and were unwilling to let the immortal court and the immeasurable Heavenly Lord take advantage of them. On the one hand, it was because this method was mutual. If you can do this to my people, I can also do the same to your people. Therefore, besides the upper exalt Qin Qianhua whose thoughts were hard to fathom, the other peak experts of the world beyond worlds who were in the know all stood by this common understanding and bottom line. Perhaps it was because he didn't take it to heart, or perhaps it was due to some other reason, the upper exalt Qin Qianhua had never leaked any information regarding the immeasurable heavenly lord and the immortal court. Who would have thought that it would be the brocade emperor, Fu Yunqi, who was the first to cross the line today? Li Juanxin's expression was solemn and he did not say a word. Yan Zhaoge could generally understand his feelings. As the saying went, getting shot while passing by was precisely this. I still have to inform the Earth Exalt about what happened today as soon as possible, Yan Zhaoge sighed. Li Juanxin nodded silently. After a while, he said, I will return to the Qilin Cliff to report to my master and inform His Majesty, the concealed sovereign. I will have to trouble the two of you to look after this place for the time being. After calming himself down, he turned around and headed north. Yan Zhaoge forced a smile as he looked at He Shixing. Can I ask fellow Taoist He to help me look after this place? The place that the Brocade Emperor will be heading to next is precisely the lower world where my Broad Creed Mountain originates, the Eight Extremities world. My Broad Creed Mountain is currently in charge of that place. Still, in order to avoid neglecting the Brocade Emperor, this Yan should still personally make a trip there. He said, I will invite the Southeastern Exalt over to oversee this matter first. When Kunlun Mountain receives the news, we will see what arrangements we can make in the future. He Shixing cupped his hands towards Yan Zhaoge. Just go ahead, Taoist Yan. This he will not shirk his responsibility. At this moment, he had completely calmed down. Although he was also a victim and his future was uncertain, he was as calm and capable as before. As a direct descendant of the Grand Clear direct lineage, she possessed outstanding strength as well as being an expert of the 9th level of the martial saint realm. As he currently sat over Star Reflecting Lake, the people here were naturally immediately recruited and controlled, not allowing them to leak out. Although the people who were left behind were slightly dissatisfied with his appearance, they all endured it. This matter involved a great emperor, and it was a taboo for a group of people to spy on the situation. It was only natural that he had been left behind by those of the Brocade Emperor's lineage to await his punishment. After taking his leave of He Shixing, Yan Zhaoge quickly headed east, heading straight for the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. The wound of the sky that connected the world beyond worlds to the Eight Extremities world was located in the southeastern Yang Heaven territory's Royal Reed Sea's Spirit Inheritance region, at the back mountain of the current Broad Creed Mountain. If ordinary people wanted to head to the Eight Extremities world from the world beyond worlds, if they did not have an accurate spatial marker, they would only be able to pass through the wound of the sky at the back mountain of Broad Creed Mountain. However, to a true immortal emperor, normal rules might not be applicable. Still, who knew how the Brocade Emperor would go to the Eight Extremities world? Therefore, Yan Zhaoge could only first return to Broad Creed Mountain in the Royal Reed Sea as soon as possible. Moreover, the upper exalt Qin Qianhua seemed to want to join in on the fun. Having never truly met him face to face, Yan Zhaoge's understanding of Qin Qianhua was limited to some rumors. Meeting him for the first time today, his words had caused Yan Zhaoge to instinctively feel that this person was probably not easy to deal with. This matter was already hard to predict in the first place. Now, many more variables have arisen. Yan Zhaoge curled his lips, lightly rubbing his temples. After a long and arduous journey, Yan Zhaoge passed Circumference Mountain and returned to the Royal Reed Sea. Upon returning to Broad Creed Mountain and seeing that nothing seemed out of the ordinary, Yan Zhaoge's heart was at least half at ease. Descending to the top of Heaven Rising Peak, he saw Yuan Jingfeng and Fang Zhuan emerging from the Great Hall. Looking at Fang Zhuan, Yan Zhaoge inwardly sighed in relief. Due to his reminder, Fang Zhuan had first left Star Reflecting Lake and returned to Broad Creed Mountain. Wanting to obstruct the Brocade Emperor's footsteps was naturally not too realistic. Other than informing his fellow disciples of Broad Creed Mountain in the Royal Reed Sea, Fang Zhuan had more importantly informed those of Broad Creed Mountain in the Eight Extremities world. This was lest someone unknowingly offend the Brocade Emperor. After all, with Mengwan having traveled with the Brocade Emperor, many Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners recognized this maiden of extreme Yin of the Sacred Sun clan that year. In the end, Feng Zhuan had managed to avoid a tribulation as he had not been as unlucky as he Xixing, Li Juanxin and the others. Zhaoge, having personally come back, does this mean that the Brocade Emperor is really coming? Yuan Zhengfeng asked. Yan Zhaoge clicked his tongue, the Brocade Emperor is ahead of me. He looked at Yuan Zhengfeng and Feng Zhuan, from the looks of it, he did not come. Even if he did not alarm our clan. While the Brocade Emperor possesses a high cultivation base, we would naturally not be able to discover him if he really wanted to conceal his tracks. Feng Zhuan shook his head, still, with his status and identity, he would not be able to hide himself before our clan. Yan Zhaoge nodded, that is indeed so. He paused for a moment before asking, then, what about the Upper Exalt? While they had not interacted much, from Chen Qianhua's earlier actions, Yan Zhaoge felt that it was likely that he would casually enter Broad Creed Mountain and head to the Eight Extremities world. The Upper Exalt has been drawn in as well. Yuan Zhengfeng and Feng Zhuan both shook their heads, at least, we have not seen him. Yan Zhaoge pondered as he strode towards Water Ridge Peak. The wound of the sky that led to the Eight Extremities world was precisely beneath Water Ridge Peak. I remember that Mengwan's master in the Sacred Sun clan, Chen Minjing, joined Turbid Wave Pavilion that year. Yan Zhaoge confirmed this with Yuan Zhengfeng and Feng Zhuan as he walked, is she still there now? Feng Zhuan nodded, she is. When the Sacred Sun clan had been destroyed by Yan Zhaoge that year, its martial practitioners had either died or dispersed. Some had secluded themselves in the countryside while others had joined other sacred grounds and sects of the Eight Extremities world. Elder Chen Minjing could be considered a renowned expert of the Sacred Sun clan's senior generation as well as Mengwan's master. Therefore, Broad Creed Mountain had paid attention to her whereabouts. In the underwater palace of the clear scenic region that day, Feng Yunsheng and Mengwan had engaged in a fated battle to decide the ownership of the Extreme Yin crown. At that time, Feng Yunsheng had told Mengwan that her master, Chen Minjing, was still alive. In this world, there were only two people whom Mengwan could truly befriend. One was Feng Yunsheng and the other was Chen Minjing. It was only in front of them that Mengwan was her truest self. Now that she had a chance to return to the Eight Extremities world, Mengwan naturally wanted to see her master whom she had always been concerned about. Yan Zhaoge arrived beneath Water Ridge Peak, opening the sealed wound of the sky and stepping within. Chapter 1071. As Yan Zhaoge stepped into the wound of the sky, space and time before him changed as the heavens and earth changed. Returning to the Eight Extremities world, he was suddenly obstructed. Yan Zhaoge had left all the other high-grade sacred artifacts aside from the extreme Yang seal in the world beyond worlds. However, the dim radiant wheel was not tolerated in this lower world either. If it was a perfect immortal artifact, it would naturally be able to adjust its own power. The dim radiant wheel, which had previously only had a single hole shining with light, its power weak, would also be able to descend into the lower worlds. Now, however, the dim radiant wheel with its 9 slots that flickered with light was being rejected by the boundaries of the heavens and the earth. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge could not help but roll his eyes as he could only leave the dim radiant wheel in the world beyond worlds. This wound of the sky was located in the Eight Extremities world, precisely in the sky above the world-illuminating peak of the Sacred Sun clan. Descending into the Eight Extremities world once more, Yan Zhaoge felt the spiritual qi flow here. Everything was the same as before, being extremely familiar with it. With his current level of cultivation, even if he was suppressed by the power of the boundaries of heaven and earth, he could still faintly sense the flow and fluctuations of the spiritual energy in the entire world. As compared to back then, the spiritual qi of the current Eight Extremities world was even more abundant, more suitable for martial practitioners to cultivate in. This was all due to Broad Creed Mountain. After having stabilized their footing in the world beyond worlds, Broad Creed Mountain had also begun collecting some treasures, sending them down to the Eight Extremities world. With the heaven domain of this world as their center, they unceasingly influenced and modified the spiritual chi of the earth veins here, gradually causing subtle changes to occur here. It was not obvious now, but as time passed, the effect would become better and better. While there was a limit to this sort of improvement, and it was impossible for it to be the same as in the world beyond worlds, it was indisputably a blessing to the people of the Eight Extremities world. From what Yan Zhaoge knew, the original few martial saints of the Eight Extremities world had all improved over the years as many outstanding new experts had also appeared. While Yan Zhaoge was probably younger than many of them, in front of him, those people could truly be considered rising stars of the younger generation. Currently, there were already people waiting in the ruins of the Sacred Sun clan. One was a late merging avatar martial saint while the other was a transcending mortality martial grandmaster. The former was the current first seat elder of Broad Creed Mountain's disciplinary hall, Su Fei. He was already standing at the peak of the merging avatar martial saint realm, and was only a step away from breaking through the void and seeing the true God. In terms of age, he was comparable to the Phoenix Prince, Zhuang Chaohui. Considering Xue Fei's starting point and the fact that he had only recently come to the world beyond worlds to cultivate in a more superior environment, he still had much potential that could be unearthed. Unlike Yan Zhaoge, who had garnered the attention of the entire world, his fame had already spread far and wide in the world beyond worlds. Su Fei was precisely the person who had specifically descended to the Eight Extremities world to make arrangements after having received Fang Zhuan's notice earlier. The other person was the current chief of Broad Creed Mountain of the Eight Extremities world, Feng Qi. In the past, when Yan Di had been in the Eight Extremities world, he and Feng Qi had been close friends since their youth, entering Broad Creed Mountain together to learn martial arts. Although there was a huge gap between their cultivations, Feng Qi had always been indifferent, so he did not feel that it was unfair. Feng Qi had also been amongst the candidates that Yuan Jingfeng and the others had sent to the world beyond worlds back then. Still, he had later considered that the Eight Extremities world side still needed a capable person to manage it at the end of the day. Due to the might of Broad Creed Mountain in the world beyond worlds, no one of the Eight Extremities world dared to offend the heaven domain. Therefore, there was no need for military force to intimidate them, but they needed reliable and capable people to oversee things. In the end, Feng Qi had remained behind, even taking over Broad Creed Mountain's position in the Eight Extremities world. His son, Feng Moyang, had already headed to the world beyond worlds. Like Su Fei, Xikong Qing, and Ing Longtu, he was one of the cornerstones of Broad Creed Mountain's establishment in the world beyond worlds. Senior apprentice Uncle Feng, senior apprentice brother Su, Yan Zhaoge greeted the two. Feng Qi and Su Fei both nodded. Has the Brocade Emperor already descended? Yan Zhaoge said, he should be ahead of me. I am going to Turbid Wave Pavilion now. For the current Yan Zhaoge, the size of the Eight Extremities world was already too small. In the past, it had been a long and arduous journey. Now, in the blink of an eye, he had already traversed it, the ends of the world becoming mere inches away. Yan Zhaoge had once been to Turbid Wave Pavilion. Now that he was here, the scenery before him was still the same. Still, many things had long since changed. Turbid Wave Pavilion's Pavilion Lord and Qinglin had successfully advanced in recent years, attaining the second level of the Martial Saint realm. She had passed the position of Pavilion Lord to a disciple of her lineage while she herself cultivated in peace. Following the complete destruction of the Radiant Light sect and Broad Creed Mountain's stable footing in the world beyond worlds, the Eight Extremities world had already completely become Broad Creed Mountain's world. While the other major powers of the past had still been able to maintain their independence, their relationship with Broad Creed Mountain was changing unceasingly. Broad Creed Mountain's position had become increasingly transcendent while the other major powers had gradually begun to submit to Broad Creed Mountain. The competition between them was more of a competition for their position under Broad Creed Mountain's rule. Comparatively speaking, Turbid Wave Pavilion could be considered to have an advantage. Having already been notified by Feng Qi, Turbid Wave Pavilion's previous Pavilion Lord and Qing Lin and the current Pavilion Lord led many Turbid Wave Pavilion elders out to welcome him. Seeing Yan Zhaoge before them, and Qing Lin and the others all bowed respectfully. The emotions within their hearts had already been smoothed over many years ago as their attitudes had long since changed. Seeing Yan Zhaoge now, there was only reverence within their hearts. "You are polite, everyone." Yan Zhaoge did not bother with pleasantries as he directly asked, "My sect's senior apprentice Uncle Feng must have already contacted your lineage. I wonder where fellow Taoist Chen is currently." And Qing Lin answered, "Junior apprentice niece Chen is within the pavilion. Still, no one is looking for her." Yan Zhaoge shook his head. "That person's cultivation base is too high as he is an existence who has pushed open the door to immortality. Descending upon the eight extremities world, he is not suppressed by the power of dimensions. No one should be able to detect his arrival and departure." Yan Zhaoge, whose cultivation base had been suppressed to the third level of the martial saint realm, was now hard-pressed to sense whether the Brocade Emperor had arrived or not. Still, he believed that the Brocade Emperor Fu Yunqi had definitely already arrived. Therefore, Yan Zhaoge directly said, "Please lead this Yan to fellow Taoist Chen's residence." And Qing Lin said no more as she immediately led the way. As they arrived outside a small courtyard, before they had even entered, they could already hear the sounds of people conversing within. Those of Turbid Wave Pavilion could not help but exchange looks. Yan Zhaoge's expression was as per usual as he raised a hand to indicate for them to halt before walking forward. The door to the small courtyard was ajar. Looking through it, a few people could vaguely be seen seated beneath a massive ginkgo tree in front of a house within the courtyard. While one of them seemed calm and composed, he would always be the first to be noticed by others. Long snow-white garments with a red robe on the outside, he was extraordinarily handsome and ethereal. There was no one else besides the Brocade Emperor Fu Yunqi. Opposite him sat a middle-aged woman. Yan Zhaoge recognized her as Meng Wan's master in the Sacred Sun clan that year, Chen Minjing. Meng Wan sat quietly below the two of them. Now, the Brocade Emperor's deep, clear voice resounded, "Do you have any thoughts about the Sacred Sun clan that you hail from?" Chapter 1072. Hearing the Brocade Emperor's voice, Yan Zhaoge curled his lip. His earlier worries were indeed not without reason. If the Brocade Emperor really stood up for the Sacred Sun clan and took revenge on Broad Creed Mountain would immediately face a great tribulation no inferior to the one the Heaven Emperor had faced during their opening ceremony in the world beyond worlds. It should be said that it would be a great tribulation even more dangerous than that. The Heaven Emperor did not have an immortal artifact, but the Brocade Emperor did. Even if the Brocade Emperor did not use a weapon due to his status, the situation would still be more dangerous. Yan Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain had been painstakingly preparing for many years in the Royal Reed Sea to face the Heaven Emperor during their opening ceremony. Even if the female emperor, Nie Jingshen and Bai Tao had not arrived, Yan Zhaoge would still have the later Earth text to rely on. And if the Brocade Emperor immediately rose in revolt now, the later Earth text would have no effect on him. Still, Meng Wan was not in a hurry to answer the Brocade Emperor's question. She turned to look at Chen Minjing. Compared to her biological father who suddenly appeared in front of her, compared to her biological mother who she had no memories of and was already in eternal sleep when she knew of her existence, for Meng Wan, her benefactor, Chen Minjing, who had raised and taught her since she was a child, was more like a close relative. Meanwhile, Chen Minjing had always viewed Meng Wan as her own. There was probably no one in this world who understood Meng Wan better than her. Therefore, just from Meng Wan's gaze, Chen Minjing knew that she already had a plan. It was just that she was also concerned about Chen Minjing's thoughts. Having resided in Turbid Wave Pavilion for so many years, Chen Minjing's sense of belonging to it had grown stronger and stronger. She had never been a die-hard person in the first place. Otherwise, she would not have joined Turbid Wave Pavilion that year. After so many years, the shadow of the Sacred Sun clan had grown fainter and fainter in her heart. Thinking of that year, she felt more despondent than resentful. Looking at Meng Wan, Chen Minjing asked softly, "Wan, you are not willing to make things difficult for that child Muge?" "Master, while this disciple lost the extreme Yin crown to senior apprentice sister Feng that year, I felt that I had done my best and had a clear conscience." Meng Wan's tone was calm. "That battle ended everything. It was also thanks to senior apprentice sister Feng that this disciple knew that Master was still alive, also knowing that you were at Turbid Wave Pavilion. Only now can we meet again. This disciple does not wish to compete with Broad Creed Mountain any longer." Chen Minjing slowly nodded her head. "Since your father has asked, it is up to you to decide for yourself. No matter what you think, I have no objections." Meng Wan said, "Disciple thanks Master for your pity." She swiveled her head to look at the Brocade Emperor. The Sacred Sun clan is already a thing of the past to this daughter. Still, it was ultimately still an important lineage. I really cannot bear for it to disappear just like this. I hope that Father can lend a helping hand and arrange for the Sacred Sun clan to reopen in the world beyond worlds, continuing their lineage. Only mentioning the world beyond worlds and not the Eight Extremities world meant that he had already severed his previous enmity with Broad Creed Mountain. In the world beyond worlds, there is a senior apprentice brother Tang Yonghao of the Sacred Sun clan that year. I heard you mention him earlier, Father, that he has entered the lineage of the Southeastern Exalt. Meng Wan said, "When I spoke with senior apprentice brother Tang that year, he also had the intention of re-establishing the Sacred Sun clan's lineage. If I can obtain Father's support, there should be no need to worry about it." The newly born Sacred Sun clan in the world beyond worlds would also have a close relationship with Golden Court Mountain. It would be even more impossible for them to come into conflict with Broad Creed Mountain. The Brocade Emperor nodded with a gentle expression on his face, "Of course." Meng Wan looked at Chen Minjing. "Is Master willing to head to the world beyond worlds?" "I won't be going," Chen Minjing smiled, shaking her head. "Your master is currently a member of Turbid Wave Pavilion." Meng Wan lightly grasped Chen Minjing's hand. The Brocade Emperor smiled. "I remember you mentioning before, Wan, that besides your first master, there was also a senior apprentice sister whom you were close to in your childhood? From your conversation just now, why does it seem like she is a disciple of Broad Creed Mountain?" Meng Wan realized, "I did not tell Father in detail before. Senior apprentice sister Feng was indeed a fellow disciple of our Sacred Sun clan in the past. Still, because she was bullied by others in the clan afterwards, she betrayed them and eventually joined Broad Creed Mountain." The Brocade Emperor thought for a moment. "Is it that female disciple of Broad Creed Mountain who wields the extreme Yin crown, called Feng Yunsheng?" Meng Wan nodded, "Precisely. Senior apprentice sister Feng's original name was Feng Muge. After betraying the Sacred Sun clan, she changed her name to Feng Yunsheng." She swiveled her head and glanced at Chen Minjing. "Besides Master, I also miss senior apprentice sister Feng very much. I wonder how she is now." "You will have to ask those of Broad Creed Mountain then," the Brocade Emperor smiled, gazing towards the outside of the courtyard. Meng Wan and Chen Minjing were taken aback slightly as they swiveled their heads and followed the Brocade Emperor's gaze, only then seeing Yan Zhaoge. As compared to the Brocade Emperor, the two of them were probably more familiar with Yan Zhaoge's appearance. Seeing Yan Zhaoge, the two of them were slightly startled, but they quickly regained their calm. "Before the fallen deity, Turbid Wave Pavilion's Chen Minjing greets you." Chen Minjing stood up, bowing quietly towards Yan Zhaoge. Through the martial practitioners of Broad Creed Mountain of the Eight Extremities world, Yan Zhaoge's various feats in the world beyond worlds had long since been spread throughout the Eight Extremities world. The name of the fallen deity resounded throughout the entire world. Meng Wan also stood up, bowing towards Yan Zhaoge, senior apprentice brother Yan. Yan Zhaoge met the Brocade Emperor's gaze, his expression as per usual. "The Eight Extremities world is honored by your presence, Brocade Emperor." He nodded towards Meng Wan and Chen Minjing, returning their greeting. "You are too courteous." Meng Wan said, Senior Apprentice Brother Tang has an extremely good impression of Senior Apprentice Brother Yen and has always held him in high esteem. When the Sacred Sun clan is rebuilt in the world beyond worlds in the future, I hope that Senior Apprentice Brother Yen will be able to let bygones be bygones. Yen Zhaoge said mildly, I have always been able to clearly differentiate between enemies and friends. Senior Apprentice Brother Yen, I wonder how Senior Apprentice Sister Feng is now. Meng Wan hesitated slightly for a moment before asking candidly, I wonder if I can meet her. Yen Zhaoge shook his head, there is no such thing as whether or not. As long as she is willing, you can naturally meet. I will not interfere. Also, Yunshen will naturally not avoid you. She has always been thinking about you after you were taken away by Zhuang Chaohui. Southern Zhuang died at my Broad Creed Mountain. When my father and fellow disciples of Broad Creed Mountain invaded the southern Blazing Heaven territory to the west, I once asked my father to keep an eye on you and ask for you from Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope to bring you back. He then brought Yunshen back to the mountains so that the two of you could reunite. It is just that some things afterwards were somewhat unexpected. Hearing his words, Meng Wan noticed the main point in Yen Zhaoge's words, Senior Apprentice Sister Feng is currently not at Broad Creed Mountain. Not only are you temporarily unable to meet her, even I am unable to meet her for the time being. Yen Zhaoge smiled bitterly, she has yet to return from her adventuring, with no news of her having been lost for several years already. The last message she left behind was that she had headed to extradimensional space, and the door that was opened would only reopen after a gap of more than 10 years. Yen Zhaoge said candidly, there are still some years left. Let alone her returning on her own, even I would be hard-pressed to find her. A despondent look surfaced within Meng Wan's eyes, but she still nodded quietly, so that's how it is. There is no helping it then. A hint of a smile appeared on her face, this indeed seems like Senior Apprentice Sister Feng's style. Indeed, Yen Zhaoge spread his hands apart. The Brocade Emperor suddenly asked from the side, where is this door that you speak of, little friend Yen? Chapter 1073. Apart from that, I would like to chat with everyone as I feel a little complicated. I had actually received the news last night. Still, not knowing whether it was true, I had not dared to say anything as I had wanted to wait and see if the rumors had been refuted. From the looks of it today, however, the news was true. Mr. Huang Yi had really left. I don't know what the other authors are thinking. I only speak for myself here. I take Old Man Huang as the Grand Master of my line of work. Of course, it was not to the extent of being sorrowful. It was just that I felt rather disappointed and regretful. Especially with the Brocade Emperor being written about recently, I inadvertently recalled the days when I had been reading Twin Dragons of the Tang Dynasty, thinking of the evil King Shi Zhishuan. Such a coincidence left me feeling even more conflicted. I could only console myself here that Old Man Huang had broken space and left. I wish him well. Please forgive me for being a little naggy. Hearing the Brocade Emperor's question, Yen Zhaoge was rather taken aback, not having thought that this emperor would continue asking about it. Was he interested in the extreme Yin crown or did he have some other plans? Many thoughts instantly flashed through Yen Zhaoge's mind. There was no helping it. Facing a true immortal who might do something shocking at any time, Yen Zhaoge had to think more about it. He pondered inwardly while not revealing anything on his face, in the extreme northern lands of the Northern Profound Heaven territory. Extreme northern lands. The Brocade Emperor nodded, pondering for a moment, the dimensional space there is more unstable than elsewhere as a dimensional passageway would occasionally open, leading to extradimensional space. Still, some of these dimensional passageways might establish a connection with the 9 underworlds. While the Brocade Emperor's tone was mild, it was no different from a sudden clap of thunder. Even Meng Wan and Chen Minjing knew what the words 9 underworlds entailed. Yen Zhaoge's pupils dilated slightly, even the Northern Exalt does not know of this? He knows. Still, he is unable to ascertain which dimensional passageways might establish a connection with the 9 underworlds. The Brocade Emperor answered mildly, "Of course, he also does not know if there is a problem with the dimensional passageway your fellow disciple entered. While a connection might arise, the world beyond worlds has its own defenses that the 9 underworlds cannot infiltrate. While Northern Guan does have the responsibility of guarding the Northern Profound Heaven territory, it is merely a precaution." Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge and Meng Wan's hearts suddenly rose. Still, the Brocade Emperor then looked at Meng Wan, saying warmly, "Don't worry. Father will take you to the north and try searching for it." Joy appeared on Meng Wan's face. "Father can find Sister Feng. If we know where the door opened when she left, Father can make it open ahead of time. Then, we can enter the domain passageway together and try to find it." The Brocade Emperor said, "Still, extra-dimensional space is vast and boundless at the end of the day. She has been there for many years. She will need some luck to find it." Meng Wan heaved a long sigh of relief. "There's finally some hope. It's already very good." Yan Zhaoge lowered his gaze by the side, not making a sound. Looking at that gentle, benevolent Brocade Emperor who was deeply in love with his children, he actually vaguely felt a trace of coldness. Just from the Brocade Emperor's actions at the star-reflecting lake of the southern blazing heaven territory in the world beyond worlds, it was clear that this emperor was definitely not a good father. He moved the burial place to remember his deceased lover, and he doted on his long-lost daughter to the extent that he would grant her every request. Yan Zhaoge was incomparably certain that if Meng Wan had said that she would rebuild the Sacred Sun clan and seek vengeance against Broad Creed Mountain earlier, the Brocade Emperor would not have hesitated in the slightest to wage war against Broad Creed Mountain. Yet, all of this formed a contradiction with his actions at Star Reflecting Lake. "I'm afraid that the outcome of the confrontation between him who has feelings and him who is unfeeling is gradually beginning to be decided." Yan Zhaoge's expression was as per usual as he raised his eyes to look at the Brocade Emperor once more, thinking, this outcome, however, is that the unfeeling side is gradually beginning to gain the upper hand. While there were 2 opposing ideologies, the Brocade Emperor was clear about his own situation. There were not many ways to resolve this problem. One path was the path of obtaining feelings and forgetting them. Yet, because of Fu Ting and Meng Wan, this path seemed to have already been blocked off, with little hope as it was unknown where it led. The other path was to simply turn from feeling into unfeeling. From the looks of it, this path was much simpler. Eradicating both Fu Ting and Meng Wan would be the way out. Not only would this solve his current problem, the Brocade Emperor's attainments in his cultivation base might even improve further. While he would most likely not be able to break through to a higher cultivation level, it would be sufficient for him to push towards the peak of the true immortal stage. The unfeeling side of the Brocade Emperor only cared about whether it was reasonable or not, only calculating the gains and losses. As compared to the first path where he had no clue as to how he should proceed, the second path was simply far, far superior. There was no need for him to hesitate at all as to how he should choose. However, the emotional side of him naturally rejected the second option. It was just that Yan Zhaoge now guessed that the unfeeling side of the Brocade Emperor's split soul was probably gradually beginning to take over the dominant position now. The warmth and kindness before him seemed more like the futile struggles of his feeling side. Buried beneath that warmth and benevolence was an icy cold killing intent. This killing intent was not just targeted at Meng Wan before him. It was also targeted at Fu Ting, who was still far away at Ingenious Flying Peak's Red Lotus Cliff. The Brocade Emperor was doing his best to make up for his 2 daughters. Yet, the more beautiful things were before him, the closer the cliff behind him was. This is really... Yan Zhaoge's eyes narrowed into slits, his gaze flickering slightly. Whether it was feeling or unfeeling, it was best for the Brocade Emperor to decide on one as soon as possible. His current conflicted state was the worst. Because he was the most unstable and unpredictable, who knew what he might do? The eruption of the name of the immeasurable Heavenly Lord on Star Reflecting Lake was just the beginning. To a certain extent, even the Brocade Emperor himself probably could not tell what he might do next. If he really went crazy, even he would be afraid of it. Therefore, whether he was feeling or unfeeling, once he had decided on one, even if it was still hard to guess what he was thinking, there would at least be some sort of pattern to follow, as they would be able to communicate normally, be able to plan and defend against it. It would not be like how things were now, where he seemed very ordinary and not special at all, yet might suddenly cause trouble at any time. As for whether he was feeling or unfeeling, Yan Zhaoge hoped that it would be unfeeling from the perspective of a purely bystander. Absolute rationality, unfeeling, seemingly icy cold and terrifying. Yet, from Yan Zhaoge's perspective, it was easier to predict the actions and thoughts of such a person. Of course, if such a person was an enemy, he would virtually never make a subjective error, as it would be very hard to influence his thoughts. Still, if there really was such a person who only calculated gains and losses, as he did not act emotionally, it would actually be very hard for him to form enmity with others. Unless someone blocked his path. After all, being unfeeling did not mean that he had no desires. At this point, Yan Zhaoge's heart suddenly jolted slightly, as he seemed to vaguely think of something. Having comprehended supreme martial arts of the Grand Clear lineage over the years, his comprehension had grown deeper and deeper. Grand simplicity was like Taiji, one beginning and one ending, as they were profound and extraordinary. He could vaguely see some traces of the Brocade Emperor's future path. If the Brocade Emperor did not walk the unfeeling path and instead walked the feeling path, his future path might be blocked. Yan Zhaoge currently had no suitable way to resolve this problem. If he were to eliminate Fu Ting and Meng Wan, causing the Brocade Emperor to completely walk the unfeeling path, his cultivation base might even improve further. Still, it would only make up for his previous flaws, as the repercussions would still exist. It was likely that he would be stuck at the peak of the true immortal realm, unable to advance any further. If he wanted to advance, he would need a special fortuitous encounter. This would depend on the complete foundation of the Grand Cosmos 5 manifestations. Here came the problem. If it was just the Tai Fist, it would still be fine. Yet, if he needed the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud, things would be very serious. The Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud was currently one with Yen Di, as they were bound together for good or ill. It would not be a problem for him to temporarily borrow it or provide it for himself. Still, if the other party wanted to completely refine the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud, it would mean that he would have to separate it from Yen Di. This could only be done after Yen Di's death. As compared to the possible conflict between Meng Wan and the Sacred Sun clan, this could be the true conflict. Chapter 1074. Yan Zhaoge frowned inwardly, sighing to himself. Whether or not the Brocade Emperor would come into conflict with him after walking the unfeeling path, just watching as Fu Ting and Meng Wan perished just like this, he felt rather heavy-hearted. Meng Wan was Feng Yunqing's best friend. Fu Ting was also one of Yan Zhaoge's rather good friends after having come to the world beyond worlds. If the Brocade Emperor walked the unfeeling path, the two of them would definitely die for sure. Another issue that Yan Zhaoge was concerned about was how the other 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of the world beyond worlds viewed the current Brocade Emperor. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he naturally wouldn't take such extreme measures. More likely, it was to help the Brocade Emperor return to normal or even advance a step further. If the Brocade Emperor could break through his current cultivation level, he would not have to fear the Sword Sovereign's revenge. That might cause the world beyond worlds to split apart. Unless it was absolutely necessary, the Earthly Sovereign and the Concealed Sovereign would not agree to it. However, Yan Zhaoge, who had never been afraid of guessing at others with the greatest evil intentions, had no choice but to consider a problem. Because of him and his mother, Xue Chuqing, the Sword Sovereign and the Earthly Sovereign were destined to be at odds. Under such circumstances, would the Earthly Sovereign be more willing to see a new sovereign replace the Sword Sovereign? With the revival of the Dao sect, top-notch mighty figures were extremely precious. However, if they were truly like fire and water, then they would have to see who was stronger in the end. The key was how big the difference between the earthly emperor and the sword emperor was, and what was the opinion of the concealed emperor, who had always tacitly supported the earthly emperor. The earthly sovereign and the sword sovereign were still in extra-dimensional space, having yet to return. The concealed sovereign who presided over the world beyond worlds would directly decide how things would go. Many thoughts flashed through Yan Zhaoge's mind as he calculated unceasingly. While there were many things to consider, Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change. Right, the upper exalt seemed to have left with the Brocade Emperor's group earlier. I wonder if he has descended into this eight extremities world as well. Qin Qianhua was the #1 martial saint and the strongest supreme. It was very likely that he could rival a perfected immortal emperor. However, as long as he had not truly pushed open the immortal door and removed the word human from the immortal in human immortal, there were many rules that he had to abide by. Descending to the lower worlds, he who was a human immortal would also be suppressed to the third level of the martial saint realm. Back in the world beyond worlds, he had been a 10th level martial saint while Yan Zhaoge had been a 7th level martial saint. Therefore, even Yan Zhaoge had been hard-pressed to detect their presence. Now, however, everyone was at the third level of the martial saint realm. If Qin Qianhua was in the vicinity of Turbid Wave Pavilion, Yan Zhaoge had sufficient confidence in finding him with a single glance. Currently, he was nowhere to be seen in the vicinity of Turbid Wave Pavilion. With the distance being too great, Yan Zhaoge couldn't be sure if he had come to the Eight Extremities world. With his current spiritual sense, it would not be a problem for him to cover the entire world. It would also not be a problem for him to find other martial saints. However, it would be difficult to find Qin Qianhua if he was too far away. Qin Qianhua followed us, but he didn't follow us all the way. For the Brocade Emperor to find someone at the third level of the martial saint realm in the Eight Extremities world, it was naturally as simple as breathing, he's in that direction. Following the Brocade Emperor's gaze, Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. Earth domain? He pondered for a moment before looking at the Brocade Emperor. To tell you the truth, Yunsheng is this Yan's wife. She has been out adventuring for many years and has yet to return. I miss her dearly as well, hoping that we can reunite soon. Now that the Brocade Emperor is helping you in your search, I wonder if I can accompany you. Chen Minjing was rather taken aback while Meng Wan lowered her head, smiling. Senior apprentice Sister Feng has found a good partner. The Brocade Emperor smiled nonchalantly. I am well aware of how it feels to be separated from one's lover. Since little friend Yan has such intentions, there is naturally no harm in accompanying you. If you can find that little friend Feng, it would be a wonderful thing for the two of you to reunite. I thank the Brocade Emperor for fulfilling my wish. Yan Zhaoge said, the upper exalt has come to the Eight Extremities world. As the host, our sect would be lacking in etiquette if we do not receive him. Please wait a moment, Brocade Emperor. This Yan will go meet the upper exalt and return very soon. If possible, I hope that the Brocade Emperor can come to my Broad Creed Mountain as a guest as well. The Brocade Emperor shook his head. It's fine. You go meet Qin Qianhua on your own. I will accompany Wan here for a while longer. Wan and her master have not seen each other for many years. They should reunite more often. Yan Zhaoge cupped his hands. Forgive me for taking my leave. He looked at Meng Wan. She smiled, her gaze intelligent as ever as no abnormalities could be seen in it. Yan Zhaoge smiled in return, not speaking as he left the residence. Seeing An Qinglin and the others who were waiting outside, Yan Zhaoge said, this Yan will be back very soon. Do not disturb them. Let them talk amongst themselves. Those of Turbid Wave Pavilion all nodded, still feeling some lingering fear. If not for Yan Zhaoge's reminder, they would not even have known that the Brocade Emperor had already long since brought Meng Wan in. Senior apprentice Sister Xia, Senior apprentice brother Su has also come to the Eight Extremities world. While today's matter is important, after it is over, you can meet up. Yan Zhaoge smiled at a female elder of Turbid Wave Pavilion who had ordinary features yet exuded a heroic air. That female elder was none other than Xiaoyu Chan, who had already long since attained the martial grandmaster realm. While she was rather far from Su Fei, she could still be considered extremely young for her age, as she still had potential that could be unearthed. She had rejected Broad Creed Mountain's proposal to assist her in heading to the world beyond worlds, insisting on relying on her own cultivation as she sought to ascend to the world beyond worlds one day. Still, Xiaoyu Chan had always been on good terms with those of Broad Creed Mountain, as she was an old acquaintance of Yan Zhaoge's. Hearing Yan Zhaoge's words, she smiled, saying, "Public matters before private matters. This is how it should be." Yan Zhaoge nodded, leaving Turbid Wave Pavilion alone as he headed towards the domain of the northwest. Outside Turbid Wave Pavilion, a tall man stood amidst space, resembling a mountain. It was precisely Su Fei. While his lover Xiaoyu Chan was currently at Turbid Wave Pavilion, he waited quietly here, not intending to enter Turbid Wave Pavilion. Seeing him, Yan Zhaoge immediately said, "Senior apprentice brother Su, send a message back to the world beyond worlds to contact my father immediately." Hearing Yan Zhaoge's guesses regarding the Brocade Emperor's cultivation and the grand simplicity splendor cloud, Su Fei instantly knit his brows. "I will do so immediately." Ingenious Flying Peak, Red Lotus Cliff. Send a message as well. Yan Zhaoge pondered momentarily before saying, "Don't speak too clearly. Just give them some pointers." At the end of the day, Fu Ting and Meng Wan's safety was still just Yan Zhaoge's own guess. They were father and daughter at the end of the day. Still, those of Ingenious Flying Peak were all of the Grand Clear direct lineage, as they had some understanding of the Brocade Emperor's cultivation. Combining the current clues, they would have some guesses as well. Su Fei nodded, not wasting time on words, as he turned and hurried towards the Wound of the Sky, where the Sacred Sun clan of the Fire Domain was located. Yan Zhaoge exhaled slowly, heading towards the domain of the Earth. While his understanding of Chen Qianhua's temperament was limited, Yan Zhaoge instinctively felt rather wary of him. He had clearly come to the Eight Extremities world to join in on the fun with the Brocade Emperor, yet had abandoned the Brocade Emperor midway to come to the domain of the Earth. Yan Zhaoge was even more concerned about this. The domain of the Earth held extraordinary significance to the Eight Extremities world. Yan Zhaoge entered the domain of the Earth, descending towards the deep valley down below. Halfway through his descent, he saw a purple-clothed youth slowly rising into the air. Chapter 1075. While he could be considered handsome, he had a listless look on his face, causing his temperament to be completely lacking. His purple clothes made the youth's skin appear even paler. Still, as long as he appeared there, it would be sufficient to make most people's hearts tremble. It was the upper exalt, Chen Qianhua. He raised his head and saw Yan Zhaoge. Chen Qianhua's listless eyes instantly lit up slightly. He looked at Yan Zhaoge from the corner of his eyes and appraised him. He immediately said, "This inconspicuous lower realm seems inconspicuous, but it is truly interesting. No wonder such an interesting person like you could appear here." "Oh." Yan Zhaoge's gaze flickered as he noticed Chen Qianhua's puzzling words. Upper Exalt's words really perplexed this Yan. Chen Qianhua smiled, "Don't feign ignorance." Yan Zhaoge said mildly, "The 9 underworlds corrosion can be encountered in any world. If we really want to talk about the uniqueness of this Eight Extremities world, it should be that the exalted solar luminary and the exalted lunar luminary had both left their footprints here." Chen Qianhua extended a finger and shook it lightly. "The ones who left their footprints aren't just the two of them." Yan Zhaoge shrugged, "That's right. Now, there's also you and the Brocade Emperor. From how I see it, the one who deserves the most attention isn't the exalted solar luminary, the exalted lunar luminary, or anyone else. It's..." Chen Qianhua said. He stopped shaking his finger and pointed at Yan Zhaoge, "It's you." Yan Zhaoge smiled nonchalantly, "I'll take it as a compliment and accept it." "Thank you." Chen Qianhua laughed at Yan Zhaoge's shamelessness, "You're indeed interesting." Do you use interesting and boring as a standard to differentiate different people? Yan Zhaoge asked. Chen Qianhua said lazily, what else? Smart and stupid. Childish and mature. Benevolent and cruel. There are countless examples like this, but so what? Smart people might do stupid things, and loving people are sometimes the cruelest. To me, the difference between people is that only a few can surprise me, while most will never be able to do so. Surprises are interesting, the rest is boring. Chen Qianhua yawned. That's all. Yan Zhaoge was surprised. Then, has anyone ever told you that your way of doing things is also very senseless? Ha! Chen Qianhua laughed upon hearing this, asking instead, what do you think the Brocade Emperor should do next? There's no need to play dumb about this, right? Everyone can see that he has gone berserk. Chen Qianhua said lazily, in other words, he's crazy. Perhaps the Brocade Emperor did indeed suffer from cultivation deviation. Still, when I interacted with him, he did not lose his mind. Yan Zhaoge's tone was neither mild nor salty. The Brocade Emperor has his own plans. What should be done is for him to decide for himself. At the very least, of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the concealed sovereign and the female emperor as well as the heaven emperor are all in the world beyond worlds. Chen Qianhua chuckled. Indeed, it's not a case of insanity. It's more like a soul-dissociating syndrome, isn't it? As he laughed, he stretched out his hands and spread them out. He first raised his left hand, one is sentimental, or should I say sentimental. Then, he raised his right hand, the other is unfeeling, or should I say unfeeling. Chen Qianhua brought his hands together before his chest, they are currently fighting with one another. Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change as he felt slightly solemn inside. He had a deep understanding of the supreme martial arts of the Grand Clear Direct lineage. Therefore, he was able to basically deduce the Brocade Emperor's current state. Just from looking at what had happened at Star Reflecting Lake, Chen Qianhua had already been able to deduce many things. Or perhaps it was not just a deduction. Instead, he had some special information channel. If the Brocade Emperor were to decide for himself, it would most likely be how he could return to normal, how he could continue cultivating. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Chen Qianhua smiled. As for the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, they probably think the same way. As for whether he ultimately walks the unfeeling path or the sentimental path, that is not important. What is important is that the Brocade Emperor no longer suffers from a mental illness like the soul detachment syndrome. Because the Brocade Emperor who suffers from the soul detachment syndrome does things that are unexpected and hard for them to predict. Those people all like to have everything within their control. What they hate the most is when things exceed their predictions and become uncontrollable. Chen Qianhua looked at Yan Zhaoge through the corner of his eye. In this aspect, you are the same type of person as them. Yan Zhaoge shot him a deep glance. Could it be that you are more than happy to see the Brocade Emperor remain in his current state? That's right. Chen Qianhua clapped his hands, chuckling. There are always unexpected surprises. That is what makes it interesting. Yan Zhaoge asked noncommittally, since that is so, why did you come here instead of following the Brocade Emperor? Chen Qianhua pointed at Yan Zhaoge. It was not easy for Fu Jinxiu to become less boring. I certainly don't want him to vanish too quickly. Therefore, I found something for you to do first. Don't be in such a hurry to cause trouble. Yan Zhaoge said calmly, you also know how to make plans. According to you, if your plans and objectives are achieved, wouldn't it instead be boring, with no surprises at all? Ah, about that, I am not making plans. I am not planning anything, nor do I have any plans at all. Chen Qianhua waved his hands. I am just adding a little something to your plans and seeing how they turn out. If it is within my predictions, it will look like your plans have become my plans, with me substituting them. It is indeed rather boring if I do this too much, but it can at least pass the time. If it is not within my predictions, it will naturally be a pleasant surprise. Whether it is good or bad, it will still be a pleasant surprise. Chen Qianhua smiled. Now, let me give you a little surprise. See if you can repay me with something interesting. Amidst their conversation, the deep valley of the earth domain down below was already quaking and shaking. The tremors expanded towards the entire earth domain. Streams of blood-red light transformed into terrifying runes that seemed about to rip the great earth apart as they expanded into the surroundings. Where the roiling black fog passed, it actually began devouring the world outside the earth domain. Such a scene was undoubtedly a nightmare descending for the martial practitioners of Broad Creed Mountain of the Eight Extremities world. The terrifying 9 underworlds was about to descend upon the Eight Extremities world once more. In entering the deep valley of the earth domain earlier, Chen Qianhua had shockingly destroyed the seal he had left down below. Not just that, the disturbance he had caused the great 9 underworlds door beneath the earth domain to tear even greater. The momentum of the descent of the 9 underworlds this time surpassed all previous ones. The terrifying devilish qi not only suffused the earth domain, even wanting to devour the surrounding world as well. At this moment, the Eight Extremities world was virtually about to be completely assimilated by the 9 underworlds. Yan Zhaoge, however, did not lower his head to look at the deep abyss down below. He suddenly strode forward, instantly arriving before Chen Qianhua. Is this a pleasant surprise? Amidst his words, a palm mightily descended. Chapter 1076. Yan Zhaoge obscured the heavens with a palm, overturning the heavens with a palm. He raised his palm upwards before striking downwards. This cyclic heavenly seal truly possessed the power to trample the heavens. Even with his cultivation base suppressed to the 3rd level of the martial saint realm, it still far surpassed when he had truly been a 3rd level martial saint that year. A lower world like the Eight Extremities world was already unable to bear the power of this palm of Yan Zhaoge's. As he executed the cyclic heavenly seal, the entire Eight Extremities world apart from the land of the 9 underworlds down below and the lake domain where the Brocade Emperor resided were virtually all about to be overturned. Yet, because the earth domain and the lake domain were locked in place, terrifying scenes of distortion were formed elsewhere. Oh! You've really given me a pleasant surprise. Chen Qianhua's eyes lit up. I had thought that you would have held back in fear of destroying this world. He no longer looked listless. Instead, he laughed heartily. You really are an interesting person. Amidst his laughter, Chen Qianhua abruptly flipped his palm upwards, striking downwards. Still, if it is just the cyclic heavenly seal, it cannot be considered a pleasant surprise. In the air above the earth domain, Yan Zhaoge and Chen Qianhua's movements were virtually identical, just that one struck downwards while the other struck upwards. Cyclic heavenly seal versus cyclic heavenly seal. As their palms met, the terrifying scenes of distortion in the heavens and earth of the Eight Extremities world instead vanished. However, as their palms collided, the surrounding space instantly collapsed. This is no longer the world beyond worlds, Yan Zhaoge said mildly. I am not an early immortal bridge martial saint, and you are not a human exalt either. Amidst his words, his palm continued pressing downwards. In an instant, Chen Qianhua felt as though the surrounding heavens and earth had changed. Everything first became extremely massive before being unceasingly distanced from him. Because they were distanced, they began to shrink once more. However, the surrounding space was completely empty as he was the only one left. It was not that other things in the outside world had grown larger before distancing themselves. Instead, he himself seemed to have shrunk at this moment. He had been compressed to the point of being as insignificant as a speck of dust. The surrounding spiritual chi of the heavens and earth exploded at this moment, resembling tsunamis and landslides as it pressured down towards him from all directions. The terrifying momentum that enveloped the heavens and covered the earth caused him to feel like he was facing the great tide of a great sea as he would be devoured and shattered no matter how he tried to evade it. While they both cultivated in the cyclic heavenly scripture, Chen Qianhua's Qianhua was even more proficient than him. Flipping Sky Seal against Flipping Sky Seal, Qin Qianhua was utterly defeated. You've only been practicing the cyclic heavenly scripture for a few years, yet you have such a deep understanding of it. Qin Qianhua's eyes lit up. Brilliant. His other hand also went up and formed a fist seal. As soon as the fist seal was formed, an incomparably heavy power immediately manifested. It was like the earth that bore the weight of all things in the world, silent, solid, heavy, vigorous, and indestructible. Yan Zhaoge raised his brows. Earth overturning seal. The earth overturning seal was one of the four imperials of Taoism, the supreme technique of the Earth Empress direct lineage. It had been lost for many years following the Great Calamity. Under the same conditions, the earth overturning seal naturally could not defeat the cyclic sky seal. However, that ultimate technique was a peerless ultimate technique that the Lady of Earth had created after studying the cyclic heavenly book and the cyclic heavenly seal. At this moment, Qin Qianhua's two seals combined as one. His brilliant fist intent was as large as the royal heavens and as heavy as the later earth, forcibly blocking Yan Zhaoge's cyclic heavenly seal. The myriad things before him regained their original state, no longer suppressed by Yan Zhaoge's fist intent. I had originally wanted to hold you back with the great 9 underworlds door below so that I could continue playing with the Brocade Emperor. Qin Qianhua smiled nonchalantly and said, now, it is you who is holding me back. It is fine. However, I wonder if you care about the great netherworld gate below? While neither of them dared to be certain, whether it was him or Yan Zhaoge, they both had a premonition. If the Brocade Emperor was in his right state of mind, he would definitely not sit by and watch as the 9 underworlds invaded the human world. But now that his thoughts were unpredictable, it was hard to say. It wasn't impossible for him to take Meng Wan and Chen Minjing with him. You should worry about yourself first, Yan Zhaoge said. His palms, which were covering Qin Qianhua's hands, slammed down again. It was still the flipping sky seal, but it had reached another level. As Yan Zhaoge exerted more force with his palm, all existences within the surrounding space began to distort and overturn. Qin Qianhua felt as if his body had become tiny once again. An endless and terrifying pressure came from every direction at the same time. Beneath this palm of Yan Zhaoge's, all things in the world actually vanished. Time seemed to have flowed in reverse as the blue seas and mulberry fields flowed in reverse. Everything returned to its most primitive state. Creation no longer existed as the boundary between the heavens and the earth blurred. Clear qi sank while turbid qi rose. The heavens and earth that had been opened up had to be restored. Everything in the world returned to before the heavens and earth had been split apart. The later heaven world returned to earlier heaven. Amidst the dim darkness of space, nothing could be seen as only the primordial qis of yin and yang intermingled. The two qis of yin and yang gradually vanished as well, only chaos indistinctly visible. Everything seemed to have returned to the beginning of earlier heaven as it was formless and intangible, without light or darkness as it was silent and formless. The royal heavens and earth no longer existed. Returning to earlier heaven? Even a true immortal might not be able to produce such a variation when executing the flipping sky seal. A strange light shot out of Qin Qianhua's eyes. You integrated the concepts of the Tai fist and the Taiji yin yang palm of the grand clear direct lineage within the cyclic heavenly seal. His figure suddenly shook, seemingly turning transparent as it was formless and intangible. In Yan Zhaoge's senses, Qin Qianhua seemed to have completely vanished for a moment, no longer existing in this world. A supreme martial art of the grand clear direct lineage, the grand beginning bright emptiness form of the grand cosmos 5 manifestations. It had long since been rumored in the world beyond worlds that the upper exalt Qin Qianhua was well versed in countless supreme martial arts. Otherwise, he would not have been able to point out 8 sects in his youth. Many in the world beyond worlds knew that he cultivated in the cyclic heavenly scripture of the jade clear direct lineage. Still, besides the cyclic heavenly scripture, there was also the earth overturning seal of the Earth Empress direct lineage. Even more surprisingly, he was actually also proficient in supreme martial arts of the grand clear direct lineage. Still, while the grand beginning bright emptiness form possessed both offensive and defensive profundities, Qin Qianhua was still unable to withstand Yan Zhaoge's cyclic heavenly seal that was infused with the fist intent of the Tai fist and executed a reverting to earlier heaven transformation. The majestic concept caused Qin Qianhua's grand beginning concept to vanish into nothingness even without a forceful attack. Beneath this palm, grand beginning returned to grand commencement, then returned to grand simplicity, returning to nothingness. Still, Qin Qianhua was not naive enough to think that he would be able to receive Yan Zhaoge's attack just by relying on the grand beginning bright emptiness form alone. His figure seemed illusory as he punched towards Yan Zhaoge's cyclic heavenly seal. While he was barehanded, as Qin Qianhua punched outwards, light condensed which actually manifested in the form of a scepter. Seeing that scepter, the first thought that popped into Yan Zhaoge's mind was that scepter of the founder of the grand clear lineage, the lord of the Tao and virtue, that had dominated the myriad heavens. The grand clear direct lineage was boundlessly profound in earlier heaven and later heaven. Besides the grand cosmos 5 manifestations, there were also the later heaven 5 ultimates. This scepter technique was precisely one of the later heaven 5 ultimates. At this moment, Qin Qianhua combined his earlier heaven and later heaven supreme martial arts, finally withstanding Yan Zhaoge's cyclic heavenly seal that caused the very heavens and earth to reverse. Ha! Yan Zhaoge laughed, do whatever you want. If I change my move, consider it my loss. He exerted more force with his palm, continuing to execute a cyclic heavenly seal. Chapter 1077. As Yan Zhaoge flipped his palm, similarly executing the cyclic heavenly seal, the concept manifesting yet another new phenomenon. The river of time seemed to appear in the void. The other end was the beginning of the pre-celestial realm, Tai formless, dim and dark, an expanse of primal chaos. The end was the end of post-celestial, the end of creation. All living things would enter destruction and return to nothingness. While Yan Zhaoge had yet to cultivate in the immortal exterminating sword of the numinous treasure 4 swords that represented the descent of doomsday and the collapse of the great Tao, having simultaneously cultivated in the immortal slaughtering, immortal trapping, and immortal ending swords, Yan Zhaoge had already created the concept of the end of creation. At this moment, Yan Zhaoge used the cyclic heavenly seal of the Jade Clear lineage as a link between the fist of the Grand Clear lineage that symbolized the beginning and the sword of the Prime Clear lineage that symbolized the end. The simultaneous cultivation of the 3 pure ones merged into one, finally presenting a cyclic heaven seal that surpassed the imagination of countless people in the world. The universe was reversed, and life and death were overturned. The most powerful as well as the most fundamental principle of yin and yang appeared within this palm of Yan Zhaoge's. This was one of the most extreme changes of the flipping sky seal. Since ancient times, many powerhouses who had cultivated the cyclic heavenly scripture and ascended to the immortal realm were unable to display this transformation of the cyclic heavenly seal. It was a transformation beyond the return to innate realm. As Yan Zhaoge's palm descended, the world before Qin Qianhua's eyes changed completely. Everything in the world disappeared, and the boundary between innate and acquired was erased. It was as if it wanted to reverse the process of creation, which meant an incomparably terrifying power. It crushed all principles, transcended physical forms, and destroyed all existences in human cognition. It was an enormous power that was boundless and immeasurable. As Yan Zhaoge's palm descended, it directly shattered the scepter formed of Qin Qianhua's true essence. Although the grand beginning bright emptiness physique had both offensive and defensive capabilities, its defense was extremely powerful. However, with Qin Qianhua's current attainments, he was unable to withstand Yan Zhaoge's cyclic heavenly seal. His illusory body was forcefully squeezed out of the space between the illusory and the real by an immense force. Yan Zhaoge's palm came crashing down. As if he was slapping a bug, Qin Qianhua was sent flying towards the deep abyss below and smashed right into the deep abyss of the earth domain. As Qin Qianhua was sent flying, Yan Zhaoge's thoughts moved slightly. A streak of golden light flew out from his body, transforming into a glorious sun in mid-air as it suppressed the entire eight extremities world, bathing it in sunlight. It was the extreme yang seal. As the extreme yang seal descended, the surging devilish chi of the earth domain instantly fell silent. The change in the crack of the 9 nether in the earth domain was more unusual than ever before. Yet, under Yan Zhaoge's control, the extreme yang seal could be wielded freely now. Without the peak great devils of the 9 underworlds making a move, how could the rampaging devilish chi alone withstand the extreme yang seal? Are you surprised? Are you happy? Yan Zhaoge looked down at the deep abyss below. Amidst the billowing black smoke, a figure was floating. Even though he wasn't affected by the devilish chi, he still looked rather pathetic. The arms that had forcibly received Yan Zhaoge's cyclic heavenly seal earlier were now mangled and distorted in a strange manner. His pale skin looked as if there was not a single trace of blood left in it. Just as Chen Qianhua opened his mouth to speak, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, causing him to cough. 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 You. Don't tell me you're walking the path of cultivating the 3 pure ones. Cough, cough. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to comprehend the fixed intent of creation and innate restoration at the martial saint realm. Chen Qianhua coughed out blood unceasingly but had a joyous expression on his face. Really, really, cough cough. I feel that you are much more interesting than the brocade emperor now. Amidst his words, the wounds on his mangled arms wriggled unceasingly as they rapidly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. His face that had been pale as paper gradually regained some color. Powerful life force surged. Time that resembled water circulated. Intersecting space fluctuated. Vast myriad phenomena manifested. Balanced yin and yang circulated. Fluctuating mental fluctuations. The 6 concepts of yin and yang, time, space, life, matter and spirit simultaneously manifested, collectively forming the foundation of the world. Beneath this profound force, the injuries inflicted by Yan Zhaoge rapidly healed as well. Yan Zhaoge glanced at Chen Qianhua, raising his brows lightly. Oh, you have gathered the later heaven 6 scriptures of the Jade Clear lineage's primordial heavenly scriptures. The thoughts of the exalted solar luminary are truly hard to guess. He is also an interesting person. While Chen Qianhua's aura was still weak, he finally stopped coughing blood. A streak of green light flew out from his body, expanding amidst the wind as it instantly transformed into a long banner. A flourishing life force manifested from within, the concept of the 5 elements incarnations being infinite and boundless. This green banner descended towards the deep abyss of the earth domain as well, obstructing the extreme yang seal in midair. The tyrannical extreme yang seal that resembled the descent of the true sun was actually swept along by that banner, temporarily unable to descend. Without the suppression of the extreme yang seal, the 9 underworlds devilish chi within the deep abyss of the hell domain began rampaging once more. Looking at that green banner, Yan Zhaoge's gaze hardened slightly as he finally felt rather taken aback. Hey, this is the Grand Longevity banner? It's actually in your hands. The Grand Longevity banner was a weapon forged by the exalted wood luminary of the Kunlun 9 luminaries that year, being renowned alongside the extreme yang seal and the extreme yin crown. Yan Zhaoge cared about it because his mother, Shui Chuqing, was the true orthodox descendant of the exalted wood luminary. If the information provided by Lu Zhenggu, Chao Jia, and Wang Pu was not wrong, the bright connection emperor Hu Yuexin was the sole disciple of the exalted wood luminary. You think that it should be in your mother's hands? Chen Qianhua shook his head. That should indeed be the case. Still, it first reached the disciple of the bright connection emperor who was also your mother's master. Still, she died, and this grand longevity banner did not reach your mother's hands. I obtained it from someone else, not knowing what it can be used for. I just kept it for now. Chen Qianhua smiled. It looks like my patience has paid off. It has been put to use today, even being in contact with you. It couldn't be any better. Looking at him, The corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth slowly arched upwards. Right, it indeed couldn't be any better. Amidst his words, he ignored the devilish qi that was rampaging once more down below as well as the grand longevity banner that was enveloping the extreme yang seal. Yan Zhaoge directly struck out with another palm towards Qin Qianhua. At the same time, a streak of light flickered in the distance, a massive silhouette suddenly appearing in the air above the Earth domain. A great rock soared amidst 10,000 kilometers, instantly arriving before him. The silhouette of the great rock dissipated, the figure of Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone appearing. The Northern Ocean clone wielded a dark green bamboo cane that was 7 feet long and 7 segments long, swinging it in a circular motion towards the grand longevity banner. Struck by the dark green bamboo cane, the green light on the surface of the grand longevity banner instantly flickered. Under normal circumstances, a bamboo cane would have to be 8 feet long and 8 segments long before it could strike divine artifacts like the grand longevity banner and the extreme yang seal. Still, Qin Qianhua was currently facing Yan Zhaoge as his control over the grand longevity banner had weakened. Additionally, the grand longevity banner was currently clashing with the extreme yang seal that was not inferior to it in the slightest. Struck by the dark green bamboo cane now, it was immediately unable to withstand it. As the grand longevity banner relaxed, the extreme yang seal gained the upper hand as not only did it suppress the grand longevity banner instead, it even continued suppressing the rampaging devilish qi of the 9 underworlds down below. I'll just give you a word of praise. You have indeed brought me some pleasant surprises, Yan Zhaoge chuckled, his palm covering the heavens and the earth as he arrived above Qin Qianhua's head. Chapter 1078. Once again, Yan Zhaoge unleashed another cyclic heavenly seal, blasting Qin Qianhua towards the deep abyss below. This palm strike twisted and broke Qin Qianhua's arms once again. He was unable to withstand this palm of Yan Zhaoge's as his stance was directly broken. Yan Zhaoge's palm did not cease in its momentum as it struck down on his head. The foundation of the world was almost shattered. Although it protected Qin Qianhua from being killed by a single palm strike, his head was bleeding. Meanwhile, the grand longevity banner was suppressed by the extreme yang seal, yet it did not yield. As the green light flickered, the long banner fluttered in the wind. At this moment, it seemed to break through all obstacles, tenacious and unyielding, a sapling that sprouted from the soil and saw the sun. The sapling seemed to have forcefully broken through the chaos and wanted to grow with the brand new world. The world changed, and the divine tree grew old. It grew from a small sapling to a tree that covered the sky. The divine abilities of the grand longevity banner manifested as it sought to push aside the extreme yang seal that was suppressing it. However, wielding the dark green bamboo cane, Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone immediately struck downwards once more. The grand longevity banner flickered with green light before it was instantly suppressed by the extreme yang seal once more. However, right at this moment, a fourth figure suddenly appeared in the sky above the Earth domain. The newcomer's eyes flickered with specks of light that formed profound runes. His temperament was exactly the same as Qin Qianhua's. It was a clone that Qin Qianhua had refined. This clone of his was not looking at his real body at this moment as he was instead gazing at Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone and the dark green bamboo cane in the latter's hands. Treasure-fall coin. Tree of 7 wonders. The god-striking whip. The eyes of Qin Qianhua's doppelganger flickered slightly. It doesn't look like any of them, but it seems like you've studied them all. I really don't know where you got so many secrets from. Wait, if it's before the great calamity, there seems to be a place that could do it. That place should have been destroyed as well. The clone shook his head, an excited look appearing on his face. When I first heard the rumors, I didn't pay much attention to it. Who would have thought that even the Tai Sui banner couldn't withstand it? If it were any other high-rank saint artifact, it would be even more unbearable. With a wave of his hand, a ray of light flew into the air. It was a piece of gold. What was different about this coin was that it had a pair of wings on each side. Seeing the appearance of that copper coin, the pupils of the Northern Ocean clone dilated slightly. Treasure falling coin? When he took a closer look, he was able to distinguish that it wasn't the real treasure fall coin but a replica. There were inscriptions on the coin, and it turned into a stream of light that disappeared in a flash. It seemed like it could only be used once, and its effects couldn't compare to the real treasure fall coin. But even so, it was like a legendary supreme treasure, a treasure that fell from the heavens. While the dark green bamboo cane was grasped by the Northern Ocean clone, illuminated by the treasured light of that winged coin, the Northern Ocean clone instantly felt his hands sink. Qin Qianhua smiled instead and said, "As expected, this is actually a treasure and not a weapon. It's a treasure that specializes in countering all weapons in the world. However, a treasure naturally has to be countered by the treasure fall coin." His doppelganger rushed forward with both hands. Golden light flashed, and what he displayed was actually a Buddhist divine art. Yan Zhaoge's first thought was that Qin Qianhua was related to the blessed lands of Buddhism of the future Buddha. But upon closer inspection, this clone of his did not seem to contain any Buddhist light. His cultivation base at the martial saint realm had all originated from his own bitter cultivation. In pre-Great Calamity times, due to the future Buddha, Buddhist disciples had all sincerely worshipped Buddha, worshipping him with the power of faith. The various Buddhist martial arts manuals all changed in this direction because of this. The Buddhist martial arts of the Gautama Buddha of Mystical Mountain that year were already rare in this world. Even the martial repository of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace in pre-Great Calamity times only had a small collection of them. Yet, this Buddhist clone of Qin Qianhua clearly walked the path of seeing one's heart and understanding one's nature, verifying one's Tathagata self. He punched over, bearing the stance of Vajra subduing devils as it was ferocious beyond compare. Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone did not evade as his fist intent manifested in the form of a kuanpeng, a great fish leaving the sea with immeasurable power as it clashed head-on with Qin Qianhua's Buddhist clone. Wild thunder exploded amidst space as the surging black qi in the surroundings was cleared away. The Northern Ocean clone's body shook slightly as Qin Qianhua's Buddhist clone stumbled 2 steps backwards. Still, a dark red mark vaguely surfaced on the fist of Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone. In terms of strength, the Northern Ocean clone was superior. In terms of the sturdiness of his body, Qin Qianhua's Buddhist clone was slightly superior. Similar to the Northern Ocean clone, the strength of this clone of Qin Qianhua's already surpassed countless martial experts of the same cultivation level, as it was sufficient for his name to spread far and wide, rampaging throughout the world. Ha! Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone laughed coldly, his martial true intent condensing and manifesting as numerous silhouettes that soared above his head. Apart from the original kuanpeng, the image of a true dragon was added. And this was just the beginning. After the kuanpeng and the true dragon, there was the bifang, the golden crow, the cyclone turtle, the taotai. Numerous silhouettes surfaced simultaneously, the acupoints of the Northern Ocean clone's entire body pulsing as his strength grew increasingly majestic. As he strode forward, the heavens and the earth seemed to have returned to the prehistoric times as countless great demonic beasts galloped together, shocking the heavens and shaking the earth. Beneath the Northern Ocean clone's attack, dragons and tigers accompanied him as his strength seemed limitless as he forcibly repelled Qin Qianhua's Buddhist clone. Yan Zhaoge held the upper hand in this battle of clones as well. After repelling Qin Qianhua's clone, the Northern Ocean clone flicked lightly with his finger, that flying coin in mid-air immediately repelling it. The dark green bamboo cane was no longer restrained. The Northern Ocean clone flicked his hand, the bamboo cane carrying a streak of purple light as it struck the Grand Longevity banner once more. The Grand Longevity banner shook, the extreme yang seal descending once more as it suppressed the crevice to the 9 underworlds down below. Still, a shocking roar now resounded from the deep abyss down below, causing one's heart to tremble. A 9 underworlds true devil shockingly emerged from the crevice. Still, before he could clearly see the world before him, a figure smashed downwards from above. It was Qin Qianhua who had been sent tumbling down by Yan Zhaoge's palm once more. That devil had just been reacting when the world before his eyes suddenly dimmed. Yan Zhaoge had chased Qin Qianhua all the way down. Seeing that devil, he casually struck out with a cyclic heavenly seal. Beneath his iron palm that shook the heavens and overturned the earth, he swept through all enemies. The 9 underworld's true devil, who had once been a formidable foe of the 8 extremities world, had been directly slain by Yan Zhaoge. So powerful. Heavily injured, Qin Qianhua's qi and blood were extremely weak. Yet, he was excited as never before. He lowered his head and looked. Half of his body had already been devoured by the crevice of the 9 underworlds, the immense gravitational force still continuing to corrode him. A pity, truly a pity, Qin Qianhua shook his head repeatedly. Yan Zhaoge said mildly, "You can break through the suppression of the heavens and earth any time and escape from the 9 underworlds, returning to the world beyond worlds." Qin Qianhua laughed loudly. "What's the point of that?" His figure abruptly sunk as he actually took the initiative to rush into the crevice of the 9 underworlds. "Sure, I indeed don't intend to chase you down to the 9 underworlds. This Yan may not be talented, but I also have no interest in lowering myself to the level of a lunatic." Yan Zhaoge was taken aback for a moment before he chuckled. "Still, I can help you make this trip more interesting. I believe that you will be very willing to accept my parting gift." Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge formed seals with his hands, forming numerous seals before transforming into a black ball of light which smashed into the crevice of the 9 underworlds. The black ball of light landed on Qin Qianhua's body, instantly forming a formless wound from which streams of black light leaked out. Affected by this formless devilish wound, the 9 underworlds instantly went into chaos as countless great devils began converging towards him like sharks smelling blood. Chapter 1079. Having entered the 9 underworlds, Qin Qianhua's cultivation base was no longer affected by the dimensional laws of the 8 extremities world. His aura immediately began to surge, as if he had transformed from an ant into an elephant. Affected by this, his injuries also began to recover quickly. Back when King Xuanmu had descended into the 8 extremities world, he had been heavily injured by Yan Di. Even after returning to the world beyond worlds, his injuries had still not been light. However, after Qin Qianhua cultivated the world foundation and recovered to the human immortal stage, most of his injuries were quickly healed. However, the formless devilish wounds caused by the black ball of light thrown by Yan Zhaoge still existed. Black light overflowed from the wound, as if the wound was bleeding. Qin Qianhua instantly sensed powerful auras vibrating from all directions, and their attention was drawn to him. Among them, there was no lack of top-notch great demons of the netherworld. Demonic Charm Ritual. Qin Qianhua was taken aback. This is the legendary devilish bewitching ritual that Taoism experts used to lure and kill 9 underworld's devils in pre-Great Calamity times. Affected by this invisible demonic injury, the great demons of the 9 underworlds would gather like sharks in the sea that smelled blood. With Qin Qianhua's cultivation base, he would be in grave danger if he were to be surrounded and attacked by a large number of 9 underworlds experts when he ventured deep into the 9 underworlds. There was no need to even mention the consequences if a higher-level demon was attracted. If it were under other circumstances, even if he was injured, Qin Qianhua would be able to heal his injuries very quickly and leave the 9 underworlds within a short period of time, returning to the world beyond worlds via extradimensional space. But now, if he didn't get rid of the demonic bewitching ritual, he would be surrounded at all times. If he wanted to heal his injuries and leave the 9 underworlds, it would be even more difficult. Within a certain range, it was as eye-catching as a candlelight in the dark night, constantly marking the location of the demons of the netherworld. When Qin Qianhua came back to his senses, he saw that the crack was already gradually closing up under Yan Zhaoge's suppression. "You even know about the demonic charm ritual?" Qin Qianhua's eyes shone brightly. Indeed, the most interesting person that the 8 extremities world has ever produced is really you." Yan Zhaoge smiled nonchalantly, waving his hands at him. "Don't be so courteous, just enjoy yourself." The crack to the 9 nether was sealed again. Chen Qianhua gradually disappeared from Yan Zhaoge's vision. The final scene was of many devils who had originally not been too interested in a mere lower world like the 8 extremities world suddenly beginning to congregate before surrounding Chen Qianhua. When the crack to the 9 underworlds was completely sealed, the demonic aura surging in the abyss of the earth domain was also cleared. The 8 extremities world finally regained its calm. However, due to the battle with Chen Qianhua, Yan Zhaoge had to go all out as well. As a result, the entire world was affected to some extent. In particular, the geography of the surrounding areas had undergone earth-shattering changes. The spiritual qi circulation of the entire 8 extremities world had already become different from before, virtually having shattered, before slowly recovering. Having sealed the earth domain, Yan Zhaoge swiveled his head to look elsewhere. There, Chen Qianhua's Buddhist clone was already hard-pressed to the point of being heavily injured by the Northern Ocean clone. It was just that he had no intention of breaking free of the suppression of dimensions and ascending back to the world beyond worlds. Like Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone, this clone's cultivation base far surpassed the 3rd level of the martial saint realm. Having descended into the 8 extremities world, his cultivation base had been suppressed just like his main body. Sensing the Northern Ocean clone's doubts, this clone of Chen Qianhua smiled, a pity indeed. You have already sealed the crack to the 9 underworlds. Otherwise, this clone of mine would have gone down as well. While the 9 underworlds evil devils are chaotic and unpredictable, most of them are very stupid. Therefore, they are not that interesting. Still, having some fun along the way is also a joyful thing. The Northern Ocean clone said mildly, you can try returning to the world beyond worlds. Still, there is still the possibility that you will be beaten to death by me here before you return. The other party laughed, it is already no longer important whether I return or not. I am more interested in you now than the Brocade Emperor. You are much more interesting than him. Amidst his words, his body abruptly turned golden, resembling a gilded Buddha statue. The next moment, a green-blue luster surged as his body turned into colored glass from the inside out. Just like the martial practitioners of the blessed lands of Buddhism who currently possessed the power of faith, he was about to perish and enter parinirvana. Still, when martial practitioners of the blessed lands of Buddhism entered parinirvana, they used their Buddha light to send themselves into oblivion. This clone of Chen Qianhua, on the other hand, had his Buddhist cultivation base which was naturally pure and untainted as it was hard to stop. In order to achieve this, one had to reach a certain cultivation base in Buddhism. Oh, the Northern Ocean clone smiled casually, you can die then. He punched out, striking the other party's head. The Buddha statue that resembled colored glass was directly shattered. Yan Zhaoge glanced at it before no longer paying any attention to it. He could be considered to have some understanding of this upper exalt now. This was a true madman. For the sake of the crazy thoughts that occasionally surfaced in his mind, he did not even care much about his own safety. Yan Zhaoge had previously still been wondering if Chen Qianhua would take revenge on Broad Creed Mountain and him after returning to the world beyond worlds after suffering a setback here in the 8 extremities world. From the looks of it now, while the other party would definitely make a comeback, he would most likely only target him, Yan Zhaoge. Because everyone else was boring in Chen Qianhua's eyes. Of course, this was not definite. The reason why madmen were hard to deal with was that they could not be judged by normal standards. This was especially so when this madman possessed extremely great destructive power, making him even more annoying. Even if Chen Qianhua, who was proficient in many supreme martial arts, was inferior to Yan Zhaoge in terms of the density of his true essence at the same cultivation level, it was still shocking. Having cultivated in the 10 primordial heavenly scriptures of the Jade Clear Direct lineage and the later Heaven 6 scriptures, having manifested the foundation of the world, his recovery ability was even greater than Zhuang Shen, who cultivated in the Phoenix True Form scripture, and Taoist One Heaven, who cultivated in the Longevity Martial scripture. In terms of recovery ability alone, Yan Zhaoge was even inferior to him. Still, in terms of instantaneous eruption of power, Yan Zhaoge was the complete victor. The cyclic heavenly seal that had derived from reversing creation was the embodiment of the essence of Yan Zhaoge's simultaneous cultivation of the three purities. Therefore, at the same cultivation level, he had beaten Chen Qianhua into submission. Still, this fella really gave me a bit of a pleasant surprise. Yan Zhaoge looked at that banner that flickered with green light. The Grand Longevity banner was still clashing with the Extreme Yang seal. It was just that it was at a disadvantage due to having been struck by the dark green bamboo cane earlier. Yan Zhaoge walked forward, attempting to collect the Grand Longevity banner. However, it was not easy at all. After all, this was a sacred artifact that was comparable to the Extreme Yang seal. The upper exalt Chen Qianhua had even left behind his fist intent mark within, a mark left behind by an exalt. It had been left behind by a human exalt who was able to contend against emperors. With Yan Zhaoge's current cultivation level, it would be quite a hassle for him to deal with it. Still, Yan Zhaoge was still in a very good mood. To him, a high-grade sacred artifact like the Grand Longevity banner held a different meaning. Using the Extreme Yang seal and the dark green bamboo cane, Yan Zhaoge first forcibly suppressed the Grand Longevity banner before keeping it. How to truly control this divine artifact could be discussed later. Chapter 1080. After resealing the crevice to the 9 underworlds beneath the deep abyss of the Earth domain and collecting the Grand Longevity banner, Yan Zhaoge did not linger any longer. He first headed west, heading to the Heaven domain's broad Creed Mountain. Due to the great battle with Chen Qianhua earlier, the spiritual qi circulation of the 8 extremities world had already been completely messed up. If he left it like this world would descend into desolation and decline. There was a mechanism on Broad Creed Mountain that had been established previously to gradually improve the spiritual qi circulation of the 8 extremities world. Now, it could be put to use once more, helping to restore the spiritual qi circulation of this world once more. The heaven shaking, earth overturning changes were felt by those of Broad Creed Mountain as well. The people on the mountain could still be considered calm, because they had already received notice that something might have happened to the crevice to the 9 underworlds. However, their clan's most legendary expert, Yan Zhaoge, descended to the mortal realm, had already descended to the 8 extremities world to deal with this matter. After knowing this, everyone's emotions became calm. It was as if just hearing that name would make them feel carefree. The final results strongly proved this point once more. While it shocked the heavens and shook the earth, the changes to the 9 underworlds were still quelled once more, peace returning to the 8 extremities world. Yan Zhaoge's return to the mountain caused everyone's spirits to rise. The disciples of Broad Creed Mountain who had interacted with Yan Zhaoge in the past all felt honored. Seeing those familiar faces, Yan Zhaoge felt happy as well. The time flow of the 8 extremities world was only half that of the world beyond worlds and a fifth of that of the vast ocean world. While Yan Zhaoge had been fighting for so many years in the world beyond worlds, less than 10 years had actually passed in the 8 extremities world. Still, many things had happened over these past few years. Due to Broad Creed Mountain's inclination to nurture Feng Qi, due to the spiritual Qi of the 8 extremities world being more conducive to the advancement of martial practitioners, he had successfully stepped into the transcending mortality martial grandmaster realm. Some outstanding talents had also arisen amongst the younger generation. Similarly, however, disciples of the clan had perished as well. Currently, Broad Creed Mountain stood alone in the 8 extremities world, virtually having no enemies. However, if Broad Creed Mountain disciples were to suffer cultivation deviation in the process of cultivating, or if they entered the Great Western Desert, the Southern Underground Palace or the Marsh of Illusory Sea to temper themselves, there was still the possibility of them encountering danger. For example, Fang Zhuan's personal disciple Lu Wen, who had been acclaimed alongside Yan Zhaoge, Su Fei, and Xikong Qing that year, while he had avoided the tribulation of falling to the dark side due to Su Fei's assistance during the Great Tribulation of Broad Creed Mountain back then, at the end of the day, due to his unstable mental state and his desire for quick success, He had suffered cultivation deviation and perished while in death seclusion. Perhaps he already no longer had the heart to compare himself with Yan Zhaoge, but Xikong Qing, Feng Yunsheng, Ying Longtu, and the others had all surpassed him, causing him to feel greater and greater pressure. He wasn't the first person to die in seclusion, and he wouldn't be the last. The path of martial arts cultivation had never been a smooth one. After having regained the balance of spiritual qi in the Eight Extremities world, Yan Zhaoge bid farewell to Feng Qi and the others, before returning to Turbid Wave Pavilion of the Lake Domain. This place was tranquil from beginning to end, as if it was isolated from the world. Even when Yan Zhaoge and Qin Qianhua's battle had been heaven-shaking and earth-overturning earlier, this place had remained peaceful, resembling another world altogether. After greeting An Qinglin, Xia Yuchan and the other Turbid Wave Pavilion martial practitioners, Yan Zhaoge returned to the small courtyard where Chen Minjing resided. Within the courtyard, the Brocade Emperor was currently conversing with Chen Minjing. His attitude was gentle, free and easy as his words flowed like pearls, causing Chen Minjing, who knew his identity, to gradually feel less restrained. Sitting by the side, Meng Wan was all smiles. She had rarely been so happy these past few years. Seeing Yan Zhaoge return, the Brocade Emperor turned and glanced at him, smiling as he asked, "From the looks of it, you won. Has Qin Qianhua returned to the world beyond worlds?" He went to the 9 underworlds of his own accord. Yan Zhaoge shook his head. While he had been pulled back by his body that seemed to have been devoured by the 9 underworlds at the time, if Qin Qianhua had broken free of the suppression of the dimensions of the heavens and earth on his cultivation base, he would have been able to break free of the corrosion of the 9 underworlds at the same time, ascending and returning to the world beyond worlds. Meanwhile, Yan Zhaoge had already been prepared for this. The existence of the 9 underworlds would obstruct Qin Qianhua's ascension somewhat. Yan Zhaoge had mightily smashed down with the cyclic heavenly seal, forcibly sending Qin Qianhua into the deep abyss, in order to obstruct him with the crevice of the 9 underworlds. This way, if he attempted to break free of the suppression of the power of dimensions and ascend to the world beyond worlds, Yan Zhaoge would be prepared to intercept him then. Of course, even so, he would not have sufficient confidence of leaving Qin Qianhua behind for good. Still, for Qin Qianhua, who possessed outstanding strength and cultivation base, this was the best strategy to deal with him. Sadly, a lunatic's way of thinking was broad. Hearing his words, the Brocade Emperor nodded slowly. This indeed seems like his usual style. Still, before he left, I gave him a devilish bewitching ritual. Yan Zhaoge shrugged. With so many devils surrounding him, even if he does not die, he will not be able to leave the 9 underworlds within a short period of time. Having temporarily restricted this unstable factor to the 9 underworlds, Yan Zhaoge would be able to search for Feng Yunsheng along with the Brocade Emperor and Meng Wan without worry. Even though Feng Yunsheng's trip to a foreign dimension might also be related to the 9 underworlds. There are few who are willing to battle with Qin Qianhua. A hint of a smile appeared on the Brocade Emperor's handsome face. The main reason is naturally that most people are unable to defeat him. Still, even those who can defeat him would find it pointless to battle with him. Because this person has no concept of life or death, success or failure, honor or disgrace. Even if one wins against him, he would not feel humiliated, vexed, embarrassed or disappointed. The Brocade Emperor smiled. He would not care how many spoils of war the victors wrested from him. He would not even care about life or death. What Qin Qianhua was passionate about was not battle itself. Instead, he was interested in whether his opponents could bring him anything in the process of battling. Apart from that, he did not really care about gratitude or enmity, victory or defeat, life or death, gains or losses. Perhaps it should be said that what he pursued was not in the same circle as most people at all. The world of madmen was always different. Without the grief and rage of the loser, the joy of the victor would naturally be much dimmer. The Brocade Emperor said casually, "For those who understand Qin Qianhua, even if they win against him, there is nothing to be happy about." Yan Zhaoge chuckled. That might not be the case. In Qin Qianhua's words, slapping him like a bug is actually rather fun for me. As for what he thinks, I do not care. The Brocade Emperor smiled. How many people of similar cultivation realms can slap him like a bug? He stood up, looking at Meng Wan and Chen Minjing. Since this matter is already over, let us return to the world beyond worlds. I hope that fellow Taoist Chen will not blame me for disturbing you today. While I have said this before, I still have to say one more thing. Having been separated from Wan for so many years, I have not been able to fulfill my responsibilities as a father. It is all thanks to you for raising and teaching Wan I truly cannot thank you enough. Chen Minjing hurriedly said that she dared not accept this, feeling rather reluctant as she looked at Meng Wan, who was about to be separated again. Meng Wan consoled her. If there is a chance in the future, this disciple will definitely visit Master again. The Brocade Emperor smiled and nodded. Yan Zhaoge's gaze flickered slightly. Chapter 1081. After taking his leave of Chen Minjing, Yan Zhaoge left the Eight Extremities world along with the Brocade Emperor and Meng Wan, returning to the world beyond worlds. This time, he directly walked through the wound of the sky of the sacred Sun Clan, arriving at the water-rich peak of the back mountain of Broad Creed Mountain in the world beyond worlds. Shall we go to Golden Court Mountain first? Yan Zhaoge looked inquiringly at the Brocade Emperor. In rebuilding the sacred Sun Clan, senior apprentice brother Tang cannot do without the support of the Southeastern Exalt. The Brocade Emperor smiled. It is naturally fine. It has also been a long time since I have seen fellow Taoist Chao. The group immediately set out for Golden Court Mountain. On the way, some news channels contacted Yan Zhaoge, informing him of the latest situation in the world beyond worlds. There was good news and bad news. When it rains, it pours. The worst news was that the concealed sovereign had gone into seclusion and isolated himself from the outside world. Whether it was Wang Zhengcheng, Li Juanxin, and the others on the southern high peaks Qilin Cliff, or Wang Pu and the others on the northern high peaks Jade Capital Crag, they could only sit and watch helplessly. Female Empress Jia Mingkong had never been interested in such matters that had nothing to do with her. The Heaven Emperor and the Brocade Emperor were not on good terms in the first place. With him interfering in this matter, the Brocade Emperor's reaction would be hard to predict. If they were not careful, a battle between perfected immortals might break out. Of course, there was also good news. The Encompassing Emperor, who was one of the world beyond worlds 5 emperors alongside the Brocade Emperor and the Heaven Emperor, had recently returned to the world beyond worlds from extradimensional space. The Sunluo Emperor, Li Jun, was also known as the Encompassing Emperor. The Lord of the World Beyond Worlds Central June Heaven Territories Kunlun Mountains Round Wisdom Ridge, one of the 5 emperors, possessed outstanding strength. In the great battle between the Brocade Emperor Fu Yunqi and Mars Halberd earlier, he had been one of the mediators and witnesses. Under his witness, the Brocade Emperor and Mars Halberd finally agreed to battle amidst space. However, on the day of the battle, the Encompassing Emperor had headed to the void outside and did not return to watch the ceremony. Only the Earth Exalt, Wang Zhengcheng, was responsible for bearing witness. In the following years, the Encompassing Emperor, the Earthly Sovereign, the Sword Sovereign and the other experts had remained in extradimensional space, not having returned to the world beyond worlds. Not long ago, he finally returned. As soon as he had returned, before he could even return to his Dao Arena residence in Round Intelligence Ridge's Myriad Phenomena Cave, he had received news that the Brocade Emperor had suffered cultivation deviation. The southern blazing heaven territory star reflecting lake revealing the name of the immeasurable heavenly lord had nearly caused a huge commotion. While the situation had not escalated due to Yan Zhaoge, the Brocade Emperor's own disciple He Shixing and the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengcheng's disciple Li Juanxin had both been conned. In many people's minds, there was also Yan Zhaoge who was also present. After learning that Yan Zhaoge and the Brocade Emperor had both gone to Golden Court Mountain, the Encompassing Emperor had come here as well. Yan Zhaoge had naturally long since heard of the encompassing Emperor Li Jun. Still, this was his first time seeing him in person. Dressed in black, he had white hair and a youthful face. His shiny white hair was combed neatly. As he stood there, he seemed to be one with the world, and it was difficult to distinguish him from the world. Every single movement he made seemed natural, almost like the Tao. Yan Zhaoge greets the encompassing emperor. Yan Zhaoge smiled in greeting. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, the encompassing emperor nodded slightly. Heroes come from the young. It is truly a fortunate thing for the exalted gold luminary to have such a bloodline, and also a fortunate thing for our Taoism. You overpraise me, encompassing emperor, Yan Zhaoge smiled. He could clearly see the pity in the other party's gaze. Indeed, after greeting Yan Zhaoge and Chao Jia, the encompassing emperor's gaze fell on the brocade emperor. The brocade emperor's expression was warm as a spring breeze. I have troubled you again, Taoist brother. I am ashamed. The encompassing emperor sighed. I once advised you not to walk this path that year. If you had listened to my advice, would things have turned out this way? What will come will come. I enjoyed 1,000 years of peace before, but didn't I still have to face that tribulation in the end? The brocade emperor smiled. At least the tribulation of Mars Halberd was finally overcome. The encompassing emperor said, having overcome the old tribulation, a new tribulation has arisen. This tribulation before you will not be easy to overcome as well. The smile on the brocade emperor's face vanished as he was silent for a moment before he said, indeed. He raised his head and looked at the encompassing emperor. What do you intend to do now that you have come, Taoist brother? That will depend on what you intend to do. The encompassing emperor's snowy white brows twitched slightly. The incident of star-reflecting lake must not happen again. The brocade emperor raised his head slightly, murmuring after a while, what do I intend to do? I can't say for sure myself. Hearing his words, the expressions of Yan Zhaoge, Chao Jia, and the encompassing emperor all turned solemn. They all knew that while the brocade emperor's words seemed vague and perfunctory, it was actually the most accurate description of what he was thinking. My daughter has a close friend who headed to the extreme northern lands and has yet to return after entering a foreign dimension. It has already been many years since they last met, and they still miss each other. The brocade emperor regained his wits, saying, I intend to head north with my daughter and attempt to search for her. We father and daughter have been separated for many years. I have never fulfilled my responsibilities as a father. Every time I think about it, I feel rather guilty. He looked at Meng Wan with a gentle gaze. Wan, is sensible and has been consoling me all this while. It is rare for her to have something that she wishes to do. As her father, I naturally have to do all I can for her. The encompassing emperor's gaze was calm and without ripples as he just glanced silently at Meng Wan. After his gaze swept between the brocade emperor and Meng Wan, the encompassing emperor said slowly, there are a few dimensional passageways in the extreme northern lands that lead to a foreign dimension that vaguely have something to do with the 9 underworlds. Yes, my daughter has been extremely worried about this. The brocade emperor nodded. Still, that is a minority at the end of the day. The encompassing emperor said, I wonder what fellow Taoist Fu thinks of this traveling together with your daughter. With this matter concerning the 9 underworlds, the encompassing emperor would not take it lightly. While he and the brocade emperor were old friends, the latter appeared incomparably normal as they were chatting happily now. Still, only the heavens knew what would happen if the brocade emperor left. The matter of star-reflecting lake was sufficient for all those in the know to feel as though they were facing a great enemy as they raised their guard against this former lord of ingenious flying peaks Red Lotus Cliff. I naturally do not mind. It is just that I will inevitably feel uneasy if I trouble you, fellow Taoist. The brocade emperor smiled as he looked at Yan Zhaoge. Right, her's friend is precisely this little friend Yan's beloved wife. The encompassing emperor raised his brows slightly. Oh. Does little friend Yan wish to travel together with us? Yan Zhaoge similarly smiled as he answered, my wife and I have not seen each other for many years as well. I miss her dearly. It is rare that the two majesties have personally come looking for us. I must make this trip together no matter what. I hope that the encompassing emperor will allow it. The encompassing emperor glanced deeply at him before nodding, of course. Looking at Chao Jia, the brocade emperor smiled, better early than late. We will set off now. I hope that fellow Daoist Chao can help us with the matter of the Sacred Sun clan reopening its headquarters in the world beyond worlds. A worried look flashed through Chao Jia's eyes as he still answered calmly, rest assured. They immediately set off, departing Golden Court Mountain. They headed north, passing through the central June Heaven territory and heading to the northern Profound Heaven territory. The Brocade Emperor did not linger at Kunlun Mountain, nor did he return to Ingenious Flying Peak's Red Lotus Cliff, as he seemed to have completely forgotten about his clan as well as the fact that his other daughter, Fu Ting, was there. Meanwhile, Yan Zhaoge and the encompassing emperor similarly tacitly chose not to mention this matter. Chapter 1082. If possible, Yan Zhaoge actually hoped that Fu Ting would leave Ingenious Flying Peak and hide in the restful Immortal Valley or somewhere else. He believed that it would naturally be Fu Ting's turn after the Brocade Emperor had dealt with Meng Wan's matter. Still, all of this was just a guess. Before the Brocade Emperor actually acted, no one could be certain of what this emperor wanted to do. Having comprehended the legacies of the Grand Clear lineage for many years, those of Ingenious Flying Peak all understood the current situation. They believed that Fu Ting and the others would eventually make their own judgment and decision. Yan Zhaoge's current attention was still placed on Feng Yunsheng and Meng Wan. With two emperors descending upon the northern Profound Heaven territory, things would naturally not be peaceful here. The Northern Exalt had long since come out to welcome the Brocade Emperor and the encompassing emperor. If it was said that it had only been out of courtesy in the past, he was now extremely cautious. What had happened at the southern Blazing Heaven territory's star-reflecting lake had only been spread amongst the higher echelons, as it had not been widely spread. Still, the Northern Exalt was naturally aware of it, as he was naturally wary of the current Brocade Emperor. This was also Yan Zhaoge's first time truly seeing this Lord of the North, Guan Yuluo's grandfather. A total of 7 exalts of 10 territories had attended Broad Creed Mountain's opening ceremony in the Royal Reed Sea. Besides the Upper Exalt Qin Qianhua and the Earth Exalt Wang Zhencheng, only the Northern Exalt was absent. Afterwards, the identities of Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di had been announced, shocking the entire world beyond worlds. Yet, the Northern Exalt still showed no signs of activity. While he was not hostile like the Western Exalt Lang Qing and the others, he did not show any signs of closeness either. This was rather similar to the Northern Exalt's usual style. Of the 10 Exalts, the Northern Exalt was probably the most low-key one. His style was somewhat similar to that of the female emperor, as he seldom interacted with outsiders. This was not completely without reason. Yan Zhaoge actually had a very good impression of him. This was because the Northern Exalt had always maintained a neutral stance regarding the matter of his mother, Xue Chuqing. He had also restrained those of Cloud Pavilion Mountain's Profound Remnant locale from participating in it. While he had not taken care of everything, this was already a form of goodwill from the Northern Exalt. The Northern Profound Heaven territory's Cloud Pavilion Mountain's Profound Remnant locale had always been renowned for its divination, with the Northern Exalt being a peak expert amongst them. If he and his disciples had participated in the capture, Xue Chuqing's escape would have become incredibly difficult, especially when Xue Chuqing's cultivation level was still low back then. Even though Xue Chuqing possessed half of the river diagram to protect herself, there were too many places where she needed to use it. Even if the peak experts were restraining one another and the Northern Exalt would not personally make a move, with a great number of Profound Remnant locale disciples participating in the capture, it would be very easy for Xue Chuqing to attend to one thing and lose sight of another, greatly increasing the risk of her concealment. It was precisely because they were proficient in this that the Northern Exalt's lineage had always kept a low profile, rarely participating in the various disputes. Yen Zhaoge greets the Northern Exalt. Seeing the Northern Exalt, Yen Zhaoge bowed. It has been some time since I last saw Miss Guan. How is she? Just from external appearances alone, the Northern Exalt was probably the most inconspicuous of the 10 Exalts. His appearance was haggard, and he was old. His eyes were turbid, and he even seemed a little deaf. His spirit was nowhere to be seen, as if he could pass away at any time. Amongst the 10 Exalts, the oldest and most senior was undoubtedly the Earth Exalt, Wang Jingcheng. Next was the Northeastern Exalt Lu Zhenggu. Of course, he was still much younger than Wang Jingcheng. Next was the Northern Exalt. It was just that from external appearances alone, the older Lu Zhenggu instead looked younger than the Northern Exalt, as he was ferocious, authoritative, and spirited. After exchanging greetings with Yen Zhaoge, the Brocade Emperor and the Encompassing Emperor, the Northern Exalt smiled. This little girl is a little crazy. Little friend Yen, please don't laugh at her. Yen Zhaoge said, not at all. It is all thanks to Miss Guan's enthusiasm that this Yen was able to find out the general whereabouts of my wife. The Northern Exalt was naturally aware of his intentions in coming to the Northern Profound Heaven territory, having already communicated with Cloud Pavilion Mountain's Profound Remnant locale beforehand. He pondered for a moment before saying, little friend Yen, little friend Fu, the two of you should first make preparations. The dimensional passageway that little friend Feng used to head to extra-dimensional space this time has probably really been corroded by the 9 underworlds, becoming a land of tranquil stream. The so-called Land of Tranquil Stream was not a domain of the 9 underworlds, as it had been formed from the corrosion of space by the 9 underworlds. The power of the 9 underworlds was strange and domineering, as it would corrode any world whether it was tangible or intangible. Still, extra-dimensional space was chaotic and complex, as it was not easy for the 9 underworlds to corrode it. An extremely long period of time would be required before it could truly become a part of itself. Before that, space that had been tainted by the devilish chi of the 9 underworlds could still not be considered a true land of the 9 underworlds. Therefore, it was called a tranquil stream, as it could generally be considered a gray area between the 9 underworlds and the great 1,000 worlds of the universe, being different from the crevices of the 9 underworlds that were commonly known to corrode worlds. After having received advance notice of Yen Zhaoge and the Brocade Emperor's intentions in coming here, the Northern Exalt, who had not personally made a move for many years, had performed a divination. With the difference in cultivation bases between him and Feng Yunsheng, it should have been easy for him to divine her whereabouts under normal circumstances. Even if Feng Yunsheng was in extra-dimensional space and unable to accurately pinpoint her location, he would still be able to find out the general direction. Still, the divination was chaotic and unclear. The result was obvious. I understand. Many thanks for the Northern Exalt's advice. Yen Zhaoge inhaled deeply, cupping his hands towards the Northern Exalt. Meng Wan looked rather nervously at her father as the Brocade Emperor said, let's go take a look. The Northern Exalt said, this old man will accompany the 2 majesties to the extreme northern lands and wait there to ensure that nothing goes wrong. The Encompassing Emperor looked calmly at the Northern Exalt, nodding towards him. They immediately set off, quickly arriving at the icy and snowy lands of the extreme northern lands. Following the clues that Feng Yunsheng had left behind, they searched together as they finally gradually settled on an area. The Brocade Emperor raised a hand, the world before them instantly changing. The all-encompassing wind and snow and the pure icy plains all turned illusory, as it was as if the real heavens and earth had become a flat image. This was a variation of the Grand Clear Supreme Martial Art, the Grand Beginning Bright Emptiness form. While the Grand Beginning Bright Emptiness form possessed outstanding defensive power, it was not a purely defensive technique. It possessed both offensive and defensive capabilities, naturally possessing boundless miraculous uses. It was just that the Brocade Emperor was currently the only one in the world beyond worlds who possessed such profound attainments. As everyone gazed over, they saw a few black lines vaguely drifting amidst the heavens and earth that seemed to have transformed into a painting of mountains and rivers. It was as if the painting had been torn apart and repaired afterwards. Before the Brocade Emperor had executed this technique, one would not have been able to see these marks in the normal heavens and earth. Those were the dimensional crevices that would occasionally appear and vanish very quickly here. After carefully inspecting for a moment, the Northern Exalt's gaze fell on one of the black lines. It should be here. Following the Northern Exalt's gaze, Yan Zhaoge and the others all nodded slowly. Let's go. The Brocade Emperor retracted his hand, the illusory scenes of the heavens and earth before him returning to reality. As the scenes of the heavens and earth regained their original state, the entrance to a dimensional passageway appeared on the icy plains. Gazing in from the outside, it was pitch black as it resembled a black hole with bolts of lightning flickering within, indistinctly visible at times. Chapter 1083. Looking at the streaks of electricity within that black hole, Yan Zhaoge and the others seemed to be deep in thought. The Northern Exalt sighed softly. That was grand illusory spatial thunder, right? The encompassing Emperor said, the essence has already dispersed. It can no longer be called true grand illusory spatial thunder. However, perhaps there will be true grand illusory spatial thunder when we enter deep into the void. The grand illusory spatial thunder was one of the 9 heavenly immortal thunders that had been renowned even before the Great Calamity. It was ranked second among the 9 heavenly deity thunders, second only to the legendary primeval ancestral thunder. It was above the 5 elements thunder of fortune, hearts will thunder, and other heavenly thunder arts. If there is grand illusory spatial thunder disrupting space, there will probably be more obstructions along the way. Yan Zhaoge gazed at that black hole. The Northern Exalt said, this old man will stand guard here. You can move out at any time. The Brocade Emperor nodded slightly. Let us set off now. As he spoke, he flicked his sleeve and brought Meng Wan along as he entered the dimensional passageway. Please wait, Northern Exalt. Yan Zhaoge bowed towards the Northern Exalt before entering alongside the encompassing Emperor. The Northern Exalt watched them leave before sitting down cross-legged at the entrance of the dimensional passageway, no longer moving. As time passed, the domain passageway disappeared once again. On the vast ice field, there was only an old figure sitting quietly in the wind and snow. As Yan Zhaoge entered this dimensional passageway, it was not like when he had traversed through other dimensions earlier, where the various colorful scenes before him had changed. This place was pitch black from beginning to end, and nothing could be seen. Only flashes of lightning could be seen from time to time. Walking in this domain passage, one could clearly feel the pressure of the void domain force, which was full of malice towards those who stepped into it. If one's cultivation was slightly lower, they would probably be squeezed into a pile of flesh and blood in an instant. If not for the Brocade Emperor's protection, Meng Wan's cultivation base would not have been sufficient to traverse this place. Yan Zhaoge glanced at her. According to the Brocade Emperor's current style of doing things, Meng Wan's safety should still be guaranteed for the time being. It was just that he dared not guarantee this. The Brocade Emperor's current thoughts were just too hard to fathom. If there was even the slightest fluctuation in his thoughts, he did not even need to do anything himself. As long as he ignored Meng Wan, who was in this domain passageway, Meng Wan would immediately suffer. Therefore, Yan Zhaoge had to pay attention to the Brocade Emperor's condition. Of course, it was not just for Meng Wan. It was also for Yan Zhaoge himself. Yan Zhaoge, who did not fear guessing at the worst intentions of others, had sufficient reason to suspect that the Brocade Emperor might suddenly attack and injure someone at any time. It was just that their target was not Meng Wan but him, Yan Zhaoge. If his guess regarding the Brocade Emperor's cultivation path was correct, the grand simplicity splendor cloud, aside from eliminating the existences of Meng Wan and Fu Ting in order to advance further, he and Yan Di would both be obstacles to the Brocade Emperor's path. The most important obstacle would definitely be Yan Di. Still, Yan Zhaoge would naturally not just sit by and do nothing. The Royal Reed Sea had relied on the power of the later Earth text to resist the Heaven Emperor. Compared to experts who had already pushed open the door to immortality, Yan Zhaoge was still a junior. Normally speaking, aside from situations like the Heaven Emperor, where there was indeed deep enmity between them, true immortals would not go as far as to make things difficult for an immortal bridge martial saint given their status. Still, the problem was that the Brocade Emperor was currently not normal. If he really walked the path of heartlessness, he would only consider the gains and losses, the difficulty, and not things like status and face. If there was a chance to get rid of a potential threat, a potential obstacle, he would naturally get rid of it. Traveling together with such a figure, Yan Zhaoge could not help but think more about it. The encompassing emperor had come here with the intention of watching over the Brocade Emperor, preventing him from stirring up any more major disturbances. Still, it was really hard to predict how the encompassing emperor would view Meng Wan and Fu Ting. Besides the upper exalt Chen Qianhua, who was different from normal people, the higher echelon experts of the world beyond worlds all hoped that the Brocade Emperor would return to normal as soon as possible. Still, how he would do so would probably be a matter for each individual to consider. As Yan Zhaoge pondered, he saw Meng Wan suddenly gaze over. Yan Zhaoge could vaguely see some worry within those clear, intelligent eyes that resembled that of a young deer. She is smart indeed, Yan Zhaoge thought. Perhaps she did not have a sufficient understanding of the Brocade Emperor's situation as she was still unclear about her own situation. Unease seemed to arise within Meng Wan's heart as she sensed that the situation was strange. Previously, she had been under house arrest by Wutong Slope. Suddenly released afterwards, she had met her father whom she had never met before. While the Brocade Emperor appeared normal on the surface, he had brought her along as he wandered aimlessly amidst space for many days. Afterwards, upon returning to the world beyond worlds, one matter after another had occurred. Moving the location of her birth mother's burial, meeting her master whom she had always missed, searching for her long-lost friend Feng Yunsheng. All of these had caused Meng Wan to feel her father's warmth. It was just that thinking about her previous encounters, the quick-witted Meng Wan just felt that things were a little strange. In front of the Brocade Emperor, Yan Zhaoge could not even secretly send a sound transmission to him, let alone say it out loud. Yan Zhaoge did not react to Meng Wan's probing gaze at all, as it was like he had not seen it at all. Seeing this, Meng Wan retracted her gaze, not feeling disappointed. No reaction was actually already an answer. Otherwise, Yan Zhaoge should be puzzled. Since there was no reaction, it meant that Yan Zhaoge clearly knew what she was asking about while also vaguely confirming her guess. It was just that while she had obtained an answer, it was clearly not something that made her feel optimistic. Fortunately, Meng Wan had long since been mentally prepared for this, as she could only go with the flow now. As they traversed the endless darkness, dim radiance suddenly lit up. This was not the first time he had stepped into a foreign dimension. Still, as Yan Zhaoge gazed over, the scene before him was different from what he had experienced in the past. Starlight could not be seen flickering amidst the dim space, as there was only dim radiance that shone black and glossy. The space seemed to have turned from formless to tangible at this moment, as its surface was tainted with filth. It is indeed a land of tranquil streams. Yan Zhaoge nodded to himself. He had long since seen descriptions of the land of tranquil streams in books. Still, this was his first time experiencing it himself. This place resembled the 9 underworlds yet was not, resembled the human realm yet was not. It had its own wondrous aspects. There were many similar lands of tranquil streams of varying sizes. The land of tranquil streams that Yan Zhaoge and the others were currently in was rather vast. As they walked, they attempted to locate Feng Yunsheng's whereabouts. The environment of the land of tranquil streams was perilous, as many strange spirits and monsters were born there. Most of them were violent in nature, as they resembled the devils of the 9 underworlds. There were many powerful ones amongst them. Feng Yunsheng, having come here to temper herself, was in line with her expectations. She had already been here for many years. Yan Zhaoge and the others had not hoped to find her so quickly, as they were more focused on searching for clues. With the two true immortals, the Brocade Emperor and the Encompassing Emperor leading the way, their sensory abilities were far superior to others even within the tranquil streams. The ferocious spirits and monsters that rampaged here were completely unable to obstruct them as they advanced extremely quickly. As they walked and stopped, they searched unceasingly. Due to the passage of time, the earliest traces left behind by Feng Yunsheng no longer existed. It was only after Yan Zhaoge and the others had been searching for half a month that they began to make some occasional gains. As time passed and they ventured deeper, more and more traces and clues were left behind by Feng Yunsheng. However, the expressions of Yan Zhaoge and the others gradually turned solemn. As they gradually ventured deeper, they could vaguely feel that they were getting closer and closer to that terrifying 9 underworlds. Feng Yunsheng was still nowhere to be seen at this moment. Chapter 1084. The deeper they went into the land of tranquil stream, the more they could feel the terrifying aura of the 9 underworlds. Yan Zhaoge, the Brocade Emperor and the Encompassing Emperor were naturally fine. Even with Meng Wan's cultivation, she was no longer able to maintain her foothold. After being corroded by the power of the netherworld, her mind would gradually go haywire. Even if one's heart was firm, they were not emotionless and desireless people. They would still be affected. It was all thanks to the jade pendant that the Brocade Emperor had given her to protect her, allowing her to clear her heart and focus her mind that she was able to continue walking. Yan Zhaoge and the others weren't in the mood to deal with the spirits here, and those spirits were also unable to pose any threat to them as they simply swept past them. Following the traces left behind by Feng Yunsheng, the group moved forward with a goal in mind, and their efficiency was much higher. After continuing walking like this for a few days, Yan Zhaoge and the others instead slowed down. Everyone's expression became solemn as they stared at the void in front of them. They had reached the edge of the land of tranquil stream. If they went further, they would be close to the source of the void erosion, which was the connection with the 9 serenities. Feng Yunsheng's footsteps seemed to continue forward. After looking around for a while, Yan Zhaoge did not find any other clues. It seemed like the only choice was to continue forward. The Encompassing Emperor asked slowly, when this little friend Feng left Broad Creed Mountain for adventuring outside, did he bring along the Extreme Yin Crown? He now already knew that Feng Yunsheng was the person of Broad Creed Mountain who wielded the Extreme Yin Crown. The Extreme Yin Crown has always been controlled by my wife, Yan Zhaoge answered. At the side, Meng Wan's expression was calm as usual. The outcome of the fateful battle with Feng Yunsheng in the past had allowed her to completely let go of her obsession in this aspect. The Senluo Emperor muttered to himself, I wonder if little friend Feng has reached the Seeing Divinity Martial Saint realm. Although there were some traces left by Feng Yunsheng along the way, due to the erosion of time, there were no longer any details to speak of. It was difficult to determine Feng Yunsheng's current cultivation, strength, and state of mind. If senior apprentice sister Feng successfully breaks through space and sees true divinity, she would be able to unleash the full power of the Extreme Yin Crown for a short period of time. Meng Wan was also a maiden of Extreme Yin, having once wielded the Extreme Yin Crown for many years as she was extremely clear on this. It was unknown how the exalted lunar luminary had forged this sacred artifact, such that it was different from other sacred artifacts. Yan Zhaoge said mildly, while my wife has the intention of tempering herself, this matter concerns the 9 underworlds. She definitely understands the gravity of it and will not recklessly take the risk. Yan Zhaoge knew what the Encompassing Emperor was worried about. If she could fully exert the power of the Extreme Yin Crown, not only would Feng Yunsheng be able to protect herself, she would also be able to more effectively resist the encroachment of the 9 underworld's devilish will, stabilizing her mental state. The Extreme Yin Crown was a sacred artifact on the same level as the Extreme Yang Seal, its might standing at the peak of the mortal realm. As long as she did not encounter a great devil that was equivalent to a Dao Sect's immortal realm expert, Feng Yunsheng would not be in too much danger even if she entered the 9 underworlds. On the contrary, if one had not reached the seeing divinity stage and was unable to fully wield the power of the extreme Yin crown, even if Feng Yunsheng could wield a portion of the extreme Yin crown's power, recklessly venturing deep into the 9 underworlds would be hard to predict. Especially if she was still in the merging avatar martial saint realm and had been bewitched by the 9 underworlds, which was why she had entered this place, the nature of the matter would be different. This time, they had to make a new plan for their search. However, since he had already come here, Yan Zhaoge naturally wouldn't just let the matter rest. We should still go in and search for him, the Brocade Emperor said now. Perhaps little friend Feng is in need of our help right now? The encompassing emperor nodded. Let's go. The group of people continued forward, and the soul-stirring call began to ring in their ears, getting louder and louder until it was almost deafening. The gloomy light in front of him began to gradually disperse. Black fog filled the air, faintly flashing with an evil and ferocious blood-red luster. This was no longer the crevice to the 9 underworlds as seen in the 8 extremities world. Instead, it resembled a boundless sea of bitterness, directly facing the 9 underworlds. There's something strange about this place. Although the devilish chi of the 9 underworlds is also corroding the void, it's not convenient. The Brocade Emperor glanced at it before saying slowly, it seems like some sort of existence is interfering with the 9 underworlds' corrosion of space. The encompassing emperor shook his head after observing for a moment. It's related to Grand Void spatial thunder, but it's not just Grand Void spatial thunder. The group of people took the initiative to move forward and finally entered the vast black fog. The moment he took that step, he felt like he was in a different world. It was not the feeling of going from the 8 extremities world to the vast ocean world, to the floating life world, or from the 8 extremities world to the world beyond worlds. Instead, he felt as if he had become a different kind of life, a different form of life. It was similar to the death of the physical body and the soul leaving the body, turning from a human to a ghost. The entire universe was barren and wild. After entering, let alone Meng Wan, even Yan Zhaoge felt slightly uncomfortable. Previously, when he had faced the invasion of the devilish chi of the 9 underworlds, he had been in another world at the end of the day. Now that he was truly within the 9 underworlds, that bewitching force was more than 100-fold stronger. Yan Zhaoge even felt that the faceless devilish scripture that he had only ever used as a reference and never truly cultivated in seemed to have a life of its own. Relying on the power of the 9 underworlds, the devilish scriptures in his memories vaguely seemed to form a seed of their own, taking root and germinating within Yan Zhaoge's soul. When everything had developed and grown strong, it would be time for them to take over. Besides the faceless devilish scripture, there were many other devilish arts that seemed to be automatically drawing in devilish chi, forming numerous devils. It was just that they were not as intense as the faceless devilish scripture. The 9 underworlds is indeed extraordinary. I wonder how Yunsheng is doing now. Yan Zhaoge calmed his mind, silently circulating his profound art as he suppressed and cleanly eliminated the devils one by one. He paid attention to the Brocade Emperor's situation. The Brocade Emperor's current state could be said to be extremely easy for the 9 underworlds to exploit. While the current him might still be flawless physically, the same could not be said for his soul and thoughts. The encompassing emperor had the same thoughts as Yan Zhaoge. The reason he had come along on this trip was to guard against such latent dangers. The Brocade Emperor was as per normal as he seemed completely oblivious to it. He also seemed not to notice the attention of Yan Zhaoge and the encompassing emperor at all. He simply continued searching for the clues left behind by Feng Yunsheng while also worrying about Meng Wan. They each harbored their own thoughts as they continued to advance in this world where no one should exist. The aura of a living person instantly drew the attention of numerous devils. Still, the devils that appeared nearby were merely equivalent to human martial saints at most, as they were naturally unable to obstruct the footsteps of Yan Zhaoge and the others. Still, not long after they had entered, Yan Zhaoge and the others suddenly felt the devilish chi and baleful chi in the surroundings seemingly gradually diminishing. They exchanged glances. There is indeed a unique existence here that is interfering with the 9 underworlds region and corroding the surrounding extradimensional space. Yan Zhaoge and the others immediately identified their direction, heading towards where the devilish qi and baleful qi were weakening. As they approached, the devilish qi and baleful qi grew weaker and weaker. Yet, there was a sharp chill that was growing stronger and stronger. Yan Zhaoge, the encompassing emperor and the brocade emperor exchanged looks as they simultaneously exclaimed, "Sword intent?" Chapter 1085. It was indeed sword intent. What was more noteworthy was that there was more than one sword intent. Instead, it was two intersecting sword wills, like two long swords clashing against each other, emitting a metallic clanging sound as they traversed the void. The sword chime seemed to come from the distant past, passing through the ages and arriving at the present. Even from far away, the sharp sword intent caused people to feel a chill run down their spines. As Yan Zhaoge's group neared and analyzed that sword intent, their hearts simultaneously jolted. The gazes of the brocade emperor and the encompassing emperor simultaneously fell on Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge muttered, "Jade illusory heaven opening sword." During the days when he traveled to Kunlun Mountain, he had also discussed Tao with Wang Pu and the others, so he was no stranger to the Jade virtual heaven opening sword. Not to mention that he had personally witnessed the sword sovereign Yuzhenbei's heaven-shaking heaven-splitting sword in the royal Reed Sea back then. Currently, as Yan Zhaoge analyzed those two sword intents, he discovered that one of them was shockingly the Jade illusory heaven opening sword that his grandfather Yan Xintang had created. Yuzhenbei's sword intent was of the same origin. It was pure and condensed. The brocade emperor and the encompassing emperor clearly recognized the sword intent of the Jade illusory heaven opening sword as the encompassing emperor said, "Still, I wonder if it was left behind by the sword sovereign in the past, or perhaps, by the exalted gold luminary." The other sword intent, however, is not the sword Tao of the prime clear lineage. A rather interested expression appeared on the brocade emperor's face. Although the person who fought back then had a profound cultivation base, the sword intent had not dissipated and could even stop the 9 underworlds from eroding the void. A considerable part of the key to the preservation of such strength was that the two sword intents were entangled with each other and reached a wonderful balance. Together, they had resisted the erosion of time. The other sword intent was obviously suppressed by the Jade illusory heaven opening sword, but it was extraordinary and could be said to be shocking. Yan Zhaoge and the others could all tell that this sword intent was not one of the numinous treasure 4 swords of the prime clear lineage. The prime clear numinous treasure 4 swords had always been the highest achievement of Taoism's sword arts. In the hearts of many Taoism martial practitioners, especially those of the prime clear direct lineage, the numinous treasure 4 swords had always been the highest achievement in the Tao of the sword. Over the years, there were only a few challengers who were qualified to challenge the prime clear sword cultivators. But it was only a qualification. For example, in the Legends of the Investiture of the Gods, Taoist master Jade Cauldron, the personal disciple of the Jade clear lineage's founder, the Lord of Primordial Beginning. For example, one of the 4 imperials of Taoism, the Purple Tenuity Emperor, had transformed one of the Grand Clear Direct lineage's post-celestial 5 ultimates of the Grand Clear Direct lineage, deriving the Tao of the sword from the Grand Heavenly Talisman. Along with the Prime Clear Direct lineage expert, the Lord of Plentiful Treasure, the two of them had always been hailed as Taoism's top 3 experts in the Tao of the sword. In truth, however, the Prime Clear lineage had more experts in the Tao of the sword. The Lord of Plentiful Treasure was merely the most outstanding amongst them. Outside of Taoism was the mystical mountain. After the Gautama Buddha had just attained transcendence, a sword son of Buddhism had appeared there. He discussed the Tao with the descendants of the prime clear lineage at that time. However, ever since the Buddhist sword son passed away, the Buddhist sword Tao went silent once again. However, it was worth noting that while these experts were outstanding, not allowing the prime clear sword cultivators to dominate, the sword Taos they inherited were still weaker than the numinous treasure 4 swords. Or, it should be said that they were challenging the prime clear sword cultivators, and not the prime clear sword Tao. The prime clear sword Dao's first true challenge had actually come after the Great Calamity. It was precisely Yan Zhaoge's grandfather, the exalted gold luminary, Yan Xintang, who had soared into the world and improved upon the sword Dao of the Jade Cauldron cultivated deity as he created the Jade Illusory Heaven Opening Sword. Only then had the numinous treasure Four Swords truly had an opponent. Of course, it could not be said that the current Jade Illusory Heaven Opening Sword would definitely be comparable to the numinous treasure Four Swords. Still, those with knowledge could see the potential within. The crux of the Jade Illusory Heaven Opening Sword lay in the fact that Yan Xintang's cultivation base had yet to reach its peak. If he had not died young, with his talent, his swordsmanship would have continued to improve as his cultivation base continued to improve. He would have eventually created a supreme sword art that was truly comparable to the numinous treasure Four Swords. Before this, the person most likely to achieve this had been the Purple Tenuity Emperor. Yet, following the Great Calamity, everything had come to a halt. Yan Xintang had followed in his footsteps, causing countless people to sigh in pity. Still, there was another sword art outside of the prime clear sword Dao that was currently competing with the Jade Illusory Heaven Opening Sword within the 9 underworlds. It was neither the Buddhist sword Dao nor the Purple Tenuity Emperor's sword Dao. Instead, it was a devilish sword. I don't seem to have heard of such a sword art of the devilish Dao in pre-Great Calamity times. Yan Zhaoge recalled as he looked at the Brocade Emperor and the Encompassing Emperor. The Encompassing Emperor pondered, thinking about it carefully. The sword intent of the Jade Illusory Heaven Opening Sword here is probably left behind by the exalted gold luminary. Battling the Jade Illusory Heaven Opening Sword in the devilish domain of the 9 underworlds, this old man vaguely recalls a legend. The sword devil, Yin Shiyang. The Brocade Emperor continued. Yan Zhaoge's gaze flickered. Sword, devil. The Brocade Emperor said, let's not guess blindly. Let's get closer and take a look. That's fine too, Yan Zhaoge nodded as they approached. The black fog before them gradually dispersed, the devilish chi of the 9 underworlds no longer remaining. Instead, a lustrous white light flickered as it was exceptionally striking amidst this devilish domain. The white light vaguely contained a metallic luster as the rumbling of thunder vaguely seemed to resound. Yan Zhaoge and the others came to a realization, right, so there were traces left behind by grand illusory spatial thunder here. Coupled with the entanglement of the 2 sword intents, it is no wonder that it was still able to maintain such a powerful state after so long. While the immortal thunder itself no longer existed, the thunderbolt and the 2 sword intents had created a small independent space in this corner of the 9 underworlds that year. As they entered, the sword intent was sharp and cold. Still, it did not attack them, the outsiders. After entering this foreign dimension and coming into contact with those intermingling sword intents, a scene instantly surfaced before their eyes. 2 shocking sword lights, one white and one black, intermingled as they flew over from the distant sky, hacking through the infinite devilish chi of the 9 underworlds and dark soil of the 9 underworlds as cracks were left behind in the heavens and earth of the devilish domain. The intermingling sword lights descended here, shattering a clump of grand illusory spatial thunder as this foreign dimension was finally formed. Yan Zhaoge knew that this was the scene from back then. He gazed towards the source of the sword light. There, 2 figures, one purple and one black, intermingled. The figures suddenly halted as the figures of 2 men appeared. One of them, a black-clothed man, roared towards the heavens, "At the end of the day, I still cannot defeat you." Infinite hatred, obsession, resentment and unwillingness seemed to have condensed into something tangible, transcending the boundaries of time and space as it filled the entire heavens and earth. Opposite him was a purple-clothed youth who stood calmly alone with a single sword. The scene ended here. Still, Yan Zhaoge was still able to clearly see the appearance of that purple-clothed youth. It was none other than his grandfather, the exalted gold luminary, the sword god Yan Xintang. Your ancestor, the exalted gold luminary, fought countless battles of various sizes in the past. Other than dominating the roving jade heavens with his sword and becoming a sword god, he also had many other legends. The encompassing emperor said slowly, one of these was the great battle with the sword devil Yin Shiyang. No one knows the details of this. Still, the final result was that the sword god subdued the sword emperor before slaying the sword devil. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.